morning, everybody, and welcome to the home of British motorsport. We are making our first of 2 visits this season to Silverstone for the TCR UK Championship and Miltech Sport Civic Cup, with the usual plethora of support race action, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club as well. Set to put on 2 fabulous days of entertainment around, on this occasion, the Silverstone National Circuit, a venue that is made for close quarters slipstream racing, and we will see that, I am sure, across all of the categories here this weekend. We've got a busy schedule to get through. Our first race only a few moments away, around what is a deceptively simple looking circuit, the Silverstone National Circuit, famous for only really having 4 proper corners, but all of them presenting their own unique challenge, and those 2 or 3 really long straights providing ample slipstreaming opportunities and plenty of chances for overtaking into the big braking zones. It's also a perfect day for racing, really. Bright sunshine, a few clouds overhead, but nothing too ominous. Temperatures creeping towards the 20s. It should be a brilliant, pleasant day for the quite a few spectators actually who have already made their way over to Silverstone this morning to enjoy, and certainly the drivers will be happy, I'm sure, that conditions are fair as we prepare to go racing. Well, I'm joined in the commentary box for at least the first part of today's proceedings by Jack Oliphant, because our first racing action is courtesy of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup, a race that unfortunately had to be cancelled from Alton Park a few months ago, being rescheduled now for this morning here at Silverstone. So Jack, we head straight into one-make action here. As I said, a track perfect really for one-make racing. We've seen some cracking Civic Cup races here down the years.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know me, I love Silverstone National. It's a great circuit. I mean, the qualifying times were so close. Now I know this grid is not made up of qualifying, but we have to take it into account when guessing where people are going to come and how they're going to come through the order and everything like that. So it's really exciting, and we'll bring you up to date with a little bit of the grid order and in comparison to maybe how they will actually line up in qualifying. If you're wondering what that means, basically, because as Andy mentioned, this is the Alton Park replacement sort of race, it means that the Civic Cup actually get 4 races during this weekend. The officially Silverstone's first race is actually this evening, and that's where qualifying will actually impact. So it's the last race of the day. It's actually straight after the TCR UK race, which is their first race of the day as well. So it should be really exciting. We'll be able to bring you the grid for that as well. We'll probably talk about who's fastest and where they line up on here. For instance, Alex Kite, a little bit of a spoiler here, who's on pole position for this particular race after the Alton Park sort of jigging around, is actually qualified. He's 13th fastest here at Silverstone. It's going to be a difficult one. I mean, in Alex Kite, he was probably really looking forward to Alton Park, being quite quick and obviously being on pole position and everything. But here at Silverstone, he's not as quick, and therefore he's probably a bit sad that unfortunately he's had to get his pole position this way.
Worth reminding everyone that because this was due to be the second race of the day at Alton Park, this was actually the partially reversed grid as well. So just to throw an extra bit of unknown into the mix, this grid not necessarily having the quicker drivers at the very front of it. For example, Max Edmondson, who actually won the first race at Alton Park, has to start this one from row number 4, 8th on the grid, alongside his big championship rival Josh Files. So those two sharing the 4th row of the grid with work to be done. But interestingly, Jack, this is a completely different kind of circuit to Alton Park, so not only will that perhaps favour certain drivers over others, but also much easier, I would say, to make progress through a reversed grid around this circuit than it would have been at Alton Park. So perhaps that plays into the advantage of the likes of Max Edmondson and Josh Files. It's not an ideal situation. Clearly, we would have rather have this race at Alton Park, but actually for them, that could be beneficial.
Yeah, it will be, and it's, from our perspective as well, as an entertainment spectacle even, it's surely going to be really sort of spicy. And you've even got drivers who weren't necessarily even at Alton Park who have turned up for Silverstone, so therefore get to take part in this race, but you know, they're right towards the back end of the field. So for instance, well, actually Scott Smith was at Alton Park, but he didn't make it through the first race. It just so happened that luckily he's here for Silverstone as well, sort of thing. So after a gearbox change at his gearbox went bang in the first race at Alton Park, he is back. He's the Lightning McQueen car. He's very difficult to miss, to be honest. He's right towards the back end of the field. You will instantly notice him, and we actually did an interview with him earlier on, and he has a certain style of Crocs as well. He loves his cars films, obviously. He's gone for Mater Crocs.
Oh, really?
I'm hoping he's taken them off. I'll be honest, I don't really feel like he'll have much feel of the brakes, but he has got a feel for fashion, that's for sure.
Well, that's questionable. We'll perhaps tackle that over the lunch break or something. For now, we've got a grid to go through. This is how they will line up on the grid for our first race of the weekend. So this, remember, a race that should have happened at Alton Park. It has a partially reversed grid, but crucially, those drivers who weren't entered into Alton Park not able to take part in this race. So we will have a few extra drivers out for the races later on this weekend. What we do have on the front row, though, is Alex Kite and Harvey Caton. A very, very lively-looking front row, that is, I would say, with both of them looking to try and find a bit of good fortune in what's been an up-and-down season so far. Then, Will Redford. Now, Will Redford could be the big beneficiary here. Quick in qualifying this morning, and he's actually got himself a decent grid position for this race because of where he finished at Alton Park. I hope you're still following this, by the way, everyone at home. Alistair Camp starts alongside him in the FN2. Then, Spencer Stevenson and Lewis Kent on row number 3. Row 4, then, is where you find the top 2 drivers in the championship. Max Edmondson coming into this weekend 36 points clear of Josh Files, and that is after all of those pesky drop scores have been calculated. So Edmondson with a good little lead. Files really needs to take advantage now of the fact that he's 1 place higher on the grid to try and start clawing some of those points back. Josh Files in his first season in the championship. Max Edmondson, of course, the reigning champion. Then Jordan Brennan and Wesley Swain complete the top 10 ahead of Jamie Petters and William Butt on row number 6. Just outside the top half, or top dozen I should say, we've got Aidan Hassan and Mark Hughes, Jack Riddell and Gary Townsend, former MX5 and TCR UK runner on row 8. Dave Marshall, a lot further back than you'd expect to see him, the 66 car starting 17th. He was the first of the retirements actually from the first race in Alton Park. That's why he is deep in the field, 17th alongside fellow non-finisher Harry England, with Daniel Petters and Scott Smith bringing up the rear. So 20 cars on the grid for this one. To put that into perspective, 26 drivers will be appearing in the other 3 races this weekend. Certainly had 26 qualifying in the session earlier on today. So, mentioned the championship there, Jack. Max Edmondson, 36 points clear with now only 3 events remaining in the championship. A good position for him to be in, actually a much more comfortable position than he was in this time last year.
But yeah, and really considering that the talent pool has actually gone up a couple of steps from last year as well, it just goes to show how, you know, skilled Max really is as a driver, not just obviously on the Civic Cup grid, but probably on any grid he'd want to lend his hand to, which you never know. I haven't chatted to him about it. I'm speculation, putting it out there in the world now, but let's say 2 championships in a row, you would probably think that Max would start looking at maybe a new challenge. And it'd be interesting to see how he makes that step up, because other drivers have taken that step sideways, and they probably like to think of it, rather than step down for Civic Cup. So let's face it, it's a difficult car to drive. It's more of a step sideways. That the likes of Josh Files, Alistair Camp, previous champion obviously, he's in that FN2, he's in a slightly different challenger car, so he's still in 3rd place as well, very impressive. Lewis Kent, a former TCR champion as well, in 4th. So I know a couple of drivers haven't made every single round, but Max Edmondson really has put himself into a fantastic position to move himself into Thruxton in the finale, which is at the other Silverstone circuit, come in October.
Indeed so, and Max Edmondson, you're absolutely right. I know was looking into moving into other categories of racing at the back end of last year. I'm interested to know exactly how much of a factor the knowledge that people like Josh Files and Lewis Kent, for example, would bring into this championship, how much of a factor that was in Max's decision making to stick with Civic Cup, because I know he likes a challenge. He's certainly been given one this season, but has more than risen to the occasion by building this very healthy championship lead. Right then, cars have arrived back on the grid then at the end of their green flag lap. We have got Alex Kite in the Pralloys car on the right of shot, that's the outside line heading towards Copse Corner, and on his inside Harvey Caton. Keep an eye to the 4th row of the grid though, the Area Motorsport teammates of Josh Files and Max Edmondson, the top 2 in the points. What progress can they make, and can Files start taking some points out of the championship lead? And we're waiting then for the red lights on the starting gantry to switch on, and we will then be racing for the first time here this weekend at Silverstone. 15 minutes on the clock, the lights have gone out, away they go, and a good start made by the pole sitter Alex Kite. He looks like he'll hold on to the lead here, heading down towards Copse Corner. Is Harvey Caton going to challenge though? Yes, he is. Harvey Caton actually sticks it back up the inside and will challenge for the lead as they head through the quick right-hander, accelerating now up through the gears, down towards the first braking point at Beckett. It will be the pole sitter Kite who leads, Caton in 2nd, Redford 3rd, and already Edmondson and Files going wheel to wheel in about 6th and 7th positions. Redford wide on cold tyres, so is the leader Kite though, and that could now open the door, Jack, for Caton to take the advantage.
It could indeed. It looks like he's already done that. It's a massive mistake there by Alex Kite, but also a good move from, I think it was Josh Files, moving himself up the inside of Alistair Camp and Spencer Stevenson as they went 2 wide, going down into in front of the BRDC. It's a bit of a lock-up, almost 3 wide, Andy. Caton's definitely in the lead. Alistair Camp's going to get hung out to dry. Can he get his car back in front? No, he can't. So I think that's Spencer Stevenson in the number 12 as he just ran in wide, just a touch. Alistair Camp's not quite there to try and launch his nose in, but to be fair to Stevenson, he didn't really attack the apex.
No, he didn't really. So Camp up the inside. Behind them, still 2x2 are Files and Edmondson. They've been door handle to door handle for the entirety of the opening lap of the race, and they are still, in fact, they're now 3, nearly 4 wide. There's a squeeze, and that was Edmondson sideways. How did the championship leader hang on to that? He still is there, pointing in the right direction, and he may even still have managed to gain a place or two. He's out wide over the exit curb. Files back up the inside again, but Max Edmondson, Jack, can count himself very, very lucky.
Yeah, I actually looked away there for a brief moment because I thought it was going to end in the worst, to be honest. Caton is still in the lead. Kite has been overtaken by Redford, but going through the second and third corner, Edmondson on the outside, and it looks like he's potentially just got that drive. Alistair Camp, I don't really feel like he's got the actual pace. He qualified 7th earlier in the day. Dave Marshall was actually slightly quicker than him, and they're going too wide up there.
That is smoke from Edmondson's car.
Oh, yeah.
There is bodywork rubbing on the right rear tyre of Max Edmondson's car, who is still alongside Josh Files. They haven't been single file at any point in this race so far, the two championship leaders, but if that bodywork continues to rub on Edmondson's car, then he will surely have to pit. It's not too bad at the moment. We'll monitor that situation. It was Spencer Stevenson, I think, who got just sort of pinched in the middle of the two of them down the pit straight. Spencer also therefore carrying some damage, but the more concerning one from a championship perspective anyway is the state of Max Edmondson's car. Harvey Caton leads then, don't forget about him. Redford is second. We know how quick he has been so far today, and he may yet challenge for the win. Kite in third, Camp fourth, and still these two, Jack, are side by side. This is now 2 complete laps of the Silverstone National Circuit, and neither of them can get the advantage.
This is why Silverstone is so popular. It's honestly, for this type of racing, it's brilliant, and there's going to be a late break there. Edmondson has to leave just enough room because he knew Files wasn't going to come off the brakes too late. He was going to carry the speed as much as he could, and they're still side by side, Andy. To be honest, I don't know how this one's going to go. I'm not surprised they went 3 wide earlier. I think Spencer Stevenson had looked at this and probably thought, you know what, chaps, you go for it. I'll mop up some pieces.
Yeah, I would not want to get in the middle of these two, that is for sure. They may be teammates, but it's a fierce rivalry, and they know every place and every point will count. They are still side by side. Files has got the inside line now for Luffield Corner. Finally, has he got the move made? No, not really. Edmondson will have a bit more momentum on the outside line, but Files does now close the door. That was 3 laps of the Silverstone National Circuit, door handle to door handle between the top 2 in the championship, and apart from that little skirmish down the pit straight, it was squeaky clean. Edmondson already, though, thinking of finding a way back up the inside into Copse Corner.
Yeah, and I think they're even thinking Josh Files actually looking forward to Kite, obviously pole position once upon a time. Oh, big squirrely moment there by Josh Files as he was a lot quicker out of the corner than Kite was, and I think Kite's going to be a bit of a cork in the bottle. Is he actually going to get really in the way? I think Edmondson really has to look at this, try and place his car perfectly, because Files was just held up a touch, but not enough for Edmondson to have a response. Kite falling down the order to black and white for track limits, goes to car number 1, Max Edmondson.
Yeah, so that's not ideal, is it? Relatively early in the race, not yet a third of the way through this 15-minute encounter, but he has now worked his way past Kite and crucially sticking with Josh Files, but not content with that. He wants to go on the attack, peeks to the inside into Brooklands, arguably the best overtaking opportunity on the Silverstone National Circuit, but could not quite make it work. Right then, out of Luffield we go, with these two finally now settling down temporarily anyway. Let's focus on that lead gap. Is Will Redford going to show the pace required to close in on Harvey Caton? The gap was 1.3 seconds, Jack, and to the eye, I would say it's very similar at the end of lap 4.
Yeah, 1.4 now, isn't it? Will Redford was on pole position, but it is worth noting top 5 in qualifying were separated by less than 1/10 of a second. Harvey Caton was in amongst that top 5. He was 4th. So really there is minuscule margins between them. It's just whether or not they can actually execute that pace consistently, as Josh Files has a little bit of a nibble on the inside of Alistair Camp. Alistair's not going to worry about that one. They're all actually teammates, aren't they? So this is a really interesting sort of dynamic. But the FN2 handles completely different, and I've been told that Alistair has it a little bit quite soft, actually, whereas Dave Marshall really likes to rotate it quite heavy. So he's really as stiff as it could possibly go. As Josh Files, is that defensive or is that aggressive? I have a feeling it was defensive, because Max Edmondson just misses the apex a touch, but he's almost trying to put him off as much as possible as Josh Files clambers all over the apex. It'll be quite a slow exit, I think, from Josh Files. Edmondson should have the power down nice and early, and he should be in a straight line, but it looks like Files may well have got away with that exit. He's not going to be attacking Camp into Copse, that's for sure.
You mentioned Dave Marshall, by the way, started 17th. He is 8th, and on the back of this group, look, with his headlights ablaze. So what a storming drive this has been from Dave Marshall. Non-finished in race 1 at Alton Park. That's why he was at the back of the grid. Josh Files is sideways, right in front of the championship leader. Phenomenal car control. You'd expect nothing less from someone of File's experience, I guess, but that has opened the door for Max Edmondson to go through. Now, ordinarily, Jack, we see a front-wheel drive car doing that at Copse Corner. I would blame cold tyres, but we're 5 laps into this one now. He should have got those tyres up to temperature, just a little bit of over-exuberance maybe. That's the pressure that Edmondson was putting him under.
I feel like people would have a lot more confidence if Paul O'Neill was saying what I'm about to say, but I think Josh Files made a mistake.
Really?
I think he hit the inside curve a little bit too hard. That's my ex-amateur driving experience coming into the floor there. That's why they pay me the medium bucks. Yeah, I think it was genuinely, he just clattered that inside curve too much, lost the rear end because there is a bit of a dip if you clamber over it a bit too much. And these cars are difficult. They're snappy. They're hard to drive. Everybody says so. And I think you just saw a prime example of it.
There are some things we perhaps value Paul's opinion on more than yours, but making errors on track, Jack, I think we will take your word for. Right, up the inside goes Max Edmondson. We are friends, really, I must stress that. Edmondson up the inside of Alistair Camp. These two might not be friends if this battle gets any closer. Just avoiding contact, and look at the run that gives Files. I mean, he's inventing his own line out of Copse Corner, but he will have extra momentum heading down towards Beckett's.
I'm not sure I want to commentate with you anymore. Where's Paul? Yes, no, Camp actually, he's lost 2 positions there, really, isn't he? Files absolutely sent it. You're right. Oh, big slide by Kai. Was that a little bit dirt on the track? I'm not entirely sure. As Marshall makes up yet another place. I tell you what, Marshall was very happy. I caught up with him in the grid, actually. He was loving how the car felt. He doesn't have new tyres. He doesn't have anything like that. He's just getting out there. He set the car up to be as leery as possible. And he said he's out there and he's just loving life at the moment. Is that Spencer Stevenson with a little bit of a look up to inside the pole sitter? I tell you what, this is almost just like a complete reverse grid, isn't it? It's just throwing a cat amongst the pigeons, considering obviously it's a rearranged one. It's been brilliantly entertaining.
Well, and Dave Marshall really has almost gone from last, not quite to first, but he is up into the top 10 now from 17th on the grid, gets back ahead of Stevenson, and now has a renewed attack against Alex Kite. This is for 6th position, remember, as they storm across the timing line. Caton leads by 2.2 seconds, Redford second, Edmondson third. That was, I think, Spencer Stevenson giving the assist to Dave Marshall, and that worked well because they both got the momentum up the inside of Alex Kite, and Kite loses another 2 places.
Yeah, I think Kite's struggling, isn't he? I mean, we were always expecting him to be potentially a little bit slower on this track. I mean, as I said, he qualified 13th. He's not going to be front running, that's for sure. But I think he did do a decent shout there. He was gave himself an opportunity to put in some decent laps. He's probably learned a few things away from some of the other drivers as well, but a few too many slides like we've seen, a few too many sort of bullied out of positions. He did a good job, but realistically, I think we could always expect him. If he can stay inside the top 10, I think Alex Kite will be fairly happy.
Yes, I think so. Some more decent points would go his way. He's 11th in the championship at the moment, to put that into perspective. Dave Marshall is 10th in the championship, but running a lot quicker here today. Right then, ready for round, what are we on, round 3 or 4 now of this battle, I think, just within this race alone. We've got 6.25 minutes to go. And guess what? Josh Files and Max Edmondson are almost side by side again. Josh Files, all of a sudden, looks to be the quicker of the two, doesn't he? Once they've broken through the traffic, he looks able to really apply the pressure now to Max Edmondson. The slipstream will be helping him slightly, but where and when does he make his move? There's no doubt, though, Jack, with the situation in the points as it is, he has to try and make a move, and he has to do it in this race.
But that's what I think it is now. It's is why we know it's going to be so entertaining, isn't it? Because Max Edmondson, you know, in his head, he probably feels like he doesn't need to stress, he doesn't need to panic, but he doesn't really want to lose any points to a potential teammate. As someone who could come on in the championship, learning the car race by race, he knows he's going to finish the championship strong. Maybe this is the tipping point for Josh. Maybe he has finally sort of got to grips with the car fully. He understands it. Okay, there's a small mistake in there. But again, it's a big thing for him to learn, isn't it? That he can push on. And if he does get ahead of Edmondson and he strings in a decent weekend, 4 races that he could have this weekend. I mean, Edmondson, we saw smoke coming out of his car earlier on. And you could think, well, if that's a big problem, then that is a big problem. You know, it's not just race 1 that could have ruined. It could ruin all 4 here at Silverstone. And I think Edmondson will know that he needs to pick up as many points as he can. If he can outscore Josh Files, all the better. But realistically, Max will just be thinking about the championship points. Well, that's what he should be thinking about anyway.
Edmondson, it's worth pointing out as well, has had 1 non-finish already. Now, you dropped your 2 lowest scores over the course of the season, but none of those scores can be from the Silverstone decider. So realistically, it's this round or Thruxton, which you could drop if you were to have bad results. If Max were to have another non-finish, that really puts the pressure on him, whereas Files has finished every race so far this season and is dropping almost twice as many points as Edmondson is. So the drop score situation also coming into play a little bit here. Things just calming down ever so slightly now then as we move into the final third of the race, and Harvey Caton, who leads the way, I've just been reminded by Phil Kinch, has never won a race in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup so far anyway. He's got the lead by 2.6 seconds. Jack, what must be going through young Harvey's mind.
Well, 4 minutes is a lot longer in a race car when you're leading a race than 4 minutes when you're in second chasing down the lead. I can tell you that. I mean, I have to say I was never exactly a pro at leading races, as you well know. But it's one of those things where everything starts to struggle. Oh, yeah, 5-second penalty for Max Edmondson. Fastest lap of the race. That's not going to help him if he gets put back a couple of places.
Indeed so. 5-second penalty. We saw the warning for track limits excursions earlier on. He's now been given the penalty, and if he does it again, that 5 seconds becomes 10 seconds. In a field as evenly matched as this one, that could be absolutely crucial for him. So down towards Maggots and Beckett he goes. He's caught Will Redford, actually, and is battling now for second on track, but in reality, he is about 4th or 5th, I think, on corrected times. Takes a much tighter line through Beckett. Crucial now, Jack, that he gets this move done, gets in clean air, and gets his head down to try and build a buffer.
This is also fascinating because this is first and second, basically, from qualifying. So what with the race we'll see later on, separated by only 0.002 seconds were these two, and I'm not sure if Will Redford really felt like he had the race pace to completely keep doing those sort of laps, but he definitely had the qualifying pace on Max Edmondson. And Will Redford, the best thing that he can do is just put himself into really good, hard defensive positions and allow Josh Files to start having a nibble at Max Edmondson, because you know what? He's guaranteed to nibble.
Oh, and he is nibbling now. They're side by side again, I think, through Woodcote Corner, but they're going to get boxed in slightly here behind Redford, who is giving them both a bit of a slipstream. Files, though, has got his nose ahead and has the preferred inside line into Copse Corner. Edmondson will try and stand his ground, but Josh Files, already ahead of Edmondson on corrected times, is now ahead of him on the track. He squeezes Max over the exit curb. Dabbing of the brakes there for Redford. Look, he's a bit worried about pad knockoff, where he's rattled a curb somewhere, wants to make sure that the brakes will work when they get to Beckett's. That's Aidan Hassan, by the way, who has gone off, pulled off, not sure really. That's down at Brooklands, so yellow flags will be out at the end of this straight, and that takes away Edmondson's immediate opportunity anyway to retaliate.
And from Edmondson's point of view, that's a bit of a shame really, because it looked like Josh Files clattered the inside curb a little bit. I thought it might upset him mid-corner. Edmondson's potentially seen those yellow flags as he sort of dropped off a little bit more. Just make sure you get a smooth exit, make sure you get through the corner, get on the power nice and early and try and line it up going into Copse more than likely. It's all about the exit from here though, and that's why Edmondson is going so wide. He's going for that almost qualifying line, go for the late apex, straight in the car, nice and early on the power, and try and get the last couple of miles an hour out the car as they go into Copse and launch on the inside of Josh Files. But it all seems to be unravelling slightly for Max Edmondson.
Yes, it does. Well, how is this one going to pan out then? 2 more laps to go. Files has a chance here, doesn't he, if he gets past Redford, to put a couple of positions between himself and Max Edmondson, even before the time penalty is added. He's almost got the run down towards Beckett's again. Redford tapping the brake there, just doesn't have the confidence underneath him, does he, into the braking zones. He's snatched a brake now, going into Beckett's corner, and this is all bottling Files back up into Edmondson, who may or may not be aware about this penalty that he's already been handed. Out onto the Wellington straight we go then. The yellow flags may still be out, of course, down at Brooklands. That takes away really the best place that you can try and overtake around here, and that is good news if your name's Will Redford.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely good news. Harvey Caton, we mentioned before, is still doing a brilliant job. He's actually extended the gap, obviously, because these guys are fighting. But Harvey Caton, if you can see in his rearview mirrors that these guys are battling as close as they are, will be a breath of relief, I imagine, from his point of view. We could be seeing a first maiden win for Harvey Caton after we saw Will Redford take his maiden podium, maiden qualifying pole earlier on in the day. It's a good day to be sort of the underdog, let's face it. But Max Edmondson, Josh Files, that's the story we were probably going to go in with. That's probably the story we're going to have all the way through to the Silverstone decider, and it looks like this is almost like a taster of what's to come. Josh Files has got to grips with the car. Max Edmondson, a master of the car. Let's see who comes out on top.
Well, let's see what happens on this final lap then, because Edmondson will try to fight back here if he sees half an opportunity. He's right up onto the back of Josh Files as they turn through Beckett's. It looks as though those yellow flags will still be out. They're all wide over the curb at the exit of the corner. I'm guessing they're monitoring track limits there, and if they are, that could well mean that both drivers end up in a spot of bother by the end of the race. Down towards Brooklands we go. Are there still yellow flags out? I think there might be, because no one is hunting around to the inside either to attack or defend. The car and recovery vehicle still there on the outside of the road, so this likely will be the order in which they finish, unless Redford makes a mistake at Luffield, which he hasn't. Ahead of them, though, by over 4 seconds is Harvey Caton. Now, this has been a long time coming, but at last Harvey Caton is going to claim his first victory in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. The checkered flag flies, and Harvey Caton wins here at Silverstone. Second place will go to Will Redford, third Josh Files, and Max Edmondson fourth on the road. Will he be fourth on corrected times? This meanwhile is Dave Marshall up the inside of Alistair Camp, and he gets Camp on the line. 17th to 5th for Dave Marshall, a storming drive, and Dave will be very, very pleased with that. He doesn't benefit in the end from the penalty for Edmondson. On corrected times, actually, Dave Marshall is only a quarter of a second or so adrift of Max Edmondson, whilst Lewis Kent has snatched the fastest lap of the race. Now, we didn't really mention Lewis Kent in that race. He dropped all the way down to 17th place and must have had a drama somewhere along the line, but did manage to set the fastest lap of the... no, he didn't, actually. I think Edmondson is still showing the fastest lap on our timing screen, so we'll double check that. But anyway, Lewis Kent, unfortunately, slipping to the back of the field, along with, I think, Daniel Petters, who also hasn't yet seen the checkered flag. But apart from that, a very entertaining race, some fantastic action, in particular between Josh Files and Max Edmondson. Now, Edmondson will score how many points? Well, we'll get to that in a moment, I suppose. We'll get the abacus out, perhaps whilst Jack is chatting to our podium finishers. And the first of those racers that he will be chatting to is Harvey Caton, at long last a winner in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Second place goes the way of Will Redford, third Josh Files, and fourth Max Edmondson. So Files, in the end, only one place ahead of Max, but how crucial could that prove to be if he keeps on doing that until the end of the season? Dave Marshall, by the way, the leading FN2 car home, by a nose, having got past Alistair Camp on the very final corner of the very final lap of the race. Camp ends up 6th ahead of Spencer Stevenson, Alex Kite, Jack Riddell, and Wesley Swain in 10th. Then it was Mark Hughes, Gary Townsend, Jordan Brennan, and Jamie Petters in 14th position. 15th place went the way of Scott Smith. Then it was Harry England. Lewis Kent, with trouble of some sort, down in 17th place, stopping the season he would have been hoping for, has it. Aidan Hassan, meanwhile, retirement, so too Daniel Petters and William Butt, also failing to see the flag. So, Files for third place will pick up 13 points, I reckon. Edmondson will get 27, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap. So actually only 2 points gained in the end, I reckon, by Files over Edmondson. So provisionally, I think that will put him 34 points behind Max in the championship. Needs to really try and win a few races, doesn't he, Files? If Files could win a couple of races with Edmondson down in third, that's a 10-point gain every single time. That's the sort of performance that Josh needs in order to overhaul this advantage that Max Edmondson has built up mid-season. He's achieved that advantage by scoring 5 race victories already this year, Max. And Josh Files, conversely, with, I think I'm right in saying, just the 2. He got them both at Snetterton, didn't he, a little bit earlier on in the season. Right, we will hear from Jack Oliphant and our podium finishers hopefully in a minute or two. For now, we're going to take a very quick break from Silverstone. We'll be back with post-race reactions in just a few minutes' time.
Let it go.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Here we are then, the podium interviews for the round 8 of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. And I have to say, I'm delighted to say I'm with a maiden winner here, Harvey Caton. Biggest beam in Silverstone right now. That must be not only a relief, but just a buzz running through your body.
Oh, it's been so long since I've gotten a win. It's been 3 years since I've been in the championship, and we've tried so hard and worked so hard to get the car right, and it's finally worked out today, and by a big margin. So really happy about it, and yeah, adrenaline's starting to wear off now. So
you're starting to feel that sort of dump a little bit. Yeah, it's hard work, isn't it? But you have to pick yourself up because there's plenty more racing to be done. But let's focus a little bit more on this one, obviously. I mean, you said there was a big margin as we nearly get run over by a truck. 3.5 seconds by the end of it, but really it was never really that much in doubt, was it? I mean, 1.5 seconds when Will got into second, but it didn't really look like he was chasing you.
No, I mean, once I got past Alex, I saw the margin of the gap, and I was like, I know I can just ease it out through the race now and sail it home. I mean, and once I saw them battling, I knew it was like there was no turning back. Just make sure I made no mistakes, and yeah, brought it back, and just big smile on my face the whole way. So, real happy, yeah.
How nervous were you into the last sort of 4 minutes? Because I think that's when me and Andy was sort of like, oh, how's he going to start feeling now? Like, because it must be a bit hard work.
No, not really. I mean, because of the gap, I knew as long as I just took my time. I mean, I was really lifting back now, like not even 90%. Yeah, just my lap times weren't that good, but I didn't want to set a fastest lap, so just needed to bring it home safely and not damage the car or anything. So yeah.
Next race, you're starting in 4th as well, based on obviously qualifying from this morning. Less than a tenth of a second between the top 5 in qualifying. You got a race pace to be another winner here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll be a bit more of a battle in these next races, because I don't like sitting at the front, but for this race it was good. So hopefully there'll be some good battles for these next races, and maybe we can get some more podiums.
You may not like it, but you'll start being addictive. Don't worry, Harvey. Big congratulations on the race win. We'll get you your trophy in a minute. I'm going to bring in second place first, Will Redford. Not first, second even. That is the way that works. Numbers work. Will Redford, qualifying pole position. Obviously, we spoke to you a little bit earlier. My God, you had your work cut out for you then at the end.
Yeah, it was tricky. I was trying to hold on to Harvey at the start, and then I think from the midway of the race, sort of after, he started pulling the gap out, and after that I was just driving in my mirrors. I think the yellow flag at the end there sort of saved me from Josh, because it meant he couldn't overtake me into the one place he probably had his biggest chance. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm happy to take away a P2 after what's been a really tough season so far.
Do you feel like that's just a little bit of a sort of taste of what's to come for the next 3 races? Because obviously pole position is very impressive, but as you can see, pretty much anyone can win out there.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that we can find somewhere to sort of get that last little bit, otherwise Area are going to keep running away from it, and starting on pole is not going to make much difference, but I'm going to try my best, and we're going to have a look through the data and see what we can figure out.
You're definitely the front runner to take it to Area Motorsport. Big congratulations, Will, and we'll be chatting to you a little later on.
Thank you.
Right, the third place is Josh Files. Josh, come on in. Big congratulations on third place, and you don't even look like you've broken a sweat. I don't know how you do it. That looked like one of the most intense races I've ever seen.
It was great fun though, wasn't it? Me and Max had a good battle for 3 laps, I think, side by side.
It was literally 3 laps side by side. Andy was counting them.
Yeah, it was good fun. But do you know what I was just saying? It was really respectful. Everyone gave each other just the right amount of space. So it was going to be either a spicy race or a boring race. I'm glad it was a spicy race.
How spicy was it going through the first corner sideways?
We were just discussing whether I should dial it back. But do you know what? Now it's good at the end, so I'll keep it as it is.
Fully sent, innit?
Yeah, exactly.
What actually happened there? Because I thought it was a little. Did you just clatter the inside curb a little bit too much? Hook the wheel?
Basically, no. The car in front.
Damn, that's what I predicted.
I can't even remember who the car in front was, but they braked a bit more than I thought they were going to. I think it was Ali actually, so I had to dab the brakes at the last minute, which locked the rears, and it was sideways before it even entered the corner.
See, this is why they bring Paul O'Neill in for the Sunday. But as you said, massively fun, massively enjoyable. Obviously, from a championship perspective as well, Max Edmondson getting a 5-second penalty, which you probably didn't know from about 5 minutes from the end.
I knew because there was a board outside.
Oh, did they tell him?
So I was actually dubious whether I go for the move on Max or not, but I thought, no, I'll do it anyway.
I was hoping they'd keep that in just to make sure that you just, go for it.
No, it's a bit of an odd one, though, because I think, we were side by side a lot of it, so I feel like he might be hard done by, but, I don't have to fight it. So, but yeah, I don't even know if it changed positions much for him anyway, because we had a bit of a gap to sort of fit.
It did when it first got bought out, obviously, but then obviously ended up back down there anyway. I'm not entirely sure. But from a championship perspective, there was 30-odd points between you two. Every little helps now. Surely you just got to take every single win ahead of him is a win to you.
Yeah, ultimately, but there's still a long season left. We've got 3 more races here yet. So yeah, Max will just have to watch his mirrors.
I look forward to it. I'll be watching the stream. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Josh Fells, in the third place. Now, the Diamond Goodyear Award Trophy went to Mr. Mark Hughes, who's been waiting in the wings patiently while I've been chatting to everybody else. Mark, a big congratulations there. Talk us through your race. I'll be honest, we were sort of so caught up with that fight for about 3rd, 2nd and 4th that we didn't really see that much, I'll be honest. So talk us through it.
It was a good race, slow start. My target was Mr. Townsend, who was behind me, but just got by me on the start, had a shocking start. And then as I seemed to pick up pace, I was getting slowed up, and then he just went, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. And then managed to pick my pace up, keep the consistency coming, and caught him up on the last lap and overtook him. So I'm chuffed to bits. But I must reiterate what Josh said, which is race respect around here is unbelievable. Everyone's giving you space and not hitting into you. It's fantastic.
I was going to say, because drivers love Alton Park for good reason, and they love Snetterton and places like that. But Silverstone, it just, with the extra runoff, it just gives you that little extra bit of insurance to just go for the move and know that there's going to be enough space.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't agree with Alton Park. I just don't gel with it.
You don't like it?
No, I like it as a track, but I just can't seem to gel the car and the track. Yeah. It's so heavy on the brakes, but here it's a lovely flowing track. Especially the last section, it's critical if you've got to get your braking right and turning right.
Well, it's obviously been a bit of a favourite here, Silverstone, for you. Are you glad that you were going to the international circuit? Have you ever driven it?
Yeah, driven both. And obviously last year I had a massive crash here, which set me back and lost me the Goodyear Diamond Championship because it literally nearly wrote my car off. So I'm pleased I've got round and I finished, and there was no incidents and no hits. So yeah, I'm happy.
And taking the trophy as well. Big congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Right, and last but not least is Spencer Stevenson, the Paul Winfield Trophy. Spencer, come on in. I mean, that was a hard race, but you were almost like a spectator to what we saw for most of the race there. I mean, were you just waiting for it to go boom and then you take advantage?
Yeah, I thought I could pick up the pieces, but no, they kept it nice and clean. There wasn't too much contact. So yeah, they drove away a little bit, but make some changes for the next one, I think, and yeah, go from there, I think.
Well, it did look like he had decent pace, not quite there. What are the changes that you're thinking might have to occur? Is a little bit too much bite, a little bit too much rear end?
Yes, very loose at the minute, struggling with the rear end a bit, so we'll have a look at that. But yeah, we're nearly there, but just need that extra little bit.
Fantastic. Well, big congratulations on the Paul Winfield Trophy. Right, so we are going to go to the lunch break because you can probably hear that there's no cars out there on the circuit. If you want to catch up with more Miltech Sports Civic Cup, then by all means go to their social media sites and everything like that. But I believe Richard John Neal is going to take us for a pit walk after this short break.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and after knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
Just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
One of the big pleasures for me in racing is the people that I get to work with. My F4 co-commentator Phil Glue is here. Different hat, Phil, isn't it? You're working with our racing?
Yeah, certainly am. I've been coaching for that team since they started. We sort of all we're doing is developing drivers ready for their future, their next step of the ladder in this sport, whether it's single seaters, whether it's GTs, whatever it is. And that's the most enjoyable part is trying to plan their careers, plan their sort of future, but teach them how to drive a Ginetta Junior, which after all these years of doing this, of coaching in juniors, it's amazing how much you can teach them for the future. You've only got to look at the history of drivers, you know, like Lando, like Freddie that we had last year. It just shows the standard, and even drivers that sort of don't quite win the championship or finish, you know, anyway in the top 10, they always end up making a career in the sport because these cars are so difficult to drive, being a road tyre, and it just takes so much effort and work and hard work from them, hard work from the team and the coaching side to sort of make them as good as they are.
I mean, we're in August now, so a lot of people see that as being halfway through the season. We are getting near towards the end of it, are they? I'm guessing people now come and talk to you about this time of the year for next year.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, to be honest, we're testing drivers for 2 years' time now. 12-year-olds are starting to sort of think about getting, you know, prepped for Ginetta Juniors. and obviously for next year as well for the 13-year-olds and you know that sort of age bracket. And it's exciting. Every year we sort of start again quite earlier and earlier, ready for the following year. And this time I think it was sort of starting in March, April time, ready for the following season. And it's every year I'm like, oh, we're going again, are we? And it's hard because you're teaching the drivers that have now are winning races, and then you've got to get in a car the following day with someone that you've got to teach to pull away, change gear and all that. And it's just the variety of coaching in this job is the bit that makes it so interesting, keeps you going year after year.
So much better than when I was a kid, and I think there was no car racing for juniors. It was all karting before we had T cars, which was really a game changer. I don't like the term game changer, but it was.
Yeah, it certainly is. The Ginetta Junior Championship's been around a few years now. I got involved back in 2013, I think. So over 10 years I've been doing this with different teams. Jack Mitchell was actually the one that I first coached to the championship, who beat Lando to the championship. So he's still earning a living in motorsport. And after that, we've had I think I've had about 6 or 7 champions now over the last 10 years, which is fantastic. It's great to sort of it's what gives you the buzz. It's what keeps you going. I was always into winning when I was racing, and it's the same with this. I'm just trying to make winners and professional drivers out of this category.
What's the dynamic like of this weekend? Obviously, we had the G-Fest at Anglesey, which was away from British GT, where these guys and girls get to ply their trade. And you're on a BRSCC meeting here at the Silverstone National. Is it a different feeling for the drivers and yourself?
Not really, because we're sort of stuck in the data room and going through video and giving them all the information we can. So really, that part of the job is completely the same as any weekend. The only difference is slightly less busy, which to be honest is nicer for us. We can get around the paddock easier. And yeah, it's just doing the same job. We're obviously on the national circuit, which is only 4 corners, which again brings the whole grid a lot closer together. Last time we were on the GP circuit, so it's now sort of fine tuning each corner, but you can do it a lot quicker. You can sort of do a lap a lot quicker. Obviously, it's a short lap, and you can sort of keep practicing and teaching them. And sometimes we sit with them. We're getting to that point now where we're sort of just we're coaching from the outside. We're doing a lot of video and a lot of data, and that's when it really starts to get to the nitty-gritty parts of the job.
I'm glad the weekend's going to be just as busy for you as normal. Have a good one, and thanks for the chat. Very, very insightful.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Racing around about half an hour away here at Silverstone. Blue skies still with us, which is great. A little bit of cloud cover, lovely bit of breeze. So it's actually pretty much the perfect sort of day that you want to be at a racetrack. Nice and quiet now, as you can hear, and an opportunity to do a little bit of a grid walk. Hopefully we're going to have the opportunity to talk to 3 or 4 people from the Ginetta Junior paddock. Obviously the BRSCC run the Ginetta Formula now. They're very welcome to race with us at the club, but we don't see them too often at what we would call our club meetings. Obviously we covered the G-Fest on Anglesey a few weeks ago and had a great time there. Wish the weather had been like this one, but unfortunately it wasn't. That one a standalone event entirely for Ginetta. Now they join us with the Fiesta Juniors, the Audi TTs, and of course the TCRs and Civic Cup. So what we're going to do is have a little look down and maybe talk to some of the characters that might be new to the championship. You can see here we've got the Pace Performance team garages just in front of us. We caught up with some of the Pace guys last time out on the G-Fest, but what I'm going to do is go down to the next garage down where you can just see the nose of the 31 car poking out. And this is the McKenna driver development team, basically a new team for this year. So I'm going to see if we can get Scott McKenna out and grab a word with Scott, and also Felix Livesey, who's one of the drivers. Let's see. Scott is actually all ready. I think I probably need to be in the sun, do I, Shane, for the interview? Let's get Scott just doing himself up. Do the hair, do the biz, all sorted out. Good to see you. Lovely to see you, and thanks for agreeing to have a little bit of a chat with us. Wonderful to see McKenna driver development in the paddock, and a service that you can offer a team, having been there, done it, and done it well.
Absolutely, we're coming at this from a completely different sort of direction in comparison to a lot of these teams. We have, like you've just said, I've driven, I've only driven, I'm not a mechanic, and I understand what it takes and what we require as drivers to do well and succeed in what we're trying to do, especially with junior formulas such as the Ginetta Junior Championship. So we're offering a lot more than just what the usual race team would offer. We're really, the clue's in the title really, we're really trying to dial in on the driver development side. Each junior driver comes from very different backgrounds. Karting is the usual, but I didn't come from karting. And we seemed to do all right when we jumped in a Ginetta Junior back when I was 15, as you'll probably remember. So like I said, I understand what it takes, and I'm absolutely loving it. I think I get as much enjoyment out of this as I do driving. And that goes without saying, I do get to still do a bit of driving on the side, so I get to scratch that itch.
In terms of the enjoyment, for me, being on the journalistic side, it's always been about the people. Whatever sport I cover, as long as the people are great, I'll carry on working on it and go away with a smile on my face at the end of the day. And the paddocks that we have motorsport-wise, whether it's club racing or GT, touring cars or whatever, always full of great people like yourselves who come in and enjoy it. So is that the same for you?
Absolutely. This is the Ginetta Junior Championships. It's quite homely to me. It was my birth into the sport. I'd never been on a grid before Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit that year. It was beyond the deep end, but that was where I started, and it's all snowballed from there. So this feels so comfortable for me. It's very much a case of stick to what you know, and we've done that. And like you say, the people in the championship, and actually this paddock this weekend is great. We've spread across a few different sort of packages this year. Some weekends with the British GT, and that's an incredible paddock now, as you'll see. That's grown and shot through the roof. But this weekend's fantastic. Everyone's friendly. We're all here to enjoy it. That's why we're here. We're trying to give the kids the best chance possible as teams, which all these teams are doing a very good job of. It's very competitive, as it always has been. And that constant chase for another 10th and another 10th, it'll be the same next year. That chase will always be there, but in the meantime, like you said, just enjoy what we're doing. We're very lucky to do what we do. And as long as the people are nice in this pit lane, then I'll be sticking around for a long, long time.
I think the people skills, you know, certainly my mum and dad were sociable people. I know your family are as well. My first encounter with you guys was learning all about the ice driving. Is that still going on?
It is, so that's me and my brother now. We've sort of umbrellaed that under the race team. We still offer that service.
So, you know, I sort of label it generically ice, but tell us about what sort of things you do.
So it sounds a little bit far-fetched, but the lakes in Scandinavia, Sweden and Norway predominantly, they freeze enough to the point you can drive a car on them. It snows, of course. We take a big tractor with a big snow plough, we carve out a race circuit, and we take cars and go and practice the relevant techniques and sort of ways of driving that can be directly applied to what we're doing with Ginetta Juniors, our G56 GTAs, the GTP, and any other cars that our customers are driving, front-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. We try and cover everything. It's very much car dynamics based, very much car control focused, because that's the true base of a drive, a racecraft, the knowledge of putting together a race weekend. That comes after. You need a very good base of how to drive a car first. Everything else seems to be a bolt-on. And that's the sole main focus of what we do out in Norway. So yeah, 2 weeks in February, we'll be there, praying that the ice doesn't break, which it hasn't yet, thank goodness. Enjoying some snow and some and a huge lack of grip on circuit, a lot more than we ever experience here.
It sounds like great. We look forward to seeing that. If you need anyone to help on the media side, give us a shout. That would be pretty cool. In terms of the driving career, was it a soul-searching or much soul-searching to move from driving into the management side?
It happened very naturally, actually. The race team came about through driver coaching. That's always something that I've been very, very passionate about, and something that I get so much from is transferring what I've learnt and the experiences I've been through onto especially young drivers, or even club drivers like some of the guys here this weekend who are really competitive. I get a lot from the driver coaching, obviously driving, that's why I do it in the first place. I just love driving, love competing, and like I said, the team came around very, very naturally, and seemed to be like I said, a very natural way, a natural path for myself and my brother to end up heading into, to be honest. And like I mentioned earlier, I absolutely love it. And it's only year one. We're scratching the surface. We seem to be the first here at the circuit, the last here at the circuit at the minute, trying to catch up these years and years and years of knowledge, skills, and sort of wisdom that some of these teams have is incredible. And 1% better every day. That's the aim. 1% better every day. And if we keep doing that, we carry on with that, we'll get there eventually. We'll just enjoy and trust in the process for now, and we'll get there eventually.
So who have you got in the driving seats with you this weekend?
So this weekend we've got Felix Livesey and James Ellis, two of our juniors. So James Ellis, very, very new to the sport, no karting background like myself, and Felix Livesey, the exact same sort of background, but this being his second year in the junior championship. So I started working with Felix midway through last year, made some rapid progress, and we've come into this year in a much stronger position, just still chipping away and learning what is really the basics of motorsport that he hasn't had from karting, which can be done. It worked for me, it's worked for others, and like I said, we'll get there. There's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. It's not just the race weekend, it's not just testing, it's mindset, it's fitness, it's lifestyle. There's so much more to it, as a lot of these driver coaches know in the paddock and myself, than just pressing some pedals and turning a steering wheel. So really working closely with James and Felix this year, and we're making a lot more than 1% progress every day at the minute. And all year we've seen huge improvements. We've seen multiple freshman podiums from James, which is incredible really, considering the lack of experience he's got, but he's an intelligent driver, very, very hungry, and the same goes for Felix. He's an intelligent young man and extremely passionate, and as a driver coach, as much as a team owner and manager, that's what I need and look for. As a coach, I just need to see a little bit of fire in the belly and some intelligence, and we can work with that, nurture that, and hopefully take these guys on to be successful drivers further down the line.
Forward to that. I think we're going to grab Felix and have a word with him. Shall we usher him over, if you would? Yeah, thanks very much. Interesting to talk, isn't it? Get that team perspective. Felix joining us. Just looking at Felix's results over the course of the season, actually had his best result last time out. The cars were at Snetterton, last time that we saw them, and grabbed a 7th position. So here comes Felix. Good to see you. We were going to do a pre-record earlier on, but you get lumbered with the live interview instead, Felix. And I was just saying to the viewers, we're coming here. I think your best result, 7th position at Snetterton last time out?
I believe so, yeah. It was a good weekend, definitely made some improvements as a team, and hoping to build on that this weekend.
So tell us about how you got involved, first of all, what attracted you to Ginetta, and what's the process for a young driver coming from your background? What is your background, first of all?
So there's never really any karting involved. It was family racing. You know, my dad drove a lot of his life. I sort of always tagged along, and then he knew some people that were involved. We went for a test day, loved it, and never really looked back since.
Now you're costing him a lot of money.
Unfortunately.
But it is a good family thing, isn't it? I mean, obviously you enjoy the driving and the testing and everything else, and for a young person like yourself, it will be, or most likely to be, a career.
I'd like to think so, yeah. I think most of us here will end up in the sport for a long time.
How does it sit with education? What are you doing studies? Well, obviously summer holidays at the moment, but once we're in term time, what is he doing? What level are you at?
I've just finished high school. I'll be going to Loughborough for Motorsport UK Academy. So I'll be able to focus on studies and racing at the same time, and hopefully the two can run side by side.
When you're in the school environment, were the school funny about going racing, or were they sort of accepting that it was going to be your future path?
No, I was very lucky in that sense. They always let me have time off, very supportive. Yeah, they were a big help.
How did you make the link up with McKenna driver development?
So my dad knew his dad, and we sort of hit a brick wall last year in coaching. So put us in touch with Scott and Ben. They started coaching, we started making improvements, and as the sort of season went on, we thought we could do this quite well, maybe on our own, and we just decided to have a go at it. Last 2 rounds last year, made a lot faster improvements than we actually expected, and then we've carried it through to this year, and hopefully for a long time to come.
It's great that you can come Ginetta racing without years and years of karting under your belt. It's a lot of people think, oh, we can't do that because we haven't done it. But there's people in this paddock. Interviewed another guy this morning in Audis. You know, he's done a little bit of corporate karting and come racing. It is doable, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's not the easiest way forward necessarily. It's a very steep learning curve, very fast, but it's absolutely doable.
And in terms of, obviously, this meeting probably, some people refer to it as a clubby. It's a great meeting. It's TCR. We've got Hondas. We've got some fantastic BRSCC formulae, but normally part of the British GT paddock, and there's some incredible machinery and some terrific drivers in that package.
Absolutely. I think it's a different paddock. It's a different sort of experience, maybe a lot more relaxed. Obviously, nice to be in the garages. It's nice. It's good stuff to watch, though. Absolutely.
Qualifying, how did that go this morning?
Not as planned. We had some problems. Literally, we were running up this morning and some things broke, which really wasn't ideal. It cost us a bit. So starting not anywhere near where we should be, but we've got 3 races that we can absolutely make progress with.
That's good. I won't keep you from your lunch. Felix, thank you for having a chat. Lovely to see you, and great to chat with you. I hope you see you on the podium sometime soon. Felix Livesey with the McKenna Driver Developments team. We're going to have a little move on. We're now at Fox Motorsport, and Fox have been around in the championship for a good while as well. Going to see if we can have a word with Colin Cronin. We did catch up with him very briefly in our lunchtime. It was wet and drizzly on Anglesey by the simulators. You can still check out that chat. Let's see if Colin is here. I might have to go inside, so bear with me if we do it. Colin's here. We'll get you out into the sun, Colin. Great to see you. How are you? Well, I was just saying to the viewers, I think we had a brief chat, didn't we, at Anglesey? Yeah, was it when we were hovering by the simulator?
No, that wasn't me, no. That was after qualifying, I think.
All right, so first of all, this weekend, how's it gone?
Not very good compared to Saturday. We've gone backwards a little bit, but in going into race 1 now, hopefully we can find a bit of speed again.
What sort of things, is it yourself, is it car, a bit of both?
Struggling in the first sector, really, and it's just, I just really can't get it together yet. I hadn't been here before this weekend, so it's kind of still a little bit of learning, and that's
it can make a big difference, can't it, to a driver when you come to the track for the first time. I'm guessing you do some sim practice?
Yeah, I've done the GP circuit. All that's really different is the second corner down there. It's just, it hasn't really clicked yet, but yeah, I do a lot of sim work at home, maybe an hour or 2 every evening, maybe.
That was going to be my question. Now, how much time do you spend on it? And for anyone who's aspiring to come in and might have the same sort of sim equipment, what sort of rig do you have? What spec?
I have a Fanatec wheel. I don't know what it is. Like, I wouldn't know what's the difference.
Just what got thrown at you?
Literally, whatever got thrown at me.
And do you compete in sim racing as well? I've started doing a bit of sim commentary. Most sim commentators are now youngsters who want to get in to do what I do, and I seem to be regressing, and I'm doing a little bit of sim. But I love it. It's a great community.
No, I haven't started any sim racing yet. No, I haven't really got myself involved in that really, but you never know. I might get into it soon enough, maybe.
So the access tells us that you're from Northern Ireland?
No, I'm from Ireland.
From Southern Ireland? Well, you can give me a smack for that one. Whereabouts in Southern Ireland?
Cork, right at the bottom.
Lovely piece of Ireland, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice enough, I guess. I wouldn't really know because I'm there so much, I guess.
So have you raced at Mondello? That would be the quick question. Have you done, because there is a junior championship over there?
No, never done it in car race. I'd done a kart race there once, like ages ago. Yeah, like 4 years ago or something.
So coming from Cork, logistically, how difficult is it taking part in a national championship? Because I'm guessing obviously the car is looked after by Fox, but then you've got to travel to test, to coach, and then to come over for the meetings. Is that a bit of a chore?
No, it's not that bad because the airport's only really like an hour away, and it's around an hour. It's an hour flight over, and normally it's like an hour to the track. So I guess not much difference to people who are driving sometimes because you can get quite close to the airports and all that.
I was just chatting to Felix Livesey, and he was talking about studies. He's off to Loughborough University. How are your studies? Whereabouts are you in the scheme of things?
I'm going into 5th year, which I don't know what that would be in English terms really. A year away from leaving cert, so another 2 years in school.
And what will be the plan after leaving current school?
I never thought about it really. I don't really know what I'm going to do yet. I haven't really thought about anything yet.
It's nice if you've got a plan. Equally, it's nice if you can sort of find your way as you go along. I'm guessing you wouldn't say no to being a professional racing driver.
Oh, obviously not. That's obviously the dream, but we'll see how it goes, I guess, in the next few years.
Ireland's produced some fantastic drivers over the years. Some recently, we got the likes of Alistair Kellett, who races here at club level, leading the Fiesta Championship, who's doing a great job. Who are your heroes from Ireland in terms of racing?
I don't really know. There's not much. I guess like Matt Griffin and that. Who else would there be? Well, I guess I follow my brother in rallying a lot. That's mainly where I wasn't really into track when I was younger. Mostly watching like rallying and things like that. That was really all I've ever watched. I've only really getting into watching track really in the last few years.
Is rallying something that might beckon for you as well?
Ideally, it would be track, stay on the track, but you never know if it all goes really badly, then might go into rallying, you'll see.
That'll be good. Colin, thanks for having a little chat with us, really appreciate it. Good luck with the racing, and we'll see you on the podium real soon, I hope. Colin Cronin there with Fox Motorsport. We're going to have a little look down. Some of the pre-records that we did this morning featured our racing. Phil Glue, who's my ITV colleague, does co-commentary with me on F4, is one of the driver coaches with our racing. That one goes up a level. Look at the little backlit signage that we've got at the back there. We've also done an interview with Chase Fernandez, which is a pre-record, and hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with that over the course of the weekend. So, our racing, please forgive me for walking past right now on the live one, but we have got interviews in the can with you. Next up is E3 Sport, which is Jim Edwards Jr.'s team, and we've got a couple of drivers we want to talk to, one of which is Jude Peters, and then the coach, Charlie Robertson. We'll get Jude over first of all, and I think we might wrap up with Charlie Robertson a little bit later on. And Jude, the reigning Ginetta scholar. And I'm not doing the scholarship this year, so they've all got pressure off. They'll probably have someone they know this year. But how's the scholarship year gone so far, Jude?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, we've just been learning the whole time, being our first season of any racing at all. So just been slowly progressing as much as we can. Last weekend at Snetterton was a big learning weekend with lots of stuff going wrong. But feels like we've bounced back a little bit for Silverstone, and we've got our best quality results so far. So it's been good this weekend so far.
Congratulations on that. I'm going to take a step back because it's difficult for somebody coming into Ginetta racing. And Ginetta, as a scholar, they'll pick someone who, you know, we always hear the argument, oh, so-and-so's not going to win because they're already doing the championship. We know that's nonsense because Robert De Haan won it one year. He was already doing the championship. They pick the best person out of the 3 days to come and do it. But inevitably, there can be maybe a driver who's done some karting, done quite a few days testing, and then when you get to the circuit, you have a rookie championship, and we still have a rookie championship in Ginetta. And then a lot of people used to say to me, well, there are rookies and there are rookies. Now, Ginetta have listened to that, haven't they? And they've brought out the freshman category this year. Yeah. And I think you're the leader of that?
Yeah, I'm not sure so far because I think someone else has joined it and they might be a bit ahead of me after Snetterton. But I think with drop rounds, yeah, we might be at the lead of that, and I'm hoping to continue that because it's for people that haven't done any karting and have done nothing before this. So yeah, it's a great category for me to be in.
It's great that Ginetta, you know, are aware of what's going on and brought that in. So we've got the overall, and you can still be a rookie and win overall, but to bring in a knowledge freshman who are new to the championship, it means it's inclusive for drivers with all experience.
Yeah, for sure. It's when you're coming up against people with huge amounts of experience who have won karting championships and have a lot more experience than I do, being, you know, kind of starting racing when I was 12, 13 on the sim, and now coming into it for the first time at 15 years old. It's definitely challenging coming up against all those people with the amount of experience that they have, but yeah, the freshman category gives you some acknowledgement against the people that have similar experience to you, really.
This weekend, I think the first time we've seen the juniors with the Fiesta Juniors, and I think you tested with a Fiesta Junior a couple of times. So what are your thoughts? You know, you're the one person we can get a valid opinion from on the difference between the two types of car.
Yeah, I mean, I did quite like the Fiesta. I think I did a day at Blyton, and yeah, it's a very different car. Obviously, being front-wheel drive, much bigger and heavier. But yeah, I gelled with the Ginetta quite well, and that's what allowed me to win the scholarship, and yeah, thankfully we were able to go down this path as well.
As scholar winner, yourself and your family, I think, got to choose which team you went with, so you've gone with E3 Sport. Tell us a little bit about the thinking behind that decision.
Yeah, so we did one day before the scholarship, and we did it with them. We met them at an event that they were doing with the Ginetta, and Chase, it was Chase's car there, and we met Jim, who runs the team, and got on really well with them. I got on well with Chase. And yeah, that was the main decision, and the reason for going with them is, you know, we got on with them and we'd had experience with them before.
It's all going well, enjoying the racing. The circuits are fantastic, aren't they? The cars are great too. Expectation for this weekend?
I'd like to just continue where we're building on now. So starting to really solidly get into the top 10, and P6, P5 in quali, we're up there with the people that, you know, are really good and they've had lots of experience. So I'm hoping to just kind of maintain my position or maybe pick up a few if there's a little bit of argy-bargy ahead. But yeah.
Nice one. Jude, I'll let you get on with your preparations for the first race. Thanks for having a chat with us. Good to see you. We're going to drag Charlie Robertson over. Charlie, a long-term Ginetta person, away doing his own things these days. Charlie, good to see you.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you for asking. First person to ask today, brownie points for Charlie. Polite young man, comes from Surrey, near to where I live. The nicer part rather than the Croydon bit, but there we go. So you're still involved with Ginetta in coaching and other, but moved away doing your own thing this year. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so I've raced Ginettas for a number of years. Came through the juniors, Super Cup, and ended up working there for 6-7 years, racing all over the world. But I just thought it came to the time where I wanted to try and fly the nest and go alone, really. So, yeah, racing British GT this season in a BMW, which is cool. Doing well. Had a little bit of bad luck along the way, but picked up a first win at Snetterton last time out. So that was nice. It felt like a long time coming. A lot of hard work has gone into it with my teammate Ravi. He's done really well, driving the car nicely. He's really clicking with it now. So we're happy. But I always keep in touch with the juniors, coaching Jude, who I met probably this time last year, and ultimately he won the scholarship and is now cutting his teeth in the junior championship, which is hard, as you know, as you've commentated on it for many years. He's doing really well now. He's had his best qualifying in the season, 6th today, 5th tomorrow. So hopefully he can fight right up at the front this weekend.
Look forward to seeing that. Great that he's got someone with your experience who's come through the ladder successfully to guide him along the way. And you're also, as you mentioned, helping Ravi. That's Ravi Ramyid. He's another Ginetta graduate, isn't he? Not from the juniors, but came through GRDC.
He came through, yeah, the GT Academy series the last 2 years. So he won the rookie series in year 1, and then graduated to the non-rookies for the year 2. Was in the title fight until the last race of the season and missed the title by a point. So he's had a real racing education the last couple of years with Ginetta. Set him up so well to jump into British GT and be able to fight up at the front straight away. You know, there's some real great Ginetta graduates in that series. And it shows that, you know, whether it's juniors or the GT Academy series, they make the best drivers and drivers that can go on to challenge at world level. For example, Darren Leung, who came through the same category and is challenging up in WEC for BMW. So, yeah, ultimately, this is where the drivers earn their stripes and then progress through motorsport from here.
Do you coach Ravi or just driving with him?
I coached him for the last 2 years, and so this year he gave me the opportunity to drive with him. So it was nice to jump in alongside, and he's repaid me for a lot of the hard work that we put in together, and offered me a drive this season. So it's fantastic.
Obviously, there's a lot of guidance and things looked at on track with how you do and how he does. How much coaching goes into mindset moving up into British GT for him?
I think that's one of the biggest parts of it. Ultimately he can drive, and when he naturally lets the driving do the talking, he's super quick. It's then just about managing your head over the weekend, because you go into practice and then the car in quali trim is so different to the car you'll drive in the race. You know, you have new tyres, low fuel, whereas the car you get in the race isn't new tyres and it's got 110 litres of fuel. So you kind of drive the car in so many different guises that it's kind of not looking at the timesheets too much on the practice sessions, trusting you feel the balance and the car's correct. And then so when you get into the race, even if we're starting 5th or 6th, we know we've had a good race car throughout all the year. And Snet really proved that. We started 5th. He had a great first stint, came in 3rd, and then handed over to me. And then I just had to pick off a couple of drivers, Seb Morris being one of them, who was, my old junior rival from when I raced them in 2011 in Ginetta Juniors. So, yeah, it's been good this season to see that side of it. British GT is such a challenge from that perspective, and adds so many different dynamics to a race weekend. So, yeah, it's been cool.
You're not an old hand by any stretch of the imagination. That lies with us commentators, but there are a lot of young youngsters coming in. I wonder whether the likes of you and Ravi, do you sort of do sim prep?
A lot of sim prep. Yeah. I think now more than ever, the simulator side of it has become such a huge element of it. So, yeah, I think the simulator side, we probably do 1,000 laps of each track before we get there. So, yeah, and race each other on them as well, so we can understand the racing opportunities at each circuit before we get there.
Preparation is key. I'm going to let you carry on with your preps. We've done our prep for the lunch break. Charlie, thank you so much for having a chat with us. Charlie Robertson there, getting on with his preparation with E3 Sport and Jude Peters. Time now to hand up to the commentary box and ready to resume racing. Here's Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. Sterling work as always, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing some of the BRSCC action to come a little bit later on today and through the weekend here on the Silverstone National Circuit. We've got the cars out on the grid though for our first race this afternoon. It's the first of 7 races this afternoon with the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy kicking off the action with a 45-minute pit stop race, and from there sprint racing throughout, with racing from the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, the Ginetta Juniors making a very exciting appearance on this bill this weekend, with the Fiesta Juniors coming up straight after that. So if you're wanting to scout for some talent of the future, then that's a good pair of races to be watching. Then the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, TCR UK qualifying, racing to come later on today, with the Miltech Sports Civic Cup rounding out the day's action. This then is the grid for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. As always, it's a big grid. We had 35 cars qualifying earlier on this morning, and the fastest of them all was car number 77, a Mazda MX-5, shared by Rob Boston and Sam Reuter, a highly modified Mazda MX-5, that is a very quick one as well. And alongside them will be Feroz Bilamoria in the VW Scirocco. They run in classes B and A respectively. Then a whole host of Class B cars. Andrew Dyer's Audi TT starts from 3rd alongside Mike Parsons in the VW Golf on row number 2. Kevin Sterling starts on the inside of row number 3 in his Renault Clio, and then the number 14 car, Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler in their Ford Fiesta ST150. Martin Cully is 7th on the grid alongside Mark Jones, Seat Leon and Civic Type R, and then Steve Wood and Kieran Power in their pair of BMW Z4s will complete the top 10. All of those cars from 3rd down to 10th on the grid, all running in Class B. Then the first of the Class C cars is the MG ZS, number 49 of Simon Byrne and Ryan Firth. They will have David Cox's VW Golf GTI alongside them. Then 13th on the grid, Chris Murphy in a Z4, and Graham Price, 888 in the Renault Megane, sharing that row with him. Row 8 is where we find Stephen Harrison and Paul Fenning, Honda S2000. Don't see so many of those out on the grid these days. And the Mazda RX-8, likewise, actually Fenning alongside. Row 9 for David May's Nissan 370Z. Now, that car should be a lot further up the grid. Only completed 1 flying lap in qualifying, so it should be a lot further up the field than that, and usually is a contender for race wins, although it has been a bit fragile in the past. Andrew Stevens, meanwhile, is the Class D pole sitter in his Mini Cooper, starting from 18th, in fact 17th on the grid, because it doesn't look like David May's car was showing on that grid graphic, so maybe they've had to withdraw, unfortunately. Then we will have from 19th on the grid, Craig Emerson in his Class C BMW, and Adam Radford in the BMW Z4. Now that's a Class B car, should be a bit further up the order than that, really. Then Sergei Miniev starts the number 79 BMW next, alongside the number 4 of Stephen Harrison and Daniel Hawkes-Reed. Their Renault Clio will be lining up alongside them. Then Brendan Murphy's BMW Compact has Christian Goodall in his Honda Civic Type R for company, and then row number 13 will be shared by the Dukes in their BMW Z4, number 177, Darren and Joseph Dukes, and the number 93 car shared by Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce, BMW Compact for company there too. Row 14 then for the number 283 car, that's Chris Stone's Civic Type R and EP3 Civic Type R, and then number 22, which is Chris Fantana and Nick Ramsden together on the next row of the grid. The top 30, meanwhile, completed by number 241, Matt Massey and Barry Cully in his Seat Leon Cupra Cup car. Will Gallagher's Mark III Toyota MR2 has a similar car, actually, of Andrew Weston alongside him on row 16. Row 17 then for Liam Cochrane and Stephen Watson. And David May showing at the back of the grid, but whether... Now, he might actually be moved to the back of the grid, perhaps because he only completed... well, officially 2 laps, so an out lap and a single flying lap. You have to have completed 3 laps, remember, within that qualifying session in order to be qualified to race. And so I wonder whether, because he only did 2 laps, he's been told he has to start from the back. We'll see whether the usually very rapid Nissan 370Z is able to take the starts. We'll have to wait quite a long time for the whole field to cycle through, but hopefully we will have that car out on circuit. So the green flag lap, as you can see, has started. We've got the Rob Boston number 77 car that he shares with Sam Reuter on pole position. Now, I haven't been notified of any start drivers for this race, so we'll be making it up as we go along a little bit as to who is in the car. We'll try and figure it out once we do get the race underway, but that only, of course, applies for the 2 driver entries. It's a 45-minute race with a pit stop window that goes from the 15th to the 30th minute, so the middle 15 minutes, if you like. That is when the pit lane is open. Every car must pit during that pit window, regardless of whether they intend to change drivers or not. So even the single driver entries do have to make a mandatory pit stop. So the cars then run 2 by 2 down the Wellington Straight in front of what is always a very busy BRDC grandstand, and very shortly they'll be under starters' orders then for a 45-minute race that will begin, new for 2024, this in Club Sport Trophy, with a rolling start. My name's Andy McEwen, here in the commentary box, delighted to be joined for all BRSCC content today by Richard John Neal, who's just preparing his notes alongside me ahead of what, as I said, will be a very, very lively race, I am sure, Richard, and the Club Sport Trophy. The great thing about this series is there is always a battle somewhere to watch out for.
Yeah, there is. Am I on? Can you hear me? Where are we? Here we go, I'm on. Thank you. Yeah, that always. There is a great battle and a great lineup of completely different looking cars. Firo's Billamori had a brake leak, by the way, in qualifying. It lost him around about a 10th. Ruined his wheels, the fluid on the wheels.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
appearance-wise or damaged them?
Appearance-wise. I think damage-wise he was okay.
Right.
But didn't get a chance to interview him, per se, on camera. But that was the feedback from Firo's. But front row of the grid alongside Rob Boston. So that's a mouth-watering battling prospect between those two.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. They run in different classes, but they were only a 1/10 of a second apart in qualifying, so it could be quite an entertaining battle between the MX-5 and the Scirocco, who now run 2 by 2 to the line, and we get racing underway on the Silverstone National Circuit then here in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, and it will be Billamori who snatches the advantage heading into Copse for the first time. So the Scirocco squeezes around the outside of the MX-5 and grabs the lead heading down towards Beckett's. That is Andrew Dyer in 3rd position in the Audi TT. The Golf of Mike Parsons still in 4th. So aside from the top 2, they're in grid order, I think, amongst the top 5. But now we get to Beckett's, where there's always a little bit of a scramble for track position, and a few of those in the midfield perhaps looking to try and gain a little bit of ground from where they started. Those who maybe feel they're out of position, that's their first real opportunity to try and do something about it. But a fabulous sight they make as they race down the Wellington Straight and towards the braking zone at Brooklands, where actually it looked as though the Boston and Reuter MX-5 was just losing a little bit of ground, maybe. May have lost another position to Andrew Dyer, with Mike Parsons sniffing around behind as well. Look in the distance. We'll try and pick them up maybe at the end of the opening lap as the Z4s get very close together, and there's a big slide for the 63. That was Steve Wood, who I think might have been assaulted there possibly by one of the other Z4s, but they just about got away with it.
Had a chat with Steve Wood on camera. I don't know if we've managed to play it yet, but used to watch his dad stock car racing back in the day. And condolences to the family bereaved of Steve's mum, sadly, a couple of weeks ago. So prayers and thoughts with the family. But Steve here, completely on his own. He's got to time he said he's got a little egg timer or something, a cooking timer, to time the pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see when he pits in his Z car.
That is interesting, yes. Of course, you can just about get away with that in Club Sport Trophy. It's not like you need a team of mechanics to come and service the car during that pit stop, but you just have to be stationary for a certain amount of time, or in the pit lane, I should say, for a certain amount of time. Change here for 2nd position. Mike Parsons going past the Boston and Reuter car, which is, of course, a little bit slower in a straight line, but then has an awful lot more braking capability, being a lot lighter than the VW Golf. Now, this is actually a battle not only for 2nd place in the race, but for the lead of Class B. So you've got the number 77 Mazda MX-5, the number 73 Mike Parsons driven VW Golf, and the Audi TT number 15 of Andrew Dyer, all battling here for the class lead.
Is that the same Audi we'll see Andrew in?
I think so.
Exactly the same.
I think so.
What
yeah.
a versatile car.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, well, we had quite a few of those TTs actually using Club Sport Trophy races as a bit of a testing ground before the championship began proper at the start of this year. And yeah, Andrew Dyer has been for a long time a competitor in Club Sport Trophy and right in the mix for a class win. Now, I did just see on the timing screen a notification that David May has a dodgy transponder. That's not good news, but it does rather suggest that he's on track, and I didn't see him on the grid, so hopefully he's been able to rejoin from the pit lane, as we've lost our first car, I think, up at Beckett's.
With no number.
Helpful.
118 scribbled on the side very roughly. David, that is David May.
Now, I don't confess to be an expert. I don't think that's a Nissan 370Z, is it, Richard?
118 on my list.
No, I don't doubt you, but I think maybe a change of car for David May, which unfortunately hasn't done him much good anyway, but he was briefly out on track.
He was. I think that's Racing Dave, isn't it? That Will Gibson, the Legends family, call him Racing Dave.
Do they?
We're watching Racing Dave this weekend. All right, okay, well.
Quite a character.
Are we still allowed to call it Club Sport Trophy? Because MS UK have put their feelers out about consultation. We all know consultation business world is usually deal done. That series aren't allowed to allude to any prizes.
Oh, really?
So from next year, which is, give them some breathing space somewhere along the line. If you win a race in the series, you're winning a trophy, aren't you?
Well, yes. Yes.
Unless we call it the Club Sport Banana and give them banana at the end of it.
But
would they accept that? Bananas are great, yeah. Tom Ingram likes his bananas, doesn't he?
He does indeed, yes. Perhaps finding some banana peel up at Beckett's then was the Boston and Reuter MX-5, by the way, which has just been onto the grass and loses with its second place and the leading Class B, just to keep us somewhat on track and, off track in the case of the number 77 car. So that was a bit of a mistake and possibly under braking, which really has been that car's strength so far in this race, but that means Mike Parsons now moves through into second place overall and the lead of the class as the Z4s have got themselves together. I seem to recall them doing this at Snetterton as well, the last round of the Club Sport Trophy. The Z4s, as you would expect for a group of cars designed for one-make racing, they are very evenly matched indeed, and perhaps about to put on a bit of a battle here for class positions.
Yeah, great to see him out here. Steve Wood normally would run in 82, which was his dad Roy's number in the stock. I don't know if Roy's watching it. If he is, he'll switch off because you're going to blush. But absolute legendary engineer, brilliant at whatever he did. Revolutionised a lot of short oval stock car racing over the years. Nice to see Kevin Sterling out on track as well. He raced in the BRCC Fiestas when it was 4 classes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Tried to catch up with him, but he wasn't there, unfortunately. Car was under wraps and he was off somewhere. But, yeah, great racing here.
Yep, for now the class lead, so Andrew Dyer and Mike Parsons both benefiting from the slip-up from the MX-5, which does seem to be struggling a bit in this opening stint of the race. Perhaps Rob Boston yet to jump in the car, but this is side-by-side between Parsons and Dyer. Dyer in the little Audi TT up the inside, doesn't seem to quite have the grunt in a straight line, but again, might be able to outmaneuver the VW Golf once we get to some of the more technical sections of the track. This not really being one of them, though, down towards Copse Corner. There, meanwhile, is the Boston and Reuter car, back ahead of Kevin Sterling now. So Sterling dropping back down into 5th position in the Renault Clio. As here, the fight for the class lead continues. Golf still ahead of Audi, but Andrew Dyer, at certain areas of the circuit, looks to be the quicker of the two. He's certainly neater through Beckett's there, takes a nice tight line through the right-hander. We know that the Golf seems to perform a little bit better down the straights and should be able to stretch its legs as we head underneath the bridge down the Wellington Straight. Down towards the braking zone at Brooklands. 7.2 seconds already behind Firos Billamoria, who Richard alluded to earlier on probably could have gone quicker had it not been for the fluid leak in qualifying. And is now demonstrating very much that in the early stages of the race. Out of Luffield we go then. Dyer sort of scrabbling around the outside, trying to find some traction, some purchase to wrestle his way ahead of the Mike Parsons car, but it's just not quite working for the time being, and they are now into the traffic. So, in fact, that was odd. That looked like Dyer slowed all of a sudden. Is Andrew Dyer off the pace? I don't think there's a yellow flag, but he's come up against, I think that is one of the Cullies, isn't it, in the Seats, and suddenly seems to have lifted off the throttle. Now nips up the inside of the back marker, but that really allows Mike Parsons off the hook and brings the Boston and Reuter car back into play. So there they go down towards Maggots and Beckett. Here are the Z4 brigade, being led by Kieran Power, I think. Yes, Kieran Power, number 24. With Chris Murphy just behind, trying to slip around the outside. Then Steve Wood in the sort of greeny, mint-green number 63 BMW. And they've got the 151 VW Golf of David Cox to play with. Now, David runs in Class A, the same class as Firos Billamoria, and not in the same class as the BMWs. But, again, cat and mouse racing here. The BMW's better through the corners, the Golf better down the straights, and the BMW's all sort of battling each other at any given opportunity. That was a very wayward line taken by Steve Wood down at Brooklands to try and gain an advantage, but ultimately not quite able to find a way through. So they head down past the pits, and Ferroz Bellamore leads by 7.7 seconds over Parsons second. Boston and Royce now up into third position, so they did get past Andrew Dyer, who I suspect is starting to run now into some mechanical issues because he's suddenly dropped off the pace. That last lap for Dyer was a 1:09.4, which is something like 2 and a bit seconds slower than he went earlier on in the race. So such a short lap as this one, that is a fairly significant loss of time. Barry Cully there just running wide, staying out of the way. The BMW battle continues. And now Steve Wood trying to really find a way through. He's weaving around behind Chris Murphy, who has to defend the inside line into the braking zone. Wood on the outside line on the way in. We'll try to maybe get an overlap into Luffield corner, but brilliant battling between these three. The trouble is, as they battle and as they continue to get held up a little bit by David Cox, others are now joining in the fun as well. There is a group of cars behind, led by the McGann of Graham Price, that also now, Richard, are starting to buy into this battle.
Yeah, that's the great thing about this, isn't it? We'll ebb and flow throughout the 45 minutes we've got. And I was wondering, I should have looked on the way up whether we had Rob Boston in the car or not for first driver. And I was actually talking to him, I could have asked him. So one job and I blew it as I was walking around the paddock. Hey-ho.
Well, I mean, I don't know a lot about Sam Reuter, but I'm going to guess maybe they're saving Rob for the second half of the race. The car certainly isn't going as quickly now as it was in qualifying, so if we are to assume that Rob set the qualifying time, maybe that means he's saving himself for the second half of the race. We shall have to wait and see. Down the back straight we go. Black smoke there coming from the David Cox car, which suggests to me that that car is perhaps diesel powered. You don't see a lot of diesel powered racing cars these days. There was a time where that was quite the craze, maybe the best part of 15 years ago. Less so now as Steve Wood gets into the side of Chris Murphy, who did well to save that, Richard.
Yeah, he did. Great battle between the two Z cars. And Steve Son, incidentally, engineer with Red Bull, went through Carlin and not racing. He did race a Z car himself. But, yeah, work and life commitments getting in the way. But I'm sure that we'll see him coming back, Jack Wood coming back into racing at some point, maybe share a car. I was going to ask Steve whether he would share the car with Jack, but I got the impression it was Dad only.
Oh, really?
Enjoying his 40-minute, and he said particularly loves the 40, the longer race format rather than taking part in a sprint race. So very, very happy with things the way they are.
Yeah, this is just a long enough race, isn't it, that you've got plenty of time to sink your teeth into it as a driver without it being so long that you're exhausted when you do get out of the car at the end of it. But Steve Wood losing a place there to Graham Price, so that little knock that he had with Chris Murphy a lap ago down at this area of the circuit. Whether it's damaged the car or not, I don't know, but I think it's just cost him a little bit of a momentum and allowed the McGann through. And then we've got the number 49 car behind. Now, that's the Simon Byrne and Ryan Firth machine, the MG ZS, another car that you do not see many of out on the racetrack, but the MG ZS, which was for a few years a reasonably successful touring car, not in this specification, of course, but a good-looking car nonetheless, and it's closing in on that group.
Will we see that in Cockshoot Cup, new for BRSCC next year?
Quite possible, yes. Yeah, they have a few ZSs usually.
Yeah.
Whether that's one of them, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was some good news to come out of
the
last week or so, wasn't it? More championships swarming towards the BRSCC, realising this is the place to be. And the BRSCC continue to go from strength to strength, due really to all of the hard work done by a fairly small team, really, behind the scenes.
Team, basically.
Essentially, yes. We do our best to advertise for them at the very least, don't we? Yeah, no, they do a fantastic job, and a club we've both been involved with for a long, long time now, and yeah, nice to see that it's getting the recognition that it deserves. Now, one thing the BRSCC has always been known for is MX-5 racing, and we've got no MX-5 championships racing with us this weekend, but we do have a pair of them going side by side down the main straight here. This is some way down the order, but a good fight going on there nonetheless, as Richard, the race leader, has dived for the pit lane.
Early stop.
Yes.
Early stop. Are we going to...
Yeah, that's out of the window, isn't it? We're not there yet. So that must be a problem then, Richard.
Oh, that's not good then.
No. Perhaps a return of the leak that
Could
you
well be,
mentioned from qualifying.
Could be.
Okay, well,
it's worth pointing out that a lot of these cars don't run with massive teams. So if you're looking at this, thinking, yeah, fancy a bit of that, and it is, literally you can bring almost anything into the championship, as you can see, and you can run it off the back of a trailer, as Steve Wood has done. Firoz was pretty much there on the trailer. He was rocked up on his own. May get a bit of help. There are people around the paddock that would help out, but this is incredibly accessible.
Exactly, and that is something the BRSCC, I think, prides itself on in general, really, is that accessible championships, affordable racing, but with a professional feel to it. And I think that's something that's really important. Now, Club Sport Trophy is very much a kind of run what you brung type of series. It is not a championship, so there are no championship points to worry about, which tends to take the pressure off a little bit and also generates this really nice friendly atmosphere around the paddock. There, meanwhile, for Billamoria, so he's back out on track now, ironically, alongside the second place car, Mike Parsons. So he's rejoined not that far behind where he was on track, albeit a lap behind, I suspect now, from where he had been. But whatever the issue was, it was resolved fairly quickly, we hope.
Yeah, I hope so. Just saw him gesticulate there to wave Mike through. The gap first to second now just 1.2 seconds. So where is Firoz on the timing? He's not going to be, with the lap down, he's not going to be vying for... I think the plan podium-wise is to interview the class winners rather than top three, if we can get them stopped, which is always an issue, first race of the meeting. And particularly, well, I know this is the second race because we've already had the Honda Civics, but they went down the other end, but not the best thing. So hopefully we'll be able to call the top 5 in. So Firoz down, fastest lap, he's down in 32nd place with another guy we're used to seeing winning, Brendan Murphy. We used to seeing him taking class wins as well. So some of the regular front runners having some issues here today, which is not good to see, but it means we might see some new class winners coming into the fray, which will be interesting to see as we watch Firoz in his Class A car. He's had 2 wins so far this year, one at Brands Hatch in the Sirocco, one at Donington Park. Last time we saw these cars was Snetterton, where Jamie Handley took the win in his Golf.
It was a good race, that, wasn't it, Snetterton, I seem to recall. Yes, that was...
Quite a few people in this... Do you know what? There's almost more people in the stands there than there was for MotoGP.
Yes.
Bearing in mind what's on, that's a good crowd.
Absolutely. The slightly more reasonable ticket prices possibly having something to do with that, but also the quality of racing on show and the fact that you get so much racing at a BRSCC event. We've got 8 races today, and then a further, we've got 22 races over the course of the entire weekend. That is brilliant value for money, and so many great championships, including TCR, Civic Cup. We've got the Audi TTs, Fiesta Juniors, Ginetta Juniors back on the package as well this weekend. So yeah, some great championships for the spectators to come and enjoy, and for once, Richard, some pretty pleasant weather as well to come and sit out in.
Don't speak too soon.
Touch wood. Is that wood? That's wood. There we go. So hopefully that stays the same throughout the weekend. But yeah, it's a great track to come and watch racing on, the National Circuit in particular, because it's a short lap. You get to see the cars coming around lots of times, and it always produces good racing.
I love the National Circuit. Yeah. It's when Toka come here, everyone huffs and puffs about it. No, free corners. It's a great track for racing. A good track for people to come and spectate at. Talking about weather, of course, if it's sunny, they get very hot and sweaty and uncomfortable. If it's wet, they get wet and uncomfortable. If it's cold, they get cold and freezing. Marshals, apologise. I wanted to have a chat with one of the marshals on pit lane at lunch break. Didn't get a chance to do that because we were engrossed in juniors. Apologies, but a big thank you to all of our marshals for their help and support.
Yeah, could not agree more. There are plenty of them here this weekend. A busy weekend in the UK motor racing world, and lots of events for them to be at, but a great number of them choosing to be here on the Silverstone National Circuit with us, which we really appreciate. Big moment there. That was Kieran Power with a little bit too much power applied maybe through the right foot there, but managed to gather it together. We are now starting to get some pit stops, by the way. Kevin Sterling is in, Martin Cully is in as well. So a couple of drivers from within the top 10 choosing to pit. Also worth pointing out that David Cox has now inherited the Class A lead after Billamoria's issues earlier on. So David Cox in 6th position, yet to stop, but has now inherited a class lead as a result of the problems for the erstwhile class and overall race leader. As here, Chris Murphy and Kieran Power continue their battle, and actually Chris Murphy was looking to challenge, I think, as they went down towards Beckett's, but just could not quite get close enough. That's the Golf ahead of them, which is leading in its class. And they're just sort of dropping Steve Wood a little bit now at the back end of the top 10. Their pit work being done to the Mitchell & Cochrane MX-5. Now, they're normally there or thereabouts in their class. Of course, we're in the middle of a pit cycle at the moment, so I'll wait until the pit window is closed before we really dive into who the class leaders are. But I can tell you Class B being led by the overall race leaders, Boston and Reuter, who are now 6 seconds clear of Mike Parsons. That gap's really shot out all of a sudden. In Class A, as I mentioned, it's David Cox, the leader. Class C being led by the number 49 car. Now, that is the Simon Byrne and Ryan Firth MGZS that we saw earlier on. Class D led by number 150 Andrew Stevens in the Mini Cooper, and Class E at the moment by one of those two Mark III Toyota MR2s, that being the number 81 of William Gallagher, who started 32nd. That is in 24th place overall at the moment. So he's made some pretty good progress and has progressed into the lead of the class.
I think we might be looking at some first-time class winners. My scribbles only go back to 2022, which is not much of an archive, Andy, but it's, I think we may well be looking at some first-timers.
I suspect so, because actually a lot of the drivers who compete in Club Sport Trophy these days were not necessarily here back in the early days of the series, which started in 2019. Thank you, Scott Woodward.
I'm glad we got Scott Encyclopedia Scottanica.
Scottanica. Yes, 2019, the Club Sport Trophy began and really was an immediate success story. It immediately started generating these big, eclectic grids, and it's a great budget way of going racing, getting plenty of track time, always single-day events as well, and no wonder it has proven to continue to be very, very popular indeed. Right, there is your race leader, the number 77. Well, that's not your race leader. The car ahead of it is the race leader, the Boston and Reuter MX-5. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this car was leading the race because it was earlier on. Whatever the issue was that brought Villamoria into the pit lane, it had him in there for 2 whole laps, and realistically now takes him out of contention because, of course, he will still have to pit sometime in the next 10 minutes to make that mandatory pit stop that everyone has to make. But he does now get one of those laps back at least as he blasts past the MX-5 into Copse Corner.
I'll come back to what I was going to say in a minute, which was the Pure Sport Clio of Stephen Harrison, who, of course, made his JCW debut a couple of weeks ago with us at Croft in the development car, biofuel car, which actually had a class win. They didn't win anything because it's technically outside the rules. Hannah Chapman bringing the car home in first position for the first time. But Stephen Harrison, who is got the most wins, I think, in class in club sport this year. Very capable in that. I'll tell you, he looked really good in the JCWs as well. So it was good to see him there. Pure Track were preparing the car at Croft for him, so they made the move. Right. And I know they were very excited to be in the Toka paddock as we look at Mark Jones in the Misty Racing Civic Type R.
Very well presented car that. It leaves its pit box now, heads down the very long pit lane here in the Silverstone National Circuit.
Look at that direction.
That was very smoothly done, wasn't it? And into the pit lane comes, I think that was car number 4. That was the Harrison and Hawks Reed Renault Clio. So driver change incoming for them. But not a huge flurry of activity yet in the pit lane, certainly amongst leading cars. I think the highest placed car we've had in the pit lane so far is Steve Wood, who has brought the number 63 BMW. In fact, I just saw him out the corner of my eye heading down past the camera. But most of the leaders, Richard, waiting until the second half of the race before they pit.
They are, yep. They're getting the most of it. Of course, it will depend on track time, track space, whether it's appropriate to come in. If you're in the middle of a battle, maybe, and there's traffic coming up, good time to get out of that and maybe time it. I don't think the serious timing that we talk about in Fun Cup about timing it so you come out clearly is going to happen here. But it's that. Are you keeping an eye on Fun Cup as well in between?
Scott did just show me a very exciting clip of something that's happened inside the first 10 minutes. So
we don't want anybody flipping, by the way.
No, exactly.
Don't go and
no, that's your evening's viewing sorted for once we're done with our live broadcast here at Silverstone, of course. But gutted not to be there at Brands Hatch. But hey, busy weekend for the BRSCC and lots of motor racing action for you to enjoy. If you've got multiple monitors set up at home, which I know most people do these days, then you can can keep track of everything. Maybe we've got a big screen in front of us, which is currently being wasted and could have the Fun Cup on it. So maybe we'll work on that for later on in the afternoon. Anyway, the pit lane is now becoming busier. We are bang on halfway through the race, Richard, and unsurprisingly, more drivers from within the top 10 now choosing to pit.
Yeah, we'll know whether it's Rob Boston getting in, won't we, when we see the Rob Boston. You can't keep him out of the cars, can you? Such a great and works hard. What I love about Rob is he's always working on the cars, always keen to get out and have a race as well, and still as sharp as ever he was. You know, he could be out there winning championships, but he likes helping the others, which is wonderful.
The size of the aerial on the back of that car, I don't know whether he's communicating with the International Space Station, but maybe that's where he's getting his strategy calls from. That is, I've only just spotted that. He's certainly having a good battle with Feroz Bilamoria, not for position, but these two clearly quite evenly matched. It's a shame, isn't it, really, that Bilamoria had that issue, because this could have been for the lead.
Should we pretend that he is?
Yes. Well, there's no points at stake here, so we can sort of make it up as we go along, can't we?
Yeah, Feroz will treat this as a track day, I guess now, and it's always a one. He's added livery to it from the start of the year. I'm sure it was more predominantly green when we rocked up the other bit of Silverstone down there, the boring bit. No, it's not actually.
Yes, the international circuit has its own quirks, but I do prefer the national personally. I think particularly when it comes to one-make racing, I think it's perfect for it. But we will be on the international circuit, of course, at season's end.
That's a good point. One make's better here.
Yeah, definitely. I love a slipstreaming race, and we get plenty of those here at Silverstone as the MX-5 takes a very different line through Luffield Corner. Out goes the one of the BMW compacts. Didn't catch the number. That might have been the Subiani and Hayes car, perhaps. As they, sorry, it's not Subiani in that car this weekend. It is still being driven in part, at least, the number 93 by Charlie Hayes, but Marcus Bruce actually alongside him for this weekend. So one of those two in the car now heads back out onto the track. As past goes the Mazda. I did not see Bilamoria though, so I wonder whether he's now come in to serve his mandatory pit stop. A quick glance to the timing screen tells me that he's still out there, pounding around. As to the 110 car, that's Martin Cully. Both Cullys out there in their similar Seats, and this one getting very close to the number 721 Chris Murphy BMW.
One of the things that I get frustrated with now on entry list, and I don't know whether it's a data protection thing, but you don't get the hometowns anymore. So unless you get championship coordinator, and where I'm going is, I'm wondering if Cully was the Cully family that raced from the Norfolk area. And I don't know, because you could hazard a little guess, And
well, so one of them, Martin, was it not, had a stint in touring cars, I seem to recall.
Yeah.
And previously raced in the Seat Leon Championship before that. So putting two and two together, I'm going to assume it is the same Cully. I'm pretty sure I've been told that previously as well. And whether these are their original cars, I don't know. Whether they're running to original Seat Leon Cup spec, I don't know. But anyway, Bilamoria is in. So too is the Boston and Reuter car. So it would be handy if we could get eyes on the Mazda, actually, to see who is getting into that car. The Bilamoria car is right at the exit end of pit lane.
You want Shane to go, the cameraman to go right the way down the other end of
Well, because of course they will be at opposite ends of the pit lane. That is the law of motor racing in pit stop races. The action we want to see will always,
law, we call it.
Indeed so. The action we want to see will always be at the opposite end of the pit lane from where our camera is. But we'll, if we can't get eyes on it, we'll try and get someone to report back. Maybe Scott Woodwisk can let us know. But anyway, the pit lane, as you can see, is almost busier than the racetrack now. We've only got one car inside the top 10 that is out on track, and that is the number 49 car, yet to stop. And that is another one of our two driver entries, Simon Byrne and Ryan First. So the MGZS, actually, was set to lead the race, but then they've come into the pit lane as well. So
here we go. It's Rob that's got out by the look of it.
It was, yeah, that's interesting.
So are we saying Rob was slower than we thought?
Looking after the car in the early stages, I think.
Well, and of course it's customer, isn't it?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. You want to make sure he hands over the car in one piece, definitely, and giving a few words of wisdom. As into the car now gets Sam Reuter. Not a bad mentor to have, is he, really, Rob Boston? He can certainly teach you a trick or two.
And bear in mind, that's a Class B car, so it's actually dicing with more powerful cars and winning. So, yeah, good performance from those guys.
So it looks like not a lot is going on here, but that's because there is this minimum pit stop time they need to adhere to. So waiting for that to tick down, then sending Sam Reuter very leisurely on his way down the pit lane. But that will be because that minimum pit stop time ends when the car crosses the pit exit line. It's not the stationary time, it's the time from pit in to pit out. So you've got to try and judge it right and sort of roll across that line just as the time elapses. Now there is Billamoria, and what a shame that there are 2 laps between them, because look, they've both made their pit stop now and they've come out exactly where they were.
That would have been what would have been, eh? God.
Very exciting. But I think we will still get some good racing from these two, even if it's not for position. Billamoria, of course, if the car continues to run well, should keep climbing up the order. He's 24th now. He was about 32nd, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how far up the field he can get in the remaining 17 minutes.
If he was a teenager, he'd have thrown the toys out of the pram. It would have been loaded up. Dad, I'm not racing anymore. But with age comes maturity, and he knows, sort the problem out, get back out there, enjoy your track time. Makes it past the pure track. Clio, as we would expect. And, yeah, enjoying his racing. So, too, though, is Reuter trying to close in.
Indeed so. Out of Luffield corner he goes then. Of course, he is completing his first lap in the race, whereas Feroz Billamoria has been out there for a little while, so it might take possibly Reuter a little bit longer just to get up to speed, but it'll be interesting to monitor his lap times in comparison to those being set by Rob Boston earlier on.
Do we know the basis of the Boston Reuter car? Was it one that raced in one of the championships, or
It may well be an ex-Rob Boston Super Cup car, I suppose, with the roof put back on it, maybe. A lot of the Super Cup cars will come with roofs and then they take them off to convert them into Super Cup spec, so quite possible. I don't know for certain, but an interesting conversation to have.
If we get on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to know that.
Driver 2? No, I don't know. It's normally weak.
You'd think Rob would know, probably. He probably built the car, didn't he?
Yeah, Rob will know.
Yeah, there isn't much he doesn't know about Mazda MX-5s. Obviously, he's had success in lots of one-make series, actually. Renault Clios he's done.
I need to give you my database for the Mazdas as well. I've done all the race winners since it's been BRACC. We have them.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yeah, I need to share that with you.
Yes, that would be fascinating. Ahead of, where are they now? They're at Donington next, I think.
Yeah,
in
and
a few weeks'
Rob's
time.
unsurprisingly one of the drivers that's won most
of course
races over the years.
Yeah, hugely talented driver on Boston in all sorts of cars, but really has made a name for himself in the Mazda MX-5 racing world. 79 is Sergei Miniev in the BMW 325 Ti. And he is heading down the Wellington Straight, I think being lapped by one of the the Honda Civics. And might actually win the 283. Though, yes, this is for position, so that is actually the 283 car of Chris Stone. And these two battling over 15th spot and 4th in Class C. So both of these cars in the same class. And Miniev closing in quite significantly on the Civic, actually. He was 2.25 seconds behind it at the start of the lap, and now they're almost bumper to bumper as they come across the line to complete for them the 17th lap of the race. The leaders have completed 18 laps now, and it is Sam Reuter who leads the way now that all is said and done with the pit stops by 8.1 seconds at the moment over the number 73 of Mike Parsons. Third position then for Andrew Dyer, number 15. He's 4.8 seconds further back. Fourth position then the first of the 2 driver entries. That's the number 14 of Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler in their Ford Fiesta. I don't think we've really seen much of the Fiesta ST150 in this race, but they're running well in 4th. And 5th position then for the number 24. That is Kieran Power. Now, has Kieran Power pitted yet? I think possibly he has. If he has, then he's gained quite a few positions, hasn't he, since the pit stop? Yes, I can see on the other timing screen that... I see. My timing screen has frozen helpfully, so no, he's not up there in 4th position. It's actually Parsons 2nd, Dyer 3rd, and Murphy up there in 4th position. And we've got a car in the pit lane, one of the Fiestas we're hearing in the pit lane as well, with steam coming from it. So a couple of them running into issues with 13.25 minutes to go then, but we are getting down towards crunch time in this race, and actually a much closer lead battle then than I thought, because Parsons 4.4 seconds adrift of Boston, or Sam Reuter we now know is in that car, and did a personal best lap on the previous lap, and he was 1.7 seconds quicker than the race leader. This time through, it's a 106.4 for Reuter, and a 107.4 for Parsons. The gap actually goes back out again at the end of that most recent lap. So 5.4 seconds the margin with 12 3/4 minutes to go. There goes the 888 car, Graham Price. He's snuck back into the top 10 now. So Boston and Reuter lead, Parsons second, Dyer third, Murphy fourth, David Cox in fifth, leads in Class A. And Kieran Power has still gained a significant number of places from where he once was, because he's in 6th position now. Steve Wood's 7th. They both gained ground. Oh, and that's the 49 car. That is the Burnham Firth car that was
class leader.
Yeah, leading its class in Class C. They've been off at Beckett's.
They have. That's going to potentially change things around. Let's have a quick look and see how much clear they were. 279. Next up in class is the Paul Sheard Racing Mazda RX-8. So I'm not sure if they were stopped long enough for that to change.
There was a significant gap between them, I'd say, something like 25 seconds or so.
Yeah.
So I think they should be okay. I certainly couldn't see the Mazda in that long shot down the Wellington Straight. But not ideal, and whether he jumped or was pushed, we don't know. But hopefully no contact involved. That is always a danger in multi-class racing, though, as the very noisy pit lane is brought to our attention, and that is, I think, the aforementioned Fiesta that was smoking down in the pit lane, and that, I'm afraid, is the Watling and Weaver car that had been running so well, but unfortunately out. Possible overheating issue, maybe. It is a relatively warm day, but could be something more sinister, and they sadly are going no further.
If I'd come into the meeting, I think that'd probably be the car I would have expected Kevin Sterling to be, because I seem to remember he had a blue Fiesta back in the day, unless it wasn't. But he's not in a Fiesta now anyway.
No, well, yes. It may have been blue, actually. It does ring a bell. Yeah, so that car going no further. There is the race leader, Sam Reuter. As Feroz Bilamoria sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 105.0. He's back in the top 20 now, by the way, 20th position for Bilamoria. And with a group of cars, actually, only about 7 seconds ahead of him. So I think, what lap time's he doing? 105.0. He's lapping about 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker than the bunch of cars ahead. I think he could gain another handful of places, quite probably, before the end of the race.
Well, that's the good thing, isn't it? I mean, championship, it's clearly not a championship, so it's all about the event for itself. Enjoying your Saturday afternoon drive, they're done. They can enjoy their Sunday, can stay and watch the racing if they want to, but you know, you get your day back, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And early in the day as well, so actually they're going to be in for quite a relaxed afternoon. Bit of weaving going on down the straight. That is the 279 car that we were searching for earlier on, and it's battling away with car number 40. That's the Adam Radford BMW, which slips up the inside into Copse Corner. And Radford then running a little bit wide on corner exit. These, well, Radford's actually just gone past the Honda Civic behind that you can see, which is the Goodall car, and now also gains another position. So 2 places gained in as many laps there for car number 40, and that will put him into, I reckon, 12th position now, albeit 11 seconds now behind the Burnham Firth class leading MG. But the BMW picking its way through the field nicely, although has dropped away from some of the other Z4s with which it was battling earlier on. Ooh.
Mazda's going to go for the big burn up here. Well, he didn't need to. Christian Goodall just getting it a little bit wrong there, but pulls it all back.
That's the leader. And that was Mike Parsons going through for the lead. So Mike Parsons has nipped through up at Beckett's as Sam Reuter has a spin. Now, we didn't see how he got there, but now we have a real fight on our hands. He's got 9 minutes left to try and catch that gap. VW Golf.
That's a gap.
That is a chunky gap, isn't it? Whether he's going to be able to get there or not, I don't know. But late drama then for the race leader.
Yep, just as I'd crossed Mike off of my list of potential interviews in the, it's down to writing it down.
Yeah. It always is. Yeah. So they say the curse of the commentator is the thing. Whether we're speaking it or writing it, we have the ability to put the curse on anybody. So, yeah, there we go. Sam Reuter. Well, hey, he might still win, but as you alluded to there, Richard, this is going to be a decent lead now for Mike Parsons. There he goes. What is the gap back to Reuter? 4.6 seconds. He was lapping fractionally quicker than Parsons before that. He had built the lead up to about 5.5 seconds or so. But let's wait and see whether he's able to do it. This will be a real sprint to the finish now.
It will be, and I'm saying I can't find a Mike Parsons. Put your teeth in there, for goodness sake. win in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to have a little bit of a natter with him if he can hold on. 4.6, as you say, the gap. Andrew Dyer in third in case anything goes wrong with the Boston Reuter car again, ready to pick up some pieces too.
Just don't write Mike Parsons' name down.
I've already done it.
Oh, no.
Already done.
Apologies in advance, Mike. Right, conversations going on down in the pit lane. Didn't actually spot who this was, but another car that stopped. It's the Civic, isn't it? It's the 151 Civic. That's David Cox. Oh, sorry, Golf, excuse me, which has stopped of David Cox.
Another name I'd written on the paper.
Because he was leading his class. Yes, you're absolutely right. So Graham Price is now leading in the 888 Megane, that being in Class A. So Richard John Neal is making himself not many friends within the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy paddock here this afternoon. But certainly livening things up for us. It's giving us plenty of things to get excited about in the closing stages as Sam Reuter is on the limit there through Cobb's Corner. Now, on the previous lap, he lost another tenth or so to Mike Parsons. 4.7 seconds the margin, but certainly he's not giving up and he's going off again now at Beckett's. He's pushing a little bit too hard, too late on the brakes, keeps his foot in it, does some rally crossing and gets back on the road, but that surely now is his chance of a race win gone.
Yeah, the time was coming down, but do without that.
Yeah, I think maybe, unless it's a braking issue, it perhaps is just an issue of over-exuberance more than anything else, but he was really, really pushing hard to try and catch this man, Mike Parsons, but Mike now looks as though he is, whisper it, potentially in a race-winning position, but he's still got 6.25 minutes left to survive in what is very quickly becoming a little bit of a race of attrition. Feroz Bilamoria, by the way, is now in 13th position. I reckon, Richard, he will be in the top 10.
This race could win.
Well, yes, quite likely, because he's about the only driver whose name you haven't written down, I think, at any point in this race. So who knows? But he certainly is charging through the order nicely. 5.5 seconds behind the good old Civic, who is 2 seconds then behind Radford and Fenning, which would put him into the top 10. So the rate he's going, I think he'll get back into the top 10. He's already third in his class. I don't think he'll catch the class leader, Graham Price, or second place man, number 60, that being Lee Reynolds. I think they might be a bit too far ahead, unless, of course, they run into some dramas late in the going, which, as we've seen, is maybe not that far beyond the realms of possibility. But for now, at least, Feroz Bilamoria on course for a solid top 10 finish overall.
Now, on my timing screen, another name I've written down, Chris Fantana, has a red square around his...
Where is it? Is he a bit further down?
He's 24th.
24th. Oh, yes, and that's for a 5-second penalty, which would drop him not actually out of the lead quite.
Right,
he would have, he's 7 seconds ahead of the number 81 machine, which is William Gallagher in the MR2. But Gallagher on the previous lap was 1.5 seconds faster than him, so could get within 5 seconds before the end of the race. Who's next on your hit list, Richard?
Well, there are only 5 classes, and I'm dabbling with the 5 leaders, so we'll leave it there.
Right, well, Mike Parsons looks okay now, doesn't he? 9.4 seconds clear of Sam Reuter, who hopefully will make a better go of Beckett's this time. He has brakes a lot earlier, as he gets sort of boxed in slightly behind Steve Wood. So these two cars running in the same class as each other, albeit a full lap apart. Steve Wood 6th position overall, and accelerates away down the Wellington Straight and towards the braking zone at Brooklands, but I don't think Sam Reuter's going to take any risks here, although the risk, oddly, that he'll end up taking is that he falls back into the hands of Andrew Dyer, because Andrew Dyer is not far behind these two. Remember, Andrew is in 3rd position at the moment overall and within Class B and is catching them, so as Reuter perhaps manages a braking issue or perhaps just tries to coax the car home without any more dramas, he could well end up losing 2nd place before the flag.
Could be some dramas going on. Graham Price incident. I know Pure Track down at Brands as well. Have we got Supersport? So they're running down there, aren't they, with Sarah Dennis hoping to get a drive.
Yes, now Andrew Dyer is almost there with Sam Reuter. And Sam's locked it up again into Beckett's. He is struggling under braking, isn't he? It is a relatively simple circuit, this, Richard, and again, not many corners, but there are 2 big braking points around here, and you know, if your brake's not quite up to it, then that could lead over 45 minutes of running to some braking dramas.
2 teammates together here. 2 Pure Track cars together.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, well spotted. That's the class leading Graham Price, 888. staying well out of the way of the sister car, which did the right thing there by holding on to the left-hand side of the road. The number 60 car, by the way, that's chasing him is the Honda Integra that we saw just towards the back of this group. So they are the first 2 cars in Class A, and that gap looks like it's coming down slightly. Yes, by about half a second on the previous lap, so 2.5 seconds is Graham Price's advantage over Lee Reynolds. It's an advantage that's coming down, and we've had a change for second place. Andrew Dyer ahead of Sam Reuter, so Sam Reuter really fading now.
He is. Good for Andrew Dyer. Good practice. Now, does this take it out of a driver who's coming into the Audi TTs a little bit later on, or is it good practice?
It's extra track time, I suppose. You can't really put a price on track time, they say. But, yeah, busy enough weekend as it is, isn't it, without throwing an extra 45 minutes of racing in. But Andrew's experienced enough. I think he'll value any extra laps that he can run. And a very different style of racing this, but I'm sure he'll have some data that he'll use for the TT Cup races a little bit later on in the weekend. The first of them coming up later on today as well. Remember, that should be a real highlight of the day. There is Dyer up into second place then, and started third on the grid, but ran second briefly early on, and is now back into P2 again with probably 2 more laps to go. It depends when the leader went through. Parsons went through a little while earlier. We'll get the gap in a moment or two as soon as Dyer gets to the timing line out of Woodcote Corner. That is the timing line, by the way. The finish line is right up at the far end of the shot. This is the start line down here, and as David Addison would insist on pointing out, they are 2 different lines. It is not the start-finish line. So there you go, David. I'm spreading the good word for you. The timing line, the finish line, up on the exit of Woodcote Corner. And that is where the race will finish, and that is where Andrew Dyer was timed at 12.5 seconds behind Mike Parsons.
Does that mean you can't get the fastest lap on the last lap?
No, because I think you start the lap, it's only on the first lap that it's different. So the first lap of the race could end up being quicker than...
Oh, right. So yeah.
Do you know, because it's a shorter... First lap of the race is the shortest lap of the race. It's a slightly bizarre way of doing things. I don't really understand why they can't just use the same line, to be perfectly honest. But there you go. just keeping us on our toes.
Isn't the class leader?
For now, 150 this is. That is Andrew Stevens. Yes, who started pole position in Class D. Quite comfortably, actually, and has a lead of, well, a lot.
I haven't jinxed him at all, by the way. I did write him down, but he stayed there. So
there is another lap of this race to go, Richard.
He's fine.
Well, he's 2 laps clear of the next car in class.
Fine.
And has
and
less
dandy.
than 2 laps to go, so I think he's all right. Even if he stopped now, he'd probably be classified ahead. Andrew Dyer there, not far behind him, actually, heading up towards Beckett's corner.
I better go and get ready for Podium.
Yes, hopefully 5 class winners, we believe, will be heading your way. So thank you very much, Richard. We'll be hearing more from him during some of the other BRSCC races later on in the day. As here the 279 car gets into battle for 11th place. This is Adam Radford trying to keep the Paul Fenning car behind him. Here, though, is Mike Parsons. Well, some will call it a lucky win, but he will say he was in the right place at the right time when Sam Reuter had a spin at Beckett. Did well, actually, to avoid the spun Mazda MX-5. And Mike Parsons is going to be rewarded with a race victory here at Silverstone in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. He's not been rewarded with a checkered flag because it wasn't out in time, but he has won the race, so he is the first one through after the 45 minutes have elapsed. Andrew Dyer will come home in second position, 13.7 seconds back at the end, with the Rob Austin and Sam Reuter car third. There, just coming across the line at quite a slow pace, so lovely noise it makes as it blasts past the pits. But yeah, Sam Reuter and Rob Boston unfortunately non-finishing, or not finishing, but not finishing in the lead, which is where they looked like they were going to finish until the closing stages. So rest of them coming through. Graham Price has come through to win in Class A. We have not yet had the MG through. There he is, just at the top of shot. That's the Burnham Firth MG ZS winning its class, that being Class C. And Class D winner has been through. That was the Mini of Andrew Stevens. And Class E, yes, we've had Gallagher through. So I think we managed to get our class leaders home in one piece, which is good news. Particularly for Mike Parsons, though, who not only nets a class victory, but an overall victory. And that is worthy of celebration, actually, because he's not running in Class A, which is, in theory, the fastest class, the more powerful cars. And around a circuit such as Silverstone's national circuit, you would expect the Class A cars to have a big advantage, but that wasn't really the case. Feroz Villamoria may have ended up with a win had he not had that lengthy pit visit. Feroz, by the way, finishing in 8th position overall in the end and 2nd in class. And another lap would have probably got the class win because he was only 4 seconds behind Graham Price's McGann. And on the previous lap was 3 seconds faster, so another 2 laps maybe. And he might have been able to challenge Price, but in the end has to settle for 2nd. So, Mike Parsons wins the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race here at Silverstone in the end by 13.7 seconds over Andrew Dyer in 2nd place. Rob Austin and Sam Reuter 3rd, ahead of Chris Murphy, Kieran Power and Steve Wood. Graham Price in 7th position, winning Class A, with Feroz Villamoria charging from the back after that early pit stop to finish 8th overall and 2nd in class ahead of Lee Reynolds. Then it was the Byrne and Firth MG, which finished 10th overall and won in Class C. Adam Radford was 11th ahead of Paul Fenning, Christine Goodall and Mark Jones in 14th. 15th spot then was taken by Sergei Miniev, with Chris Stone and the Hayes and Bruce car next. Then Andrew Stevens claimed the win in Class D in his Mini Cooper, with Craig Emerson next. Then the Dukes were 20th, Matt Massey was 21st, Harrison and Hawks Reed 22nd. They were 2nd in Class D, with Will Gallagher in 23rd, winning in Class E ahead of Stephen Watson. Liam Cochrane was a Class E podium finisher in 25th, ahead of Barry Cully and the Fantana and Ramsden car, which had led its class, picking up a 5-second penalty, but actually dropping down the order anyway, I think with a late issue. Andrew Weston was next, and then those who weren't running at the end, David Cox, we saw unfortunately retiring the car that was leading Class A at the time. We also lost Martin Cully, the Watling and Wheeler car retired to the pit lane too, the Ford Fiesta. Kevin Sterling was a non-finisher in his Renault Clio. Brendan Murphy also didn't see the flag, and Stephen Harrison was out very early doors, only a couple of laps into the race in his Honda S2000. So that is the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy racing action done, but we have lots more racing to come here from Silverstone's national circuit. The next race will be for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Then we go junior racing with Ginetta Juniors, followed by Fiesta Juniors. Then the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship, followed by TCR UK's first of 3 races this weekend. That one due to kick off at 20 to 5, and the Miltech Sports Civic Cup at 25 past 5 will follow that. So the last 2 races of the day should be well worth sticking around for. Could be 2 of the real highlights of what is an action-packed weekend ahead. All of those championships racing again tomorrow. We're also joined by the Modified Ford Series, who will have a pair of 15-minute races tomorrow. Again, a series, not a championship, but good to have them on board. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane, where hopefully Richard John Neal has found a few class winners to have a chat with.
We have 4 of the 5 class winners down with us in Victory Lane at the moment. We've got Mike Parsons just having his circuit commentary interview. I'm going to have a quick word though with Graham Price, who's over here. Graham, can we grab you? Graham, can we grab you? We'll do you first. Graham Price, who has a class win. Congratulations. We'll get you with the BRSCC background in the back shot, which is good to see. So a win for Pure Track Racing. Obviously the team over 2 venues, we were saying on the commentary, but great stuff.
That is amazing, amazing result. I mean, it's my first win ever.
Oh, congratulations.
And I just never expected in that car it would ever be quick enough to get a class win. So very, very happy. It was a great race, good fun. I did spin it, but I managed to get going again and all good. So yeah, had a good race, loved it. Bit warm, as you can imagine, but it's summer.
Did you, when you come in for the pit stop, do you rehydrate during that?
No, I didn't. No. I do have a funnel, but I didn't use it. I thought I'll be wanting to. I decided against it.
How does the timing go for that? Do you do it yourself, or do the team help you and give you a tap when you need to go out?
It's a combination. I time it. I've got a clock in the car, and the team call me in when there's a space, because we've got a couple of other cars going. So we've just got to make sure we get the timing right and don't go over the 2 minutes like I did last time.
Oh dear. Okay. So.
3 minute stop, wasted a minute at Alton Park.
First win, very, very quick background.
I've been a photographer for 40 odd years, and I started racing a couple of years much later in life, but I'm just having a ball really. It's not something I could take too seriously. I'm just having fun racing cars, something I never thought I'd get a chance to do. So yeah, I'm good. I'm just chuffed to bits. I've got my first win.
First winner's interview, well done. You've done a great job too. We'll let you grab your drink and go. Well, let's have a quick word with our winner, which was Mike Parsons. Mike, sorry to have kept you waiting, and thanks for your patience over here. Toing and throwing race. I was writing names down of class leaders and then crossing them out and then coming back, but you did the business.
Yeah, it was a lively race. Lots of people were pushing on, but they pushed a bit too hard. A couple of people had offs, and I know Feroz is unfortunately not made it to the end. So yeah, lively race. Not too much of an issue when we got moving. Break the pack and we're off again. But yeah, really good. You know, track's absolutely on point today. Couldn't get any better. So yeah, thanks for friends and family.
I've looked back at the last couple of seasons. My record keeping may not be top, but is that your first win in club sport?
In club sport, yeah. Done a few other bits, but not in club sport. So yeah, really chuffed with that. Normally a very strong field, so you know, I must have done something right today.
It is. There's some great names in there, and we can add your name to that list now. Many congratulations. Will we see you again in club sport before the end of the year?
Definitely. Yeah, just you know, diary dependent. We'll see where we get to. Certainly Donington, and maybe back here for the international circuit. So yeah.
Hope to see you there. Many congratulations. Lovely to meet you. Cheers. Congratulations on the win. If we've got time, we're going to grab a quick word with Andrew Stevens next up. Sorry, Andrew was next up. Andrew, the Mini running well there. Got a good healthy lead at the end.
Well, you say running well. I was struggling to get into gear. This is the first time we've finished a race this year. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that we've actually finished, never mind winning the class. But yeah, I was struggling towards the end, managing quite a few issues. So I was just like, let's just bring it home. I just want to cross the line and finish. So yeah, we had a healthy lead in the end, but yeah, still struggling out there.
Nice one. I'm going to grab a quick word because we've got cars on track. Have we got, is it Simon and Ryan? Let's get you over very quick. We've got cars on track, so apologies to viewers and getting over the grid. Quick word from our class winners. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we were absolutely delighted for this win. This is our fourth race in this championship this year. We've had pole on a couple of other occasions and not managed to convert it. So yeah, we're absolutely delighted now to have done so.
And Ryan?
Yeah, honestly, I'm over the moon. It was stressful, really was stressful. When Simon may have had a little 180, but it was well, probably 360. But yeah, to get the win, it really is good. Yeah, fantastic race.
Congratulations, gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you racing and on the podium again in the very near future. I think that's our four. Is that our other class winner? Come on, class E winner. Is it Chris? Bill. Bill, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A quick word, all go to plan?
No, not really. Came off on the first corner, a couple of, towards the end, which didn't really help. Had a good fight with the MX-5. It was a very good fun race. Wasn't expecting the win, but hey-ho.
Always got to take it however it turns out. And we'll see you again later on in the season.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. I'm made up. I'll go home happy. Having some beers tonight.
Sounds like a good plan. Congratulations, mate. Well done. Nice to see you. Thanks very much. Apologies for overrunning on the interviews down here. Let's hand you back to Andy, who's got the grid for the next race.
Yes, thank you, Richard. It is the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, a grid headed by the championship leader Alistair Kellett, but his championship rival Gary Miller starts right alongside him on row number 1. Then Henry Howarth and Zach Lucas share row number 2, with Archie Johnson and Joseph Knight on the 3rd row. 4th row then for Connor Blackburn and Lucas Hayden, with Sean Reynolds and Dan Lewis next. Simon Horrobin and James Pope complete the top dozen. Then Morgan Kidd with Luke Waugh on row 7, row 8, Chris Blackburn and Caitlin May, with Harry Hayes and Charlie Ellis at the back of the grid. So a grid that is separated into a couple of different classes, really. You've got the Pro and the AM class, and then within the Pro class, in fact, and within the AM class as well, there is a Masters contingent as well for the slightly older drivers. But Alistair Kellett is leading the championship. He was fastest in qualifying by 0.4 of a second as well, and he lines his fluorescent yellow and blue Ford Fiesta ST240 onto pole position, from where he'll be hoping to launch on his way to another race victory. He won one race at the Brands Hatch season opener, won 2 of the 3 races at Snetterton, got a win at Alton Park as well, and another one last time out at Croft. So he has won 5 of the 10 races that we've had so far. and aiming for win number 6 here this afternoon. Within the Pro class, he is understandably the championship leader. The AM class led by James Pope. Now, James is actually ahead on outright points, but behind on drop scores, behind Dan Lewis. Dan Lewis on 222 points is 14 clear of James Pope. Right then, revs starting to rise. We have got the cars about to launch off the grid for 20 minutes of racing. The AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Lights out then, off they go. Keller makes a good start from pole position, as you'd expect, and he is going to have the advantage as they head down towards Copse Corner. Then for the first time, Gary Miller, the red number 4 car, slots into second position. The usual 3 abreast racing in the midfield. Connor Blackburn there being eased out wide over the exit curb, but a good clean start from the points leader. And Alistair Kellett, who is nearly now 100 points clear of Gary Miller. Gary, though, actually second on outright points, but not on dropped scores. It's actually Simon Horobin who moves up into second place once you calculate the drop scores. So he is on 308 points, so that is, what, 48 points, I think, the advantage for Kellett in the championship once you look at the drops. So Simon Horobin, the one that really needs to try and get onto terms with him. But Simon qualified only 11th on the grid, so work to be done in his grey and orange number 14 car. Kellett leads them through Luffield for the first time, then Miller second, third place Zach Lucas. So Henry Howard, the one who's lost out. There is Horobin on the outside of Dan Lewis. So Horobin second in the overall championship, and Dan Lewis second in the AM category. But as I said, Dan actually moves to the lead of that championship once the drop scores are calculated. Up towards Copse Corner we go. Caitlin May is that. No, sorry, James Pope on the inside, and Dan Lewis ends up way wide. He's going to end up in the gravel trap if he's not careful. A huge slide for Dan Lewis. Did really well to gather that together. Fantastic car control, but he lost a whole heap of positions as a result of that, and he slipped down now to about 14th or 15th place, I think, as they head down towards Beckett's Corner, and will probably, Richard John Neal, require a good lap or so just to catch his breath.
He will. He needs to do it quicker than that championship points-wise. But again, what a great sight this championship makes, doesn't it? Going down the straight. I know a few of the youngsters in the juniors looking at coming into this, and of course, racing a similar car gives them the flavour of, gives them the experience that they can bring into this championship, but also gives them an idea of the running costs as well. And a lot of the drivers in the juniors that will be of age to join this next year are already making noises about coming in.
And we've seen that, haven't we? We've got drivers on this grid who moved up from the junior category, including Dan Lewis, of course, who we saw racing there, Lucas Hayden, Joseph Knight, all raced in Fiesta Juniors, and now coming up to give the seniors, as we used to call it, a go. And looking pretty competitive as well. There is Lucas Hayden, actually, the race car consultant's car, exiting Copse Corner and accelerating down towards Maggots and Beckett. So Kellett then leads the way, half a second the advantage over Gary Miller, with Zach Lucas in third position. Here comes the recovering Dan Lewis on the inside of Morgan Kidd now for 12th position, but Morgan later on the brakes and manages to fend off Dan for the time being. Then we've got Blackburn behind in the 174. James Pope is next, ahead of Charlie Ellis, whilst towards the pointier end of the grid, some good battles to be had as well. Lucas Hayden there flashes through, behind him Archie Johnson. So this is all really the lead group, isn't it? First place down to 7th place, pretty much nose to tail. Who is going to be the first one in this group, I wonder, to try and make a move? Well, it may well be Lucas Hayden.
Lucas having a little nibble there on the rear end of Joseph Knight, and he tees him up well. He's got the momentum through on the inside. Not always added speed on the inside, but that was a good move. I think he's got that done as the leaders flash past once again. And I'll point out yet another BRSCC championship where a master can race extremely successfully against youngsters. It's not all about the young guns.
No, not at all, not at all. Well, Alistair Kellett and Simon Horobin actually top 2 in the championship, both Masters contenders, and they've both been racing Fiestas for an awfully long time, so it is a category quite clearly where experience is worth something, and the youthful exuberance of some of the ex-junior racers has netted them the odd race win, but maybe not the consistency over the course of the season. Alistair Kellett, though, with these 5 race victories so far, just looking very, very difficult to beat, isn't he? And he leads again here at Silverstone. Gary Miller behind, side-by-side action here further back. Joseph Knight on the outside. Archie Johnson goes up the inside of him and then has a pop at Lucas Hayden as well. He's on the outside line through Luffield Corner, but if he keeps his foot in it, he'll have the momentum off the turn. Well, he's not going to have a go at Hayden, but he actually might even struggle to keep Joseph Knight at bay. Joseph has the shorter run through Woodcote, and I think is going to reclaim that 6th position.
think you're right. Kellett's setting a good flyer there, 66.011. His compatriot Gary Miller still giving chase. Zach Lucas kind of needs to get going again, doesn't he? That fantastic momentum he had at the start of the season needs to start biting. It's now or never.
Yeah, won the very first race of the season, second in the second race, and then fourth in the third race. So even then it seemed to be getting worse and worse. He hasn't won a race, though, since that very first race of the year on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So Zach Lucas really in desperate need of a win. On the dropped scores, he is still third and 52 points behind Alistair Kellett, but with now only 9 races left in the championship, including this one, it's time to make a move, isn't it, really, for Zach Lucas and for Simon Horrobin if they're going to have any chance of beating Kellett. But Horrobin, a poor qualifying effort as well today, so they're sort of making it a little bit easier for Kellett than perhaps he would have expected.
Still got plenty of races to go, and remember, drop scores come into play, as you've mentioned. It can still go pear-shaped. Alistair can't be complacent. Alistair won't be complacent. We know him very well.
No, absolutely. Doesn't take anything for granted, does he? But that's why he's had so much success in this category over the years. There goes Gary Miller then, second position, half a second back from the race leader now, as we have 14 minutes of this race still to go. Kellett, then the leader, turns his way through Beckett's corner, accelerates out onto the Wellington straight, and Gary Miller just doing his best to try and keep up, but is at least keeping Zach Lucas at arm's length, I would say. So these three gapping the rest of the field, but not themselves looking all that likely to pose much of a threat to each other for now. Henry Howarth on his own in fourth position. Now, Henry Howarth, what is his best finish of the year so far? I don't think he's had a top 5 finish yet.
He has
you know.
2 top 5s.
He's had 2, has he?
Yeah,
where have I missed those?
Fifth at Alton Park race 1.
And
yes. Unless it's changed from the curse of me writing it down.
No, I think you might be right.
5th place at Croft race 2.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, 5th position.
To be fair, Andy, you're looking at points. I've got places written down.
Which is easier, yeah. Especially because he actually managed to net a bonus point, I think, in both of those races, which didn't make it immediately obvious as to where he'd finished. But yeah, so 2 top 5s. Hasn't had a top 4, though, that which I can confidently say. So if he stays where he is, would be a season best finish for Henry. And actually within touching distance of the podium, should anything go wrong for the leaders.
That's exactly what you need to do, isn't it, in the AM class as well? You know, building confidence to go pro. We hope next year, we hope he'll be back with us. But he's got a good breathing space over Archie Johnson in the number 10 car who runs second in the amateur class at the moment. Daniel Lewis, back in 13th, is third in the AMs. James Pope currently 4th.
A quick note on the AM Championship, actually. So I mentioned already that Dan Lewis, after dropped scores, leads the championship. He is 14 points clear of James Pope, who is tied for second with Henry Howarth. So actually Howarth, if he could net a class win here, would be really starting to gain ground on Dan Lewis, who of course is down in third in class. The yellow number backgrounds on the timing tower, they're the AM drivers. And yeah, Henry Howarth leads the class, Archie Johnson second, and Dan Lewis in third. So James Pope only 4th position. I suppose he's not really benefiting from this, but Henry Howarth putting himself in championship contention here.
Daniel Lewis, there was talk about recategorising him as a pro driver. He got the win in the partial reverse at Brands Hatch, the opening one of the year. He was 4th and 7th in the other races, so not shabby. I mean, they were pro performances. Then got a podium at Snet, but then 3 retirements, and that's his drop score, so he can't afford any more of those. Here's a battle.
That was James Pope trying to. He's already gone past Luke Waugh there with a good run out of Copse Corner and almost had a nibble at Dan Lewis as well. But Luke had a bit of a moment at Copse, and that just allowed James Pope to carry extra momentum down that straight towards Maggots and converted it into an overtake in the braking zone. Now tucks into the slipstream of Dan Lewis and looks to try and make a move on him into Brooklands. He's looking up the inside line. He's late on the brakes. He's got the shorter route through the corner, and that is 2 places gained in 2 corners for James Pope.
Yeah, James Pope having a good run, and that's actually significant championship-wise to pass the leader. Luke Waugh's bedding himself into the championship well now, and you can see we were talking in the lunch break, weren't we, to Scott McKenna about making increments meeting by meeting, 1% every day. That's what Luke Waugh's doing. I think in Fiesta he's getting better and better. He's slowly climbing up with the others. And as I say, racing with someone who's been on the podium, indeed taken a win. So Luke will be pleased with his progress.
Yeah, Dan Lewis's race really unravelling after that slide at Copse Corner. He was a lot further up the order than this at the time. He qualified 10th, but I think had gained a few places before that slide. and probably didn't do the tyres any good. He may have lost a bit of confidence in the back end of the car as well, so he's just trying to hang on here, you feel, to maybe try and bank some points and then go for a really strong class position a little bit later on in the weekend. He's tucked back up behind James Pope though here, and this is for a class podium and significant for the AM Class Championship as well. Dan Lewis charging around the outside at Brooklands. That would give him the inside for Luffield, but James Pope carried enough speed through the left-hander. He got to the inside line and for now at least hangs on to the place.
He does. There's so many people in this race out of position. I mean, qualifying seems to have thrown everything up in the air. I mean, you've got Conor Blackburn behind these guys, Caitlin May further back as well. Harry Hayes, who provisionally had a podium before the judicials at Croft, is there in 17th. Chellis is back there as well. I mean, you know, it's this is a tough old championship for sure.
It is, and especially at a circuit like this one, it's such a short lap. They're lapping in, well, in qualifying 1:05, a low 1:05 was the pole position time, but you only have to be a couple of tenths off your best, and you could find yourself 3 rows further back on the grid than where you normally would be, and then from there it's very difficult to regain that track position in such an evenly matched championship as this one. No performance advantage for any one car out on track, that's for sure, and that can really, really scupper your whole weekend. So those who qualified well, looking good to score some good points in the race, but those who didn't, perhaps facing a bit more of an uphill struggle. Now, Henry Howarth did qualify well. He qualified 3rd on the grid. He is still 4th overall, leading his class, but looks now, Richard, to be coming under a little bit more pressure from Lucas Hayden, Joseph Knight and Archie Johnson behind him.
Yeah, those pro drivers will be keen to get into that 4th position, grab some points off of him. Remember, the points are points here. There's no separate race points for the respective classes. You lead the class by scoring points in the overall championship. Do we know if Henry's damage came through qualifying? He's got a little bit of damage, isn't he, on the outside?
I haven't seen him getting into anything in the race, put it that way, so I think it probably was from qualifying, or maybe even from a previous race meeting, actually. The panel damage won't slow you down too much in this category, so I'm sure they'd rather spend their time and effort and money on putting some new tyres on it, or making sure that the mechanics of the car are in good shape. And certainly he's driving the wheels off it at the moment, isn't he? 4th position would be his season best and indeed career best finish, and within his class as well, looking for a really good finish too if he can get them. I think he has had 1 class win, hasn't he? That being that 5th place finish overall at Alton Park. But yeah, as Richard quite rightly says, you score points based upon your outright finishing position, not your class finishing position. So it's important here for Henry to try and keep Lucas Hayden and Joseph Knight behind him, as well as Archie Johnson, who runs in the same class. But a couple of pro drivers between himself and Archie will benefit Henry massively in the points.
Zachary Lucas is going to take a little bit of solace here if he can finish on the podium. That will be the first time since Snetterton, incredibly,
really, wow,
that he's been up on a potential podium position. So good building for him. Do we know how much Alistair Kellett has to do either here, or is it Thruxton next time, isn't it?
Yes.
Can he wrap things up earlier? I know you've got to be at the last round.
You have got to be at the last round. I think you can drop the last round though, can't you, as long as you're there? It's not like, oh, hello, that's a bit of drama. That was Blackburn sideways, and who was that bouncing down the grass to avoid him? Was that Hayes? Might have been number 26, Harry Hayes, maybe. I think it was, wasn't he? Who had just got past Caitlin May, actually, on the previous lap. Has all of that hard work undone. But yes, because you can, I think, drop the final rounds, it is possible that Kellett could win it at Thruxton next time out. But I think it would be difficult for him to do it this weekend. He's, 48 points or so up the road, but bear in mind you score 50 points for a win, a point for a fastest lap, a point for pole position, so that's in excess of 150 points per weekend. So I think Thruxton maybe is where we'll break the calculators out to try and work that one out.
Are you at that? I'm not at that one, so I don't have to worry about.
Yes, yeah, you're missing that. Yes, I am there. Yeah, looking forward to.
Good luck with the maths.
Yes, indeed so. It's going to be a frenetic enough weekend as it is, because it's Thruxton, and we know what sort of racing that place tends to throw up, and trying to work points out as well can be a bit of a challenge.
I'm looking forward to watching you back, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
It's definitely one that I'll be sitting down and watch. Harry Hayes was chatting to the guy that brought him into the sport, Toby Trice, who races in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the Caymans, and saw Toby at Croft, and he was enjoying his racing, and he was delighted to hear that Harry had, made it at 3rd. He wasn't so pleased to hear that the podium was taken away, and I said, is he still involved in sponsoring you, Toby? He said, no, sadly he's got the bug and he's doing his own thing, which is a pity, but Toby's delighted that he introduced him to motorsport, and Harry's enjoying it, and that's great. And they're both out, so it's brought an extra driver onto the grid, which is the good thing.
Indeed so, running in the AM class, of course, as he learns his craft, as is Henry Howarth, who still leads the AM class, but as we just saw was overtaken pretty spectacularly then by Lucas Hayden up at Brooklands Corner, who've also lost Joseph Knight to the pit lane. So Joseph Knight, that was a lap ago, I think, came into the pit lane and has not yet re-emerged. So he looks like he might be out of the race. Oh, and that is now Conor Blackburn out, and that's Hayes again, isn't it? Harry Hayes off. Now, where? That's Beckett's, I reckon. Which, of course, is where they almost tangled a lap ago, and they've done it properly this time. Both drivers out of the race. Looks like both drivers out of the cars, more importantly, but damaged cars in the gravel trap. Probably deemed a dangerous area, that. We may well be about to go safety car.
We could well be. We could well be. I think there'll be a decision taken about how long there is to go, because safety car now would probably take them to the end of the race. So there's the call-in race control. Do you put the safety car out? Do you red flag it, red and checker? They'll try and give everyone. I mean, the signalling is superb all around the track. The drivers will hopefully be aware. You'd say maybe a little bit of risk limitation, perhaps where it is not too much of a risk. The cars are relatively well spaced out at the moment, so we might be able to go the distance.
Hope so. Don't want to see the race ending early, that's for sure. And for now, it is continuing under green flag conditions, so they're handling under local yellows for now. But that takes, unfortunately, Christopher Blackburn and Harry Hayes out of the race. Through Beckett's, the rest of the field come. It's on the exit of the corner that they've ended up quite a long way round the corner, I think. So a bit of an interesting place for those two cars to have come to rest. But anyway, looks as though they're far enough out of the way that the race can, for now, continue. And Alistair Kellett doesn't need to worry about executing a safety car restart. He's 1.6 seconds clear now of Gary Miller, who's done his best to go after the race leader. But Alistair Kellett looks set, doesn't he, to extend his championship lead now. Accelerates up through Woodcote Corner, still 3.5 minutes to go, and of course there's still plenty of other battling to be resolved. Here Luke Ward dicing away with Dan Lewis, so Dan Lewis defending 12th position here, and again significant points up for grabs here for the AM class championship contender, and Luke Ward in behind. Luke, a Masters contender, sits fourth, I think, in the Masters Championship going into this weekend, peeking up the inside of Dan Lewis, one of the younger drivers on the grid, as they head towards Copse Corner, but ultimately deciding to settle back in behind.
Yeah, all settling down quite nicely. I've got to say, Alistair Kellett's gap, not as big as we thought it might have been at the start of the race. 1.6, big enough for Gary Miller not to be able to challenge now. He's comfortable over Zach Lucas in third. I'm wondering if Zach is thinking, you know what, just be glad to get back on the podium for now and then see how we take it forward. Both Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson on for best results as well here. So we mentioned Henry, but I think Archie is as well. So the AM's having a good run. Simon Horrobin's made great progress, hasn't he?
Yes.
7th.
From 11th on the grid. So yeah, 4 places gained, significant for him. Not looking likely to catch this pair. These are the 2 cars directly ahead of him. Now this is the fight. Oh, now, hang on. Alistair Kellett is no longer showing as the race leader. A timing glitch, question mark? Or has he vanished somewhere out on track? And the checkered flag is out. So, I'd love to be able to tell you all what's going on, but I'm afraid I've no idea. Alistair Kellett is not showing as having taken the checkered flag. I mean, nor in fairness are Gary Miller and Zach Lucas, but where has Alistair Kellett got to is the main question. He is continuing to tumble down the order, and Gary Miller is showing as the race winner. So has Kellett had a drama on the last lap of the race, I wonder, that has maybe required an early finish to the race? Answers on a postcard, anyone? We'll try and find out for you if we can. But, well, that's the end of the race. Gary Miller's the winner by the looks of it, and that will have big ramifications for the championship. That will now count, if that is a non-finish for Kellett, as a dropped score. But, yeah, he's definitely not made it around to the checkered flag. So we'll try and piece together what's happened and see exactly where he got to. Right then, slightly bizarre conclusion to the race, but provisionally we've got Gary Miller as the race winner, Zach Lucas second, Lucas Hayden third, Henry Howarth fourth, and Archie Johnston fifth position. Simon Horrobin was sixth, ahead of Sean Reynolds, Morgan Kidd, Conor Blackburn, and James Pope. Worth pointing out, by the way, that Henry Howarth was the winner of the AM class. Then Dan Lewis 11th, Luke Ward 12th, Caitlin May 13th, and Charlie Ellis coming home in 14th place. Alistair Kellett is not shown as running at the flag, so he will therefore go down as a non-finisher ahead of Joseph Knight, Harry Hayes and Christopher Blackburn. We know what happened to those two. They were out up at Beckett's, and Joseph Knight retired to the pit lane. So, we will wait and see, I think, exactly who's going to arrive down at the podium area with Richard John Neal. That's where he's scurried off to have a chat with somebody who is the race winner. We think Gary Miller. And we will have all the reaction to that race coming up momentarily. But with at least 2 cars needing to be recovered from dangerous positions out on the track, it's going to be a little bit of a delay maybe before we get our next race underway. That next race being for the Ginetta Junior Championship, so it should be worth the wait. We've got Ginetta Juniors and Fiesta Juniors coming up next, followed by the Audi TT Cup Championship, then our first TCR UK race of the weekend, with the Miltex Sport Civic Cup rounding things out at around about 5:25, although we were running about half an hour or so ahead of time, so may now lose a little bit of that advantage we'd gained in the day, but we should hopefully have that final race underway at about 5 o'clock or so. And then a reminder, we've got a full day of racing tomorrow, with the racing kicking off just before 9:30 in the morning and running all the way through until about 6 p.m. It's a busy weekend here at this Silverstone National Race Weekend, with some of the BRSCC's most popular championships entertaining us all over the course of the 2 days. So we're just awaiting, hopefully hearing from our podium finishers down in the pit lane. Richard, I think, has been taking a couple of minutes to figure out exactly what happened at the end of that race. So let's see if we can get some answers, shall we, by heading down into the pit lane to hear from our podium finishers alongside Richard John Neal.
Plenty of drama going on there, and it's Gary Miller that takes the win. Gary just in his car. I think looks like we might be getting the circuit interview first. I want to get Zach Lucas, because Zach gets P2. Zach, congratulations. We'll have a bit of BRSCC branding in the background, so let's get you over here and go in and have a chat. Well done, Lucas. We'll grab you in a minute. We're juggling with our circuit commentary team today. First of all, great to be back on the podium.
Definitely, yeah. It's been a little while, few meetings now. I haven't been on the podium, so it's great. Really, really good stuff. Over the moon.
You don't want to see Alistair out of the race, but at the end of the day, it will ebb and flow for all drivers over the course of the season.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, it happens to everyone. There's always going to be some sort of mechanical issue throughout the season that is going to get you to retire the car. Unfortunately, I've had a few of them already this season. Hopefully no more. But yeah, it's not what anyone wants to see. We all want to have a good race. So, but yeah, hopefully he gets his car back out for the next race.
You can race together for that one. How do you feel in yourself, sort of confident that you're back up at the sharp end of things?
Yeah, I feel confident. Gary's really quick. I was struggling to sort of keep on his tail. He had a good draft out of Alistair at the beginning, so that was just both pulling away bit by bit. But hopefully next race we'll come back stronger and try and get a win.
Nice one, Zach. Great to see you back on the podium. Many congratulations. Well done on that one. Gary Miller, our race winner. Let's get Gary. Congratulations. First win in the championship?
First win in the championship.
Congratulations.
I'm a bit hoarse. There was a bit of shouting.
I'm going to make you talk all the more. It's about you. Obviously, we don't like seeing people drop out, but you were there or thereabouts.
Myself and Alice had a plan. We just said we'll get around the first couple of laps, try and break the toe for Zach, which we did. And to be fair to Alistair, he just gapped me and I couldn't catch him. And then towards the end of the race, I got to get a bit closer and closer. I said, maybe. And then unfortunately, his gearbox gave up coming into the last. So, yeah, I'm absolutely delighted to get the first win here. Just need to thank so many people like Vicky, my dad's here, Gary at home, everyone. The amount of work that's gone in to get here is just, it's brilliant.
It's great. Congratulations, mate. Really, really good to see. And I hope the first of many for you.
Hopefully we can do the double tomorrow then and see where we are. So, see what the reverse grip brings. So, I'll do my best anyway and see.
Anything you want to change on the car, or are you happy?
Absolutely nothing. Put a bit of petrol in it and go tomorrow. That's all I want to do.
That's what drivers say that, but you know.
I won't be going anywhere near that car today. Listen, thanks to everyone. That's all I have to say.
So many congratulations. Give our best to Alistair as well. We look forward to seeing you on the podium a little bit. Gary Miller, our first-time winner. Many congratulations. Third position goes to Lucas Hayden. Lucas, well done. There we go. Super stuff. Happy with that?
Yeah, very happy. I think like after the form at Croft, we sort of followed through with the same sort of pace, and it's a shame in quali that it was all so close, about 2 tenths colouring, I think, the top 10. So Yeah, unfortunate to be at the bottom end of that, but we had the pace to push through in the race, and yeah, it really showed.
This championship, for someone obviously I met during the sort of junior assessment process for you, you were looking at what the options were. Good decision to come and race here?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the cars are phenomenal to drive. They're so well built, and the whole grid is so competitive as well. Like, I think this is Gary's first win of the season, and he's been up there fighting every race this year. So it shows that anything can happen in this championship, and it's, yeah, amazing to be a part of.
You don't look like you've been in a race in hot conditions out there. Is that personal fitness or?
No, to be honest, I think I have. I think maybe I just pull it off. Some better than others, I guess, but it's definitely warm out there.
So you like Prince Andrew, you don't sweat?
Oh, maybe, yeah, who knows? Yeah. It's like, I think Ricardo said it, didn't he? High performance athletes don't sweat or something, but we're getting there.
Much to do for the next race?
Yeah, I think we'll go over the car, make sure everything's okay with it, and have a look at the day to see if there's anything that we can work on for the next race. But overall, I think the pace looks really good and should be able to push on.
Is that forensic that you'll go over the data every time?
Yes, 100%, because whether it be something really small or something really big, any marginal gain is a gain, and it makes a lot of distance over the course of a 20-minute race.
Well, congratulations, great to see you on the podium. More power to your elbow, hopefully see you a bit later on.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
It's Lucas Hayden. And on to the AM class, we've got Henry Howarth takes the win. Henry, well done, juggle the mic, let's get you over here. You get a round of applause as well, which is pretty good, and I think that's your best finish of the season, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, it's up there, certainly with Alton Park as well, getting the 2 wins there, but yeah.
Overall finish?
Oh, overall finish, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no, it was a great race. Some really great battles with Lucas and Archie, but just towards the end, I didn't quite have the pace so much for front boys to stick with them, but nonetheless, it was still a great race.
4th class win of the year in the AM class, and it is a good way of betting yourself in, isn't it? As a young driver, knowing that you've got a class that you can race in. Sure, great if you can come in and challenge for overall honours, which you're knocking on the door of, but just having that separate class, it just gives newcomers a chance to work themselves in and maybe get a little bit of silverware.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a great series for anybody involved, and yeah, I'm fortunate to be with a really good team who've given me the car to be racing here. So yeah, big thanks to Jamsport because they've made all this possible for me this season.
You're going to enter their scholarship for the JCW?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've already entered. So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that as well. But yeah, it's great to be such a good team.
You got an inside advantage there, haven't you?
Don't know. I think Jamie's going to treat me as just as anybody else. So yeah.
The entry terms are the same for you as anybody else, I guess. Yeah. Joe, and you're around Jamsport a lot, so I've seen you on touring car weekends, helping, mentoring, bit of engineering stuff like that. What are you learning from those events?
Mainly just sort of like how cars operate. So my personal belief is the better I know how to set up a car and the better how it works, the better I'll be able to race it at the end of the day.
That's pretty good, isn't it? A good learning experience, and obviously with the scholarship, you'd be using this as a stepping stone to get into the TOCA arena.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to go to minis. We're still looking for the budget to do that, but definitely that's on the board if we can.
That biofuel car's probably available for brands.
Yeah, we're possibly looking to do it. You never know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we don't want to lose you from Fiestas. We love having you here. Well done on the class win.
Thanks a lot.
Henry Howarth takes you in there. Well done, Henry. Thanks for chatting to us. Archie Johnson takes P2. Here's Archie. Well done, mate. Round of applause as well. I tell you what, do you know what? The AM class are getting as good a reaction as the overalls, which is really heartening to see. Yeah. Tell us about your race.
I got a pretty bad start, to be fair. I got a bit of wheel spin off the start, and the initial launch wasn't great. Now I got a little bit of contact in turn 1, which put me wide, and I lost another couple of positions. But through the race, with people having failures and me being able to overtake a couple, managed to make it back up to where I started in P5, and relatively happy with it.
That's what you've got to do, isn't it? Come back. We were talking about, how old are you, by the way?
17.
I was saying about some teenagers in the club sport race might, if they had a problem, throw the toys out, load up, but you've got to nail it on and keep going, haven't you?
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, thankfully the car stayed well. It felt nice through the race, and towards the end it was coming into my favour, and I was able to catch up a bit to Henry. But I think another couple of laps we could have had a nice battle and possibly could have got another position.
You sound a tad disappointed, I say, with the start, not getting it hooked up, but I think it's your best overall position this year.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in qualifying, I feel I could have got a bit higher. Pace was really good through testing, but I was still relatively happy with P5. And my aim for this race was to try and stay in position or gain a few. The start pretty much hampered it for the race, but I'm glad that I managed to, make a good recovery back to P5.
That's great. Well done. But on your best. Next step, 4th, and then an overall podium. Well done. That's Archie Johnson. And 3rd position goes to James Pope. Let's get, have we got James here?
He's coming down, we think, James Pope from a fair way. If we've got our zoom lens, we can catch up with him. We're going to get him, see if we can get him to run down and have a chat. I think there's a wee delay while they reclaim the cars that ended up in the gravel trap a little bit. Here we come. Oh, there's a couple of runners. Good to hear from all. It's not very often we get the chance to actually chat to the top three in both of the classes in the Fiesta Championship, but I think we might do. He is running now. I don't know if Shane can look down there and see the runner. He's got, and also we could ask him to do a little bit of multitasking here and do the overalls up for the interview while he's running, which would maybe be a bit of a task. And of course the bonus is he will look like he's been in a race. Unlike Lucas Hayden, who didn't look like he'd been in it at all. Oh, we get a little toot as well. So with that, no time to interview, James. We're going to hand you back. I'm joking. I am joking. There you go. James, thanks for coming down. I tried to grab a word with you earlier on today, and you were rightly getting into your qualifying preparation to go out. But we got to chat to you anyway, and it's the right way of doing it by getting on the podium. Have you got your breath back?
Yeah, I had a mega start. I'm really happy with that. Managed to bring myself up into lap 2, up near the top into near P6. And then lost it, unfortunately, into Luffields. Managed to bring it back in the end and recovered back up to where P3 in my Am class, so I'm happy with that.
Am class is well competitive, just like the overall championship, isn't it?
There's a lot of junior racing in it, and I'm competing with Dan. Dan's a brilliant driver. So is Archie. I managed to get my championship points, so I'm happy with that. Just went in front of Dan now for the P1.
Looking at it as I did, the overall championship, whether you're in the Am class or the Pro category, qualifying seemed to jumble absolutely everything up, and there were drivers at the back who should have been at the front, and there were drivers who sometimes, are learning their craft, dicing with people that have been on podiums and taken race wins. That scenario now tells us that, pretty much anyone on this grid is capable of a podium in their respective class.
Yeah, exactly. Qualifying was definitely tight for me. I struggled this morning with it. Adjusting to the track, haven't really been there a lot, so I do need to get some testing for next year, definitely. But yeah, I'm happy with qualifying where I went. I was in a nice position on the start, managed to bring myself up, so I'm happy with that.
James, thanks for running back from Parc Fermé for us. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the interview and good luck for the later races later on in the day. Give it up for James for the run as well, everybody down here. Well done, James. Thank you very much for that. So pretty much I think everybody happy. We're going to let them get on with the overall podium. In the meantime, I'm going to hand you back to Andy McEwen with some thoughts maybe on the Fiestas and certainly a look forward to our next race.
Before you get back in, Scott.
Yep, thank you very much, Richard. With our next race almost upon us, I think. The Ginetta Junior Championship drivers will be heading out any moment now, but the Fiesta ST240 is putting on a good show for us there. A drama for the championship leader with a gearbox issue taking him out of the race. What drama then does our first Ginetta Junior action of the weekend have in store for us? Well, Chase Fernandez will be hoping that his race is limited on drama because he's starting from pole position and would love to add to the 4 race victories that he's already had so far on his way to second place in the championship. As things stand, he will have Isaac Phelps alongside him on the front row. Row 2 then for Ethan Jeff Hall and for Alfie Slater, with Marcus Sater and Jude Peters sharing row number 3. Fourth row then for Charlie Hart ahead of Archie Clark. Henry Jocelyn is a bit further down the order than you might have expected in 9th, ahead of Ruben Dan in 10th position. Torrin Byrne and Ethan Carney complete the top dozen. And then it's Tom Ingram Hill with Colin Cronin on row number 7. Row 8, Tiso Mabunda and Alfie Davis with Felix Livesey and Harry Moss on row 9. The 10th row for Jack Robinson and James Ellis with Holly Mile bringing up the rear in the Fox Motorsport car. Well, Ginetta Junior Racing and the Silverstone National Circuit really do go hand in hand. We've seen some epic races here down the years. This is a category that is built upon close quarters racing, slipstreaming action. They're not very big cars either, so you can fit them 3 or 4 or 5 wide around some parts of the Silverstone National Circuit, and close finishes are often the order of the day. So we're hoping really that we'll see that here this afternoon. Certainly we've got all of the ingredients in place for what should be an entertaining race over 20 minutes, the duration. Chase Fernandez pulls up on pole position. Now, like I said, Chase Fernandez is second in the championship. Ethan Jeff Hall leads the championship, but that is all before any drop scores have been added. So that obviously doesn't get taken into account as far as Ginetta Junior is concerned until probably the penultimate round or so. They've got 2 more rounds to go, one at Donington Park and one at Brands Hatch, both on the British GT package. And that's where they've made their home really over the last couple of years, but racing on and off with the BRSCC as well. They're run by the BRSCC these days, the Ginetta Championships, all 3 of them, and running on a standalone BRSCC event here this weekend too. And we're very, very happy to have them here with us on the track. Track that, as I said, suits these cars down to the ground. So, Chase Fernandez for our racing, Elite Motorsports, Isaac Phelps second, and that brings me on actually to the Teams Championship, which is being dominated really by our racing. It was a lot closer in the early stages of the championship, but about over the first couple of rounds it was Elite Motorsport who stole the march, but then our racing able to claw that back. They had a really good run at the Anglesey G-Fest, outscoring Elite Motorsport pretty handsomely there. They continued that run at Snetterton last time out, and they arrived now here at Silverstone with a 144-point lead over Elite Motorsport in second, who are then nearly 100 points clear of Prep Tech UK in third. So our racing looking good for the Teams Championship. But it is rookie Ethan Jeff Hall who leads the points arriving here at Silverstone, and he will start third on the grid then for our first 20-minute Ginetta Junior race, which, as you can see, is only a minute or 2 away because the green flag lap has just begun. The car's accelerating around Copse Corner, weaving around to try and get some heat into the tyres. These Ginetta G40s, which have been racing now in the junior category for an awfully long time, actually. Probably something like 14 or 15 years ago, I think. Maybe just under that, maybe 12 or 13 years ago that the G40 was introduced and replaced the old G20. It's always been a massively, massively popular category of racing, a great proving ground for young talent. And quite a few stars of the motor racing world can say that they began their circuit racing career here in the Ginetta Junior Championship, and some real talent on show in 2024 as well. Richard John Neal has made the short hop back to the commentary box to commentate on Ginetta Juniors again. Richard, this must feel like old times.
It does. It's lovely. I'm very, very delighted to say I've maintained the relationship with Ginetta, even though they've not been with us on the Toka package. I oversaw the media side of the scholarship last year. Can't do it this year because it's BRSCC finals weekend, which is a pity, but I know they've got somebody even better to do the media this year, which we look forward to. They've kind of alluded to me maybe going back next year, which would be great. But G-Fest was lovely. It was great doing the various interviews around the paddock and catching up with everybody. Did we see, apart from my lunchtime, did we see any of my interviews during the lunch break?
I'll confess I was busy getting my lunch during the lunch break.
I don't blame you. You need to make every use of time available. I did an interview with Phil Glue this morning with our race, and also Chase Fernandez, who's on pole position. I don't know whether they've made it out, but you might be able to catch up with them a little bit later on in the weekend if that is the case. But yeah, Chase Fernandez, who switched teams from Jim Edwards Jr.'s team to our racing. And he's knocking on the door of the championship lead. Isaac Phelps has been a nice surprise this weekend as well. In the 35 car, Isaac, in terms of a surprise, I shouldn't be surprised really, because he had double second place here at Silverstone. That must have been the GP.
Yeah.
So he was at least familiar with half of the tarmac that he was coming in here and doing well, Isaac Phelps. How did he do at that one? He's had 2 wins already, isn't he? So
yes, at Alton Park.
The rounds that I haven't seen, Isaac, yeah, that's why he's a surprise to me. But he's there on P2, and Ethan Jeff Hall, who had a mega weekend on Anglesey, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And that's really part of why he has this 38-point championship lead. But can he retain it here at Silverstone? Well, let's find out. Chase Fernandez is the man chasing him down, and Chase has managed to hold on to the lead, I think, as they accelerate off the line and head towards Copse Corner for the first time around. So Fernandez then getting part one of the job done nicely and gets through Copse Corner with the lead of the race. But whether he'll be able to stay there for long is another matter, because we know that it's almost impossible to escape at the front of the field in this category, especially around this circuit. And already the first challenge is coming from Isaac Phelps, who looks to the outside, but he is the lone Elite Motorsport Ranger surrounded by a sea of our racing cars. He is going to have a real job to take the fight to them in the early stages, because this really is a track, isn't it, Richard, where teamwork can come into play.
Yeah, and look how many of the R Racing colleagues he has got up at the sharp end, the race leader. But Isaac Phelps doing a good job here. He's already having a look. I don't think he's close enough to make the move going into Brooklands, but he's putting him under pressure now. Oh, and slides through. He's got the outside run here. Is he going to have the grip to hold on to this, or could he get hung out to dry by the R Racing teammates? Let's see what Chase Fernandez does as they go through the final turn. It's Jeff Hall looking up the inside. Brave stuff from Isaac Phelps.
Yeah, but he's in danger of getting hung out to dry, isn't he? Because we know the our racing drivers will probably stick together here. So he's down to third, forces his way back into line. That was good driving, actually, by Isaac Phelps, so only loses the one position, that to Ethan Jeff Hall. So Ethan Jeff Hall, the championship leader, up into second place already. It is an R Racing 1-2 as they all slide their way through Copse Corner and accelerate towards Beckett's for the second time. Fernandez leads then, Jeff Hall second, Phelps still there in third, but that was a good example there, Richard, of how going for an overtake is not always the right thing to do. He ended up losing momentum and losing a place.
Yeah, very, very tricky indeed. And if he does it again, Alfie Slater is the next one in the queue, the number 27 car in fourth place. And Marcus Sater down behind him as well. Marcus, of course, had a super weekend on Anglesey, a couple of rounds ago with us now, but the challenge is on for lead position. Ethan Jeff Hall down the inside. Isaac Phelps is coming up and he's going to try a similar move. You can see him working the wheel. He's got around the outside here of Chase Fernandez. He's still going for it. He's going to stick on the outside run. The key here is how far is Fernandez going to push him wide? Not that wide is the answer. Not into the gravel. Good driving by Fernandez, and Phelps trying to hang on. Classic Ginetta Junior racing here, like a little junior festival this weekend, isn't it? Having the it's a shame we couldn't grab the other two, well, one championships with us as well. Wouldn't it be good to have a junior festival? I don't think the various factions would talk to each other to enable that to happen, but you never know, one day we might be able to do that.
Well, fingers crossed, we certainly would enjoy it, wouldn't we? And I think the fans of British motor racing would as well, because look, this is the kind of quality racing you can enjoy when you get a bunch of teenagers out on track in identical cars. On the inside there, steams Jude Peters, can't make the corner, misses the apex by a country mile and waves through a couple of the R Racing cars. Alfie Slater and Marcus Sater, I think that was. They've got Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart in this group too, and I think they might both get ahead of Jude Peters as a result of that moment as well. The top three then breaking away ever so slightly. Ethan Jeff Hall leading, and Fernandez, for now, Richard, happy to work with his teammate.
Yeah, Chase will be. It's the game plan that they try and break the toe from the elite racing runner and then sort it out amongst themselves in the closing stages. Chase Fernandez told me on his interview this morning that even though he's joined this team, he's great mates with his teammates. And I said, when do you stop becoming friends? When you're battling like you two are for the challenge? Oh, no, we're always great friends. Okay.
We'll ask him again at Brands Hatch, shall we? See if he gives the same answer. I mean, he certainly gave a bit of a bump there to Ethan Jeff Hall through the apex at Luffield. I don't think Ethan appreciated that, but it wasn't intentional from Chase, just trying to stay as close as he can to the race leader's car. This is the fight for fourth position. Alfie Slater 27 ahead of 67 Marcus Sater and Charlie Hart number 50. Now Charlie started 7th, he's gained one position from where he started, but really needs to try and gain some more. Charlie was right up there in the championship hunt at the start of the season. He's slipped back a little bit since then, but this might be his opportunity to go through, because out wide goes Slater, Sater goes through, Hart goes with him, and actually Charlie having a pop now at getting past the second of those R Racing cars at the same time. Can't do it, slots back in line, but look, all of this battling for fourth, Richard, is allowing the top three to break away.
Yeah, it's ideal for them, isn't it? Is Charlie Hart keeping an eye on Fun Cup, by the way? He got an impending debut there at the end of,
I believe so,
end of his junior tenure. More of that anon. I think you've probably heard it all before here anyway, the G-Fest. But yeah, super stuff here. Marcus Sater just ahead of Charlie Hart. Then Alfie Slater, I always want to call Cat Slater. Are you a soap man? You know what I'm talking about. Here we go.
I knew who you were talking about, but no, I don't have the time these days to follow them. But yes, Alfie Slater was fourth position. I don't think he is anymore, though, is he? As they come across the line, Hart up to fourth. So good luck that from Charlie. But this group really need to start playing nice, don't they? Otherwise, those top three are going to be left to settle it amongst themselves. The trouble is, there's no real alliances here, are there? Lots of different teams represented. You've got E3, you've got R Racing, Prep Tech, Elite Motorsport. There are no teammates together here, Richard, to sort of work together and get this group into order. That's Henry Jocelyn almost into the back of Alfie Slater. Jude Peters again inventing his own line out wide. There's a bit of a bump there from Jocelyn to Slater, and that will not benefit the R Racing man.
Yeah, Henry Jocelyn had a disqualification, didn't he, at the previous round at Snetterton, which you can't drop.
Yes.
So that's a big dent in his championship hopes. He was the erstwhile championship leader a few rounds ago, and he's got a bit of a mountain to climb now. And the stewards, once you get that sort of thing, once you've got that reputation, the stewards, not say will focus on it, but they'll be aware, whether it's deliberate contact or otherwise, they'll have a very close look. The truth is, of course, they look at everything. They'll look at all the data. But Henry maybe needs to be a little bit careful of that. He's down behind Jude Peters, who had his strongest qualifying today. And you'll see on the timing tower, Jude has the letter F after his name. He's the top, or he was the top rookie. He still is the top rookie. And Ginetta have acknowledged that and introduced the freshman class, which is for drivers who are new to the championship, but less experience in racing generally.
Indeed so, which is great because it means that they've got something to fight for, even if they're not immediately on the pace of some of the regular front runners. But you're never usually short of someone to fight with, are you, on a Ginetta Junior grid regardless. Speaking of, side by side here, Archie Clark and Ethan Carney. Carney on the inside, number 53, and Archie Clark sort of gets eased out wide. Jude Peters and Ruben Dan are in this group as well. And Tom Ingram Hill as well, a bit further back than we're perhaps used to seeing him of late. He's been coming on strong in the mid part of the season. Down towards Brooklands they go, and this group just refusing to get themselves into any sort of order. Very entertaining to watch, but it means those top three have really broken away now. Ethan Jeff Hall and Chase Fernandez in particular, and actually they, Richard, have got a second in hand now over Isaac Phelps as well. So the R Racing teamwork at the front is working well, and I wonder whether maybe some of the R Racing teammates in this mid-pack group, if they get together, they can maybe use that to their advantage too.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as off goes Torin Byrne, I think that is.
Yeah. Yeah, Torin was eased wide there by somebody. I didn't spot who that was. Colin Cronin maybe, I think, was up the inside. Yes, it was. And Torin Byrne drops down to 15th position. Harry Moss, has dropped down to 20th. Something's happened to Harry on that lap as well. He's 20th and last now after some sort of a drama. 12 and a quarter minutes to go then. And Ethan Jeff Hall continues to lead the way. Where does the next move come from? Well, perhaps Alfie Slater, who started, let's not forget, 4th on the grid, ran inside the top 3 earlier on, and now finds himself all the way down in 7th position. So perhaps car number 27 is going to be the one whose driver is the most eager to try and gain some places rather than lose them.
Alfie missed the... I'm not sure, you'll maybe know this. Did Alfie miss the first round because he wasn't old enough?
Oh, yes, that rings a bell, actually, yeah. I think I've heard that. So, yeah, that is quite common, isn't it, in junior racing, really, that they have to wait. And, you know, it's good to get them in, even if it's not for a full season, because they can learn their craft that first year, and then the second year they're ready to hit the ground running, and that's where their championship campaign comes from. But, yes, I do believe that was why he was absent from the Alton Park season opener.
Phil Glue was telling me this morning in his little chat, and again, you might get the chance to see it over the weekend in the coverage, that they are already testing 12-year-olds. So 2 years ahead of getting, I mean, it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I always joke that racing drivers get younger every year, but they really do, don't they? 12 years old, that is astonishing. But of course, there are ways they can do it in safer, controlled environments. And it means that these days it is not uncommon to see a rookie at 14 years old coming into a championship like this and immediately having podium pace. They might have to learn their racecraft over the first handful of events, but they've got the speed right from the very start, and that really is not a bad thing in my eyes, because there's so much talent out there. The sooner they have the chance to prove themselves, the better.
And equally, you don't have to have all that experience to come in. You can be a total rookie and come in, or maybe a little bit of karting, because there is the freshman category. Oops.
James Ellis, that was, going grass tracking.
One of the McKenna Development team drivers, James Ellis, so he'll be going for the podium for the freshman. He's on the podium at the moment. Torin Byrne ahead of him is second in that category. 1.162 between Jeff Hall and Fernandez. I'm expecting a big battle in the closing stages between those two.
Yes, but not just yet, probably, because they want to try and drop Isaac Phelps, don't they? But Phelps has just set the fastest lap of the race, so that tells me he's just about still within slipstreaming range. They've not quite dropped him yet. He's got back within a second now of the race leader, and about 0.6 of a second behind Chase Fernandez. So Isaac Phelps is not out of this fight just yet. There are the leaders, look, and I would not, in fact, that's not the leaders, excuse me. That is actually Marcus Sater and Charlie Hart. Charlie, who runs for Elite Motorsport, but you'd be forgiven for thinking he's part of the R Racing Brigade with his mainly grey livery. And then you've got Alfie Slater, Henry Jocelyn, Archie Clark, and Ethan Carney behind. Track limits? What track limits? That was a very wide line for pretty much every car in that group, wasn't it?
When they were on Toker, I remember the Clark doing a briefing for them and saying, you can get away with it once, and in fact, actually, you should be doing it once, because if you're not doing it once, you're not trying. That was the clerk, you know, sort of saying, yes, you should do it, but I'm sure the driving instructors will say the same thing.
Indeed. So, right then, now this is interesting because Chase Fernandez, I think, is getting the hurry up here. Isaac Phelps has done a terrific job to catch these two, and that, I think, has now put an end to the R Racing teamwork. Chase Fernandez wants out of there, doesn't he? And wants to try and find a way past Ethan Jeff Hall, who is now very much defending the lead into Copse Corner. Now, they've got 3 seconds over the next group, but if they start battling like this, Richard, it's not inconceivable that the next group of cars could yet catch them. So it's a 3-horse race for now, but the battle very much on with 8 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Charlie Hart for the win here. He's in 5th, so it has happened in Ginetta Junior racing before. Great squabble going on here, but Ethan Jeff Hall doing a super job leading out front at the moment. Now, will he be backing up Chase Fernandez into Isaac Phelps? No, as they go side by side, and Chase Fernandez is trying to make the move, but he's going to find himself on the wrong part of the track. Isaac Phelps might work with him. Under the bridge they go, down towards Brooklands again. So Ethan Jeff Hall knows he's on the right side of the track. Well, he is, but it's Fernandez that's got the move done with that drafting from the elite car. But the elite car's going to lose out on P2 here. So it's Fernandez leading now. Super stuff by Ethan Jeff Hall, who tries to get back on the inside. Meanwhile, Phelps is back through and into P2. Lovely stuff.
Chase Fernandez drove the entirety of the Wellington Straight one-handed. He had his right hand on the wheel, his left hand waving furiously at Isaac Phelps, saying, push me, push me, push me, which in fairness he did, but it didn't really work out very well for Isaac. So Fernandez gets the lead then. Jeff Hall second, but of course he now has the slipstream and perhaps an opportunity to attack into Copse Corner. The door is going to be closed. They almost make contact, and look at the run that Phelps will have. Takes the wide line in, cuts back to the late apex, gets alongside Ethan Jeff Hall, and I think has gone into the race lead. Yes, he has. They lead on each other, but Phelps is through into the lead of the race, and that was a perfectly timed switchback.
Wonderful stuff from Isaac Phelps. Great racing from these three. This is what the Toka package is missing at the moment in terms of juniors. May come back to them next year. We'll wait and see, but it's Jeff Hill back up into P2 and Chase Fernandez, as low as he's been in this race, down in 3rd.
And Marcus Sater and Charlie Hart 3/4 of a second quicker than them on the previous lap, so you might be onto something there. I think they're going to be with these three if the battle continues, and it's showing no sign of abating. Launching up the inside goes Ethan Jeff Hall, supremely late on the brakes, and gets the car stopped. That was the move of the race so far, and he has got the lead back again. And for the first time, I think, all race, the R Racing cars are split by the elite car of Isaac Phelps in 2nd position, but out wide goes Jeff Hall. They'll be side by side again before you know it, and the chasing pack are catching.
Unless someone could tell me otherwise, that was one of the moves of the year for me.
Agreed.
Super move.
Yeah.
From Ethan Jeff Hall. You know, you get 2 or 3 that stick in your mind each season. That one's going to be lodged there for sure, but the battle for the lead carries on, and as you say, it is going to get bigger because you've got Sater, Hart, Slater, Clark, Jocelyn, all that group wanting to come into the mix as well.
Phelps has got the switch back again, back up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall now as they head for Beckett's once again. This is the 12th lap of the race, 6 and a bit minutes to go, and Isaac Phelps now hits the front of the field. Now, can he keep it this time? He's got the inside line at Beckett's corner. Fernandez tries to slot through into second, but look, they're there. We've got Marcus Sater and Charlie Hart now making it a 5-way fight for the win, and there's a lot of elbowing going on there between Fernandez and Ethan Jeff Hall. They're teammates, yes, but they are also the top 2 drivers in the championship, and to your point earlier on, Richard, it's so difficult to retain that friendly relationship with a teammate when you're this close for the championship and this close on track.
Yeah, brilliant racing at the moment, and it's Ethan Jeff Hall looks to try and get around the outside of Isaac Phelps again, who leads this one. Chase Fernandez, Marcus Sater, Charlie Hart is in behind as well. Hart's had a plethora of podium positions, no wins yet, and he could just fancy showing a little bit of racecraft here towards the closing stages of this one, maybe to get into the lead. But it's a huge ask from P5, where he is at the moment, as they cross the line again.
Yeah, Charlie Hart's been on the podium in half of the races so far this season, 8 out of 16 races, but never the top step, and this could be a genuine opportunity. He's got a good run out of Copse Corner. Look at the car at the back of the group, but nowhere to go. They're 2 and 3 abreast in front of him, and he's just got a road full of Ginetta. He finds a gap, though, goes with Fernandez, and might be up into 3rd place here before you know it. Yes, he is. So Phelps leads the way, Fernandez second, Hart up into the podium places, and Richard, he's arrived with momentum here and wants to do something with it.
How can you credit that Ethan Jeff Hall is down in 4th place, Marcus Sater still at the back, and we've got another 4 cars wanting to join in. You know, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this product at this level.
Absolutely not. It is, the racing, honestly, is second to none. This is fantastic stuff. Sideways for Phelps over the curb. And Chase Fernandez's rather dog-eared car in second position is a bit more dog-eared now because he's rattling up the inside of Isaac Phelps through Luffield corner. He really wants to get to the front of the field, doesn't he? Doesn't want to get sort of sucked back into that pack behind, and he is willing to get elbows out to make that happen. They are side by side for the race lead past the pits, but this is giving a double slipstream now to the cars behind, and here comes the challenge from Charlie Hart. 3 abreast up the inside line. Towards Copse corner they go, and Charlie Hart has got the lead, has he? Maybe. Well, Isaac Phelps tries to hang on around the outside, but Charlie Hart, with the run down the pit straight, saw a gap and went for it.
He did. This is classic stuff. Has he peaked a little bit too soon, though? We've got 3:43 on the clock. Almost as if he's listening to me, drops back into P2.
Oh, no! No, it had to happen. It had to happen. That's Archie Clark and Alfie Slater who have gone round. I think Chase Fernandez was involved in that contact, but managed to keep going on the outside line. But, Richard, they couldn't keep that up.
It was going to go that way, wasn't it? You know, when you've got that many cars, and there'll be all sorts of post-mortems into that, but the race lead carries on as well here. 3 wide for the race lead, and coming through on the inside, Ethan Jeff Hall from, well, he was way back, he was 4th a couple of laps ago, back into the lead. And Charlie Hart now down to, well, at the moment 3rd, but looking for 2nd on the inside. A little bit of drifting from Charlie, collects it up well in the 50 car. Will try and slot through on the inside, but the momentum, I think, is with Phelps. Well, it was until he clattered over the curbs.
Yeah, got 2 wheels in the dirt. That means Charlie Hart comes back through. I'll tell you what, though, if it comes down to a last lap lunge into Brooklands, my money is on Ethan Jeff Hall. That's twice now that he's outbraked someone from quite a long way back on the inside line. If he can position himself there on the final lap, that could be the race-winning move in about 2.5 minutes time. Out of Copse corner we go again then. He's got the lead. Charlie Hart is back in 2nd position. Then it's Chase Fernandez in 3rd. 4th Isaac Phelps. Then a bit of a gap back to Marcus Sater and Henry Jocelyn. Haven't really mentioned Henry Jocelyn much in this race, but he's creeping into contention right when it counts. Through Beckett's corner they go. Armfuls of opposite lock there for Chase Fernandez as he rattles wide over the curb, but this battle is not over yet, that's for sure.
Ethan Jeff Hall leads them down the straight, and I guess at this stage of the race you want to be leading at any time, but tactically, does he want to be leading? Because he's got Charlie Hart, who's going to be fired up for that first win. Hart takes the nice wide line into Brooklands, not under any massive pressure at the moment. The cars are there, forming a little bit of a spectre for him, with Fernandez in 3rd place, Isaac Phelps still in 4th, Henry Jocelyn getting himself up towards them as well in that 26, but it's Jeff Hall still out front. Charlie Hart thinks relatively settled with just under 2 minutes to go.
Which means 2 more laps of the Silverstone National Circuit then between us and a checkered flag, but who will see the checkered flag first? That is the question. Ethan Jeff Hall, I would say, has led more laps than anybody else in this race. He does seem consistently, doesn't he, able to put himself at the front of this group. A recovering Archie Clark, by the way, has just set a fastest lap of the race down in 8th position, but a couple of seconds behind this lead group, which also now includes Ethan Carney and Ruben Dance. This is the top 8 cars now, all in a long line, heading towards Beckett for the penultimate time. It's Isaac Phelps who tries the outside line on Chase Fernandez. Fernandez will not want to let him through and escorts him beyond track limits, and then gives him a big hip check on the exit of the corner. Phelps on the grass. Fernandez now tries to fend off, I think that was Marcus Sater, and it's actually Fernandez who comes out of that worse.
Yeah, he didn't want to be doing the bashing and crashing down the straight. He was defending position. Meanwhile, we've got a retiree there.
Well, I think that's Fernandez slowing. He may have suspension damage.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised after that. So the lead is between Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart now. These two very much at it. Got a little bit of breathing space over Isaac Phelps in 3rd place as they head on towards the last lap.
So, and that's Chase Fernandez. I think that car's got broken rear suspension on the left corner. I think he's going to have to head for the pit lane. The car is crabbing, and that could be championship-defining stuff for Chase Fernandez. We'll cover that later, though. For now, we've got a last lap shootout to focus on between Ethan Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart. They've got a bit of real estate back to Isaac Phelps, who's trying to fend off the whole world in 3rd position. It realistically is going to be, you would think, one of those top 2 to win it. Now, where does Charlie Hart make the move? I think Beckett's is too soon.
Yeah, it could well be, couldn't it? He's having a look now. The ideal run would be on the inside into Brooklands, but we'll see. We know how quick Ethan Jeff Hall is into there, and he'll be expecting Charlie Hart to make the move. Let's watch it as they come out of Beckett, and you can see he's almost hugging that left-hand line. There's not room at the moment down the inside for Hart to go through on the inside.
How aggressive is Charlie willing to be for that first victory of the season? He feints to the outside, wanted to sell the dummy and go back to the inside, but couldn't do it. And so Ethan Jeff Hall, last of the late breakers, will hang on to the advantage through Brooklands for the final time. A big slide for Charlie Hart. It's not going to be another second place, is it, Charlie? Through Luffield corner they go, then he takes a tight line, he tries to nuzzle up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall. It's going to be one of those Ginetta Junior sprints to the flag, but I think that Ethan Jeff Hall has just about got enough to hang on for a 6th victory of the 2024 season. Across the timing line they go, and yes, by 0.2 of a second, it's Ethan Jeff Hall who wins. Charlie Hart in 2nd position. Isaac Phelps comes home in 3rd place in the end, with Sater 4th and Jocelyn 5th. Now, that, from a championship perspective, is obviously very good news for Ethan Jeff Hall, who managed to fend everybody off somehow, against all odds really, to claim another victory, a 6th win of the year. That is now a 10th podium finish from the 17 races that we've had so far. That sort of consistency in Ginetta Junior racing is very, very difficult to come by usually. That, I believe, is Chase Fernandez limping across the line. So Fernandez ended up in 18th place. Now that will likely become a dropped score. I'm pretty sure that will become a drop score for Chase Fernandez. So all is not lost completely. He will gain back whatever his previous worst score was, which I believe was 12 points, actually, from the most recent race at Snetterton, as it was. But of course doesn't really want to be losing momentum at this crucial stage of the championship. Ethan Jeff Hall then the winner, Charlie Hart in 2nd, Isaac Phelps in 3rd, with Marcus Sater and Henry Jocelyn completing the top 5. Ethan Carney was 6th ahead of Ruben Dan in 7th place. Archie Clark, Tom Ingram Hill and Jude Peters complete the top 10. Then it was Felix Livesey and Torrin Byrne, with Alfie Slater 13th and Colin Cronin in 14th position. 15th place then was Tisa Mabunda, with Harry Moss, James Ellis and Chase Fernandez next. Chase Fernandez 18th, did manage to limp home for some points, but that will become a dropped score, no doubt about it. And then it was Robinson, Mile and Davis who came home behind. So despite the intensity of that race, all 21 starters were able to reach the checkered flag. Right, there's an awful lot to unpack after that race, so I want to give Richard John Neal as much time as possible to dissect it with the top 3 finishers in the race then, and we will very shortly be able to hear from him down in pit lane with our top 3 finishers, Ethan Jeff Hall, Charlie Hart and Isaac Phelps. Let's head down there now then and hear from Richard John Neal and our top 3 finishers.
Well, the plan was, I think, for Ethan to stay in the car, but he's out of the car. Ethan, congratulations, well done. Let him get his crash helmet off and grab a quick word. What fantastic. You can see why we love the Ginetta Junior, any Junior Championship, to be absolutely honest, but that was just such hard work for Ethan Jeff Hall, who, for me, became a familiar face on Anglesey a while ago, a couple of rounds ago. Congratulations. I've got to say, I was talking about moves, Ethan, that burn into the brain, and there was one where you got the lead earlier on in the race where you just launched it down the inside to grab the lead. It was about a third of the way through the race. I don't know if you recall that, but super move, and that for me said, yeah, I think this youngster's going to win.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great race, obviously a massive hack throughout the race. Obviously me and Chase were up there at the start, but then Isaac started to close down, so sort of got into a little bit of a battle. Lost the lead a few times, then we dropped back down to like 4th at one point, but managed to make my way back up through the field and come out on top.
Is there a point in the race where you don't want to be in front, if you've got too many people in or around you?
It's always nice to be at the front. I think with this weather, it's so hot, it's nice to be at the front, keep your engine cool, but it's very hard being at the front and defending from that many people, but I think I did a great job, and yeah, it was amazing.
Well, Chase obviously got pole for that one and ended up getting some damage and dropping back, but points-wise for you, absolutely ideal.
Yeah, great points for me. I think that'll have extended our championship lead a little bit now, so that's very good for me. Obviously not the best for Chase. Hopefully he can come back stronger in the next 2 races tomorrow, but yeah, great championship points and a great weekend so far.
What's the plan this evening? Do you go and pour over the date with everybody, or do you get a little bit of R&R?
Obviously enjoy the moment, and then we'll probably go back, do a bit of data, have some lunch and just go to sleep really.
Nice one, Ethan. You've earned that. Well done, mate. Congrats. Super win. Great drive. And that move that, as I say, will stick with me. We've got Charlie Hart being interviewed at the moment on Circuit.com. So we'll grab a quick word with Charlie in a moment. As you heard during the race commentary, virtually ever present. He's had 8 or 9 podiums over the course of the season so far. And the elite motorsport runner, Charlie. we spoke briefly at Anglesey. I don't think we did a podium interview, but what a great race. And there was a huge gap between the top three and you guys. And you were running in fifth, I think, maybe behind Marcus. And I made the comment at the time. By the way, I've already told Ethan that I thought he was going to win after one of the moves he did. But you were back in fifth, and I said, Charlie Hart for the win here from fifth when they close up. And you did, and you took him all the way to the flag.
Yeah. Started seventh. Obviously, quali wasn't amazing, but, you know, managed to get a few into the first couple laps, got into fifth, I think, and then just sat behind Marcus for a bit. It was inevitable though, they were going to battle at the front, so I just spent the time planning for what I was going to do when we caught them, and then, yeah, I just picked them off one by one, just couldn't get Ethan at the end, but good race.
It's one of my commentary colleagues, Joe Tanner, who's like Scottish Formula 4 champion many years ago, said, podiums are great when you first get them, but until you get a win, they get old, you get fed up with them. The win is so nearly there for you.
Yeah, so close again. You know, we're starting seventh again tomorrow, so, you know, just do that again and make the move for the win, hopefully.
Reading your body language, your face, your eyes, it says to me, you know you've got the win in you.
Yeah, 100%. I know what has to be done. I know I'm capable of it, so yeah.
Great team behind you as well. Shout out for Ed and the boys. Elite's always been a good outfit as well as our racing.
Oh yeah, you know, great team. Couldn't have done it without them. We've made a lot of improvements to the car, so yeah, really happy with that.
Nice one, Charlie. Many congratulations. Charlie Hart, P2 man. That's our top two from the Ginetta Juniors. Shame we didn't get to do the other runners, but we've got more junior racing coming up, courtesy of the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. They'll be on track in a moment. Let's head back to Andy for a bit of reflection, maybe on the Ginettas, and certainly look forward to the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, we've got the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship drivers set to head out onto the track momentarily then for their first race of the weekend, the first of 3 races here on the Silverstone National Circuit. 9 races away from the end of the season, and things are tightening up nicely at the top. Just 10 points separating Jensen O'Neill going from Finn Leslie, but this is the circuit at which Finn Leslie took his first ever race victory in the championship 12 months ago. He debuted here, I seem to recall. He may have, I forget which way round it was, Silverstone, then Donington, or Donington, then Silverstone. But anyway, I think Silverstone was the first. He was immediately quick, won a race, and was able to really make a name for himself even towards the back end of 2023. Came into 2024 as a clear title contender, as, in fairness, did Jensen O'Neill going as well. But Finn Leslie arriving at Silverstone, a very happy hunting ground for him historically, and he managed to net the pole position as well in qualifying earlier on today, albeit only by 37 thousandths of a second over Jacob Hodgkiss, with Jensen O'Neill going lining up third. So Jacob Hodgkiss, who is there in the championship, I seem to recall. Jacob is 6th in points coming into the weekend, albeit about 70 points or so adrift of the championship lead. So realistically not likely to challenge for the title this year, but he would like to try and get himself a race win if he can. Jacob Hodgkiss has had just the 1 victory so far this season. His championship really derailed with a non-finish followed by then a disqualification in the 2 races at Snetterton earlier on in the year. Now the non-finish can be counted, well, non-start it was actually, can be counted as a drop score, but the DQ in race 2 can't. He then had another non-finish last time out at Croft, the middle of the 3 races, which means he's now dropped 2 zeros and also has a further 0 score that he can't drop from Snetterton. So his championship really sort of unravelling a little bit as a result of that, but looking to try and get himself a win here if he can. Finn Leslie starts, as I said, from pole position though, and Finn's championship campaign has just got stronger and stronger throughout, really. He had a win along with 2 third-place finishes at the Brands Hatch season opener, had a 2nd and a 1st at Snetterton. Bit of an iffy first race at Alton Park, but bounced back nicely for 2nd in race 2, sorry, 3rd in race 2, then got a 2nd place finish and a 3rd place in 2 of the races at Croft last time out. So Finn Leslie with a pretty consistent season, really, not dropping all that many points compared to some of the others. But Jensen O'Neill going is the one who's done most of the winning. He won 2 of the 3 races at Brands Hatch, He then claimed another win at Alton Park, another win at Croft, but Jensen has only once finished outside of the top 4 all year long. That came in the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch, where things went a little bit wrong for him, but he has proven on multiple occasions that he is capable of winning these things, and been very, very good at positioning himself at the front of the field when it counts. And this could be one of those races where you have to judge it right. We saw that in the Ginetta Juniors just now. You don't necessarily want to be leading for the whole race, or need to be leading for the whole race, but obviously Jensen O'Neill going, if he can get out in front, will certainly be keen to do so. Had quite a few judicials after qualifying. There were lap times disallowed for Harry Lindley and Jensen Mason. They were both disqualified altogether from the qualifying session, number 69 and 85, for contravention of several championship regulations, really. I won't go into them all now, but they will therefore disqualified. We'll have to start off the back of the grid. And we also had lap times disallowed for number 87. That was Archie Davis, who qualified 6th, but probably could have started a little bit further up than that. He wasn't the only one to have lap times disallowed, though. Jensen O'Neill going even having a lap time taken away from him. But as you can see, the cars are now out on their green flag lap then. Well, not their green flag lap, that's their out lap from the assembly area. The layout here on the Silverstone National Circuit sees the cars line up in the assembly area, which is actually 2/3 of the way down the Wellington Straight. So they come out, do Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote line up on the grid, and then are released onto their green flag lap proper. When that's done, it will be a 15-minute race then for the juniors. And I believe we can take a look at how they're going to line up for it any moment now with, as I said, Finn Leslie in the red number 26 car, setting the fastest time, but only by 37 thousandths of a second was he quicker than Jacob Hodgkiss, who will line up alongside him. Then Jensen O'Neill going the points leader starts 3rd, alongside Alfie Garford, Billy Blockley and Archie Davis together on row number 3. 4th row of the grid then is where we'll find Josh Watts and Thomas Merritt. Henry Foote and Daniela Sutton complete the top 10, with Callie Clifford and Jack Burgess on row number 6. 7th row of the grid for Ben Doherty and Maggie Webster. Hayden Gray and Jack Sant are on row 8. Row 9 for Atlanta Le Breton and Aaron Beattie, with George Foxlow 19th on the grid. And we should then have Jensen Mason and Harry Lindley at the back. Those are the two who had their qualifying lap times disallowed for various Motorsport UK regulation contraventions. So, grid is set, more or less. Just got the last couple of cars being filtered into position at the back of that grid, and then we'll be good to go. 15 minutes the journey for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, this 5th event of the season. But actually, because of the fact that every one of these final 3 events of the year are triple headers, we're actually only just into the second half of the season as far as number of races are concerned. So still plenty of time, with 50 points available per race win. That is 450 points still on offer between now and the end of the championship. So a very good chance that we will have a bit more chopping and changing of the order before then. So Jensen O'Neill going then 10 points clear of Finn Leslie after the drop scores. And Tommy Harfield is then a further 30 points back. Now Tommy Harfield is going to be starting this race where he says, I don't actually recall seeing Harfield on the grid, did I? No, I don't think I did. So Tommy Harfield then is not racing by the looks of it this weekend. That's a shame. So he's going to drop out of contention realistically for the championship. He could use these as drop scores, I guess. What was he dropping before? He had a non-start back at Brands Hatch and a 14-pointer from Alton Park. So yeah, can't really afford to have any more poor finishes, can he? And so this will probably take him out of contention. Jensen Mason is then a further 41 points back. So realistically, it's now Jensen O'Neill going versus Finn Leslie for the championship. Who's going to get it? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the two drivers will start on the inside of rows 1 and 2 respectively, except the other way round. Points leader O'Neill going starting 3rd, and Finn Leslie 2nd in the championship, starting on pole position. Richard John Neal back with me, ready for a second dose of junior racing action and another very finely poised championship, more so even than Ginetta's, in fact, with just 10 points separating Jensen O'Neill going and Finn Leslie. But as I was just saying, this is the venue, of course, at which Finn claimed a victory as a guest driver 12 months ago, his first win in the category. He's gone on to win a handful more times in 2024, but he's qualified on pole position. Is it fair to say Finn is turning into already a bit of a Silverstone specialist?
We've got a Silverstone championship, haven't we? Do you know what? I didn't even realise he qualified on pole. I've been so busy today going in and out, I hadn't even seen qualifying times. But yeah, Finn Leslie, when he came in as a guest, didn't have that pressure, did he? And I can say that, but the youngster was just quick.
Yeah.
You know, we could make up all the excuses for the other drivers, and Finn Leslie was quick. And as you say, championship battler with, so we've got Jacob P2 and Jensen O'Neill going P3.
Yes.
Now, Jensen's got an asterisk. You've probably covered this off already. If you haven't, I apologise. What's the asterisk with that track limits for Jensen?
Lap times disallowed, yes.
Okay.
But whether they were his quickest laps, I'm not sure. But he had lap times taken away from him.
Right.
As a result of that, he wasn't the only one, as you can probably imagine. Hopefully that's not something that's going to rear its ugly head in the race. We want a good, clean race, no track limits, penalties. Let them settle it out between themselves on the circuit. And hopefully we'll get a good show here from the juniors. The Fiesta Juniors then, the RSCC's very own junior racing category, which has been providing lots of opportunities for talented youngsters for well over a decade now. Who's going to come out on top then in this first race of 3 this weekend at Silverstone? Finn Leslie on pole, Jacob Hodgkiss on the inside of him, and then Jensen O'Neill going, starting from third. The championship leader, can he make a good start and challenge for the lead into Cops Corner? The lights go out now, away we go. Pretty even start really for most of the front runners. Like Josh Watts got away well. Josh Watts qualifying reasonably well, although he's getting involved in a bit of fisticuffs already. That was with Billy Blockley, I think, in the red car, but he does manage to force his way through. So Blockley dropping down a position or so already as they round Copse for the first time and head down towards Maggots and Beckett. Who's got the lead though? Is it still the red car of Finn Leslie? No, it isn't. Jacob Hodgkiss going through with an assistance from Jensen O'Neill going. Hodgkiss sideways, but not as sideways as Leslie, who is off. Finn Leslie off altogether up at Beckett's corner, and that, well, whether it was pressure, who knows? Certainly cold tyres, I think, coming into play. Another car out wide further back, but that is drama already for Finn Leslie, who's got it all to do.
Wow, didn't expect that, did we, at Beckett's on the first lap? And even stranger maybe to see the two erstwhile championship rivals working together. Jensen O'Neill going, helping Jacob Hodgkiss around with a little bit of draft. Super stuff. And Jensen will be keen to sign off the Mark 6. Remember, it's the last year of the Mark 6s this year. Be keen to sign off with that championship win. That's done him no harm at all, that first lap.
And no, absolutely not. A good start then from Jensen O'Neill going, but crucially a bad opening lap for his title rival Finn Leslie. We'll see where Finn has ended up then. He is in 10th position, Finn Leslie. So 9 places, well, 10 places lost really. He started on pole, he's down to 10th position. Keep an eye on the red number 26 car. It will, I'm sure, come charging back through the field. But now he's in the danger zone, isn't he? He needs to avoid contact, avoid getting tangled up with anybody, and make sure he has a clean race. At front of the field though, Jacob Hodgkiss only too happy to take advantage of that. He's got the lead. O'Neill going second, Alfie Garford third, fourth Archie Davis, fifth was a wide Josh Watts, and there Finn Leslie heading out of Beckett's corner. And was that Jack Burgess still behind him? Not sure. There's another car off, is the further back? Yes, there is. And that, I reckon, was Maggie Webster, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Jellyfish logo on the back as Jensen O'Neill going, makes the move down into Brooklands. Very neat move from Jensen. Jacob Hodgkiss sees him. He's going to try and hang on for the outside, which converts to the inside for the next corner. Got space between the two cars right now. Good, respectful, clean racing from the pair of them. And coming up as well is Alfie Garford having a good look to try and get up into P2.
Yep, so 4 of them now all together really at the front of the pack. Then a gap back to Josh Watts in 5th position, but Jensen O'Neill going, interestingly, not content with settling for second, and he's back up the inside again now as they head towards Copse Corner. This one I think might just work for him. That's always the better place to be really, into Copse, the inside line, and through he will go. Josh Watts there running a little bit wide in 5th, needs to be mindful of track limits. They'll definitely be monitoring at Copse Corner. 3 abreast though now for second position. Is that? Well, not quite. It's O'Neill going still the leader. Hodgkiss second, side by side for third, and O'Neill going goes wide. Opens the door for Jacob Hodgkiss, who is only too happy to slip back through, whilst Alfie Garford is busy trying to defend from Archie Davis.
Jacob Hodgkiss had a dreadful time, didn't he, at Croft last time out, and I was speculating whether he'd maybe sort of park it and move on to senior racing, which he could do. But he's back. He's got the Silverstone title still within his grasp. Remember the 3 events here at Silverstone, which are bookended by the race on the international circuit. So he's keen to get points for that. Is Jacob Hodgkiss, and all over the back of Jensen O'Neill. This is where we saw the championship heading, isn't it? These two from the start. With all due respect to the others, they were going to come in the mix. But the first weekend of this season, the non-championship one, this kind of set the picture. It was these two that were battling there.
Yeah, indeed so. And then even when we arrived at Brands Hatch, actually, Jacob Hodgkiss had 3 third-place finishes that weekend, whilst O'Neill Going was able to get a couple of victories. So it did sort of set the scene, didn't it? Finn Leslie, meanwhile, recovering nicely. That is him going up the inside of Josh Watts to reclaim a position inside the top 5. So Finn Leslie already back into 5th position. He did run wide on the exit, though, and so Josh Watts tries to come back at him now as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett's corner. Josh Watts on the inside line. The Boston Bowl car has to play second best to Finn Leslie. So Leslie back into the top 5. Brilliant recovery drive so far, Richard, but now he's got a bit of a gap, about a second and a half to bridge to get to that leading group.
Yeah, lots of drivers in that group that we probably need to think about as well at some stage, like Billy Blockley running in 7th, potentially on for a season best for him, so that's great progress from him. And Jamie Going was saying in the week when I caught up with him at the Ginetta Junior launch, Jam Sport were having a look at that these drivers, the newcomers, just get on terms with these cars. Maybe, you know, some at the first meeting, maybe some a little bit further on at halfway. So you start to see drivers getting involved, getting a little bit more confident, getting themselves up at the sharp end of the results, and that can upset the championship apple cart as we look at the race leaders coming down towards us again.
That's Harry Lindley.
Yep.
Yeah, pulling off with a mechanical issue on the back straight, I think. Here for the lead, though, Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen O'Neill Going. So close together at the line, they broke our timing screen momentarily, but it's Hodgkiss who had the lead and still retains that lead coming out of Cop's corner. Then Jensen O'Neill Going slotting into second position, but Finn Leslie on the previous lap was quicker than the group of cars ahead and is starting to get back on turns with them. Hodgkiss defending into Beckett's corner, but look there, Leslie almost with them already. This has been a fabulous fight back already for Finn. He's still got over half the race to try and find his way back to the front.
Yeah, this has got shades of the Ginetta Junior race, hasn't it? Completely different sort of car and completely different characteristics, but with racing going on here and Jensen having a look at the outside, is he going to be able to hang on to this? Again, the different characteristics between the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s, evened out as best we can by the BRSCC to make sure for the last couple of seasons that they've been able to run these cars side by side, and this is probably the closest we've seen between these two cars. Just goes to show how well this has been thought out, the spec between these two cars. Daniela Sutton.
Yeah, Daniela Sutton. She's beached herself up on the grass runoff area down at... Oh, and maybe not on her own. I think Callie Clifford might have been involved in this because her car is up against the barrier pointing the wrong way. So I fear that these two have tangled together. Callie Clifford then in the Jam Sport car pointing in the wrong direction. But the real cause for concern, I suppose, is the other car of Daniela Sutton's. Now, is that smoke from Jensen O'Neill Going's car? It is, isn't it? I can't tell if it's tyre smoke or engine smoke. Here comes Finn Leslie on the inside, though. Look at that for a move. Barges aside Archie Davis, and he's into 4th place. Finn Leslie's not here to make friends, but the red flag is out, and the race is being stopped, and this has to be because of Callie Clifford's car stuck in a dangerous position down at Brooklands corner. She may well need some attention from the marshals as well. So the race being stopped. We're not yet at half race distance, so we should get a restart, and this could come at a very good time for Jensen O'Neill Going if that car is starting to develop a fault.
If the grid is open, I might take my leave and see if we can go down there, but we'll see where they park up, and it'll be good if we can. It depends on, going onto the grid, by the way, depends on officials on the day. If the officials say no, you go with it, you respect their decision. Sometimes it's open to go on track, sometimes not. We'll go with whatever the race and pit lane marshals tell us to do, but yeah, it didn't look happy from Jensen O'Neill Going. We will see. We've spoken about Tommy Harfield, by the way, as well, because one of the things I was going to try catch up with Tommy. He's not here this week. Had an F4 test and injured himself, injured his hand in F4 with Chris Dittman Racing. So I was going to try for the background ones. We ran out of time, unfortunately, but might see if we can grab Tommy a bit later on in the weekend and took him. But if anyone wonders why Tommy Harfield's not out there, that's why.
Right, I was wondering. Thank you for clearing that up. I didn't know about that. So the cars have been parked on the grid, actually right outside our commentary box. The building just to the left of where the cars are parked from where we're looking is where we're based, just on the inside of the pit lane. So cars stopping on the grid, but they will eventually be guided down into their grid slots then, based upon wherever they will be taking the restart of the race. So we'll wait and see. They've got to first of all figure out the order, of course, that will be in, because we've done more than 2 laps, so it's not the original grid order that we go into. It will be the order they were running usually at the time of the red flag. If the race ends because of a red flag, then of course the result goes back a lap. But I think when it's this situation, it's just whatever the positions were at the end of the previous lap. So Marshall's clearing team members off the pit wall.
And that says to me I won't be allowed on because it's going to regrid. So the last thing I want is me sticking microphones in people's faces when they're trying to move cars into the starting positions.
Quite possible, quite possible. We'll see what we can do then, shall we? We're going to take a very quick break here from Silverstone whilst the marshals do their thing and get the cars guided into their grid positions. We'll be back, hopefully with a restart for the Fiesta Juniors in just a few minutes.
Now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
They're just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
Performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
The driving standards have just been absolutely outstanding this weekend throughout the whole field.
Whichever package it is, Mark 1, Mark 3s, it offers fantastic close racing.
They're all quite even, the cars at the front, so lowish power.
These boys are
incredible to race against. They don't give you an inch.
They're not overly expensive to run. Again, will draw people to it.
It's not just about the racing, it's about the experience as well.
It's affordable, you know, anyone can come and have a go.
Wow, yeah.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
No, now the cars are well evenly matched, you see that, so should be good racing.
It shows that the young kids can still get in it and show what we can do.
I'm feeling like I can really push it in the corners and get the most out of it.
And these cars are just fantastic. They really are fantastic to drive.
So just coming out here, having fun, being fast, really.
performance for money, you can't beat the value. I mean, the nearest thing you're going to get to a mini touring car.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. Terrific work, as always, by the marshals to get the incident dealt with down at Brooklands. Means that we're not that far away, I don't think, from getting a restarted race here for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, a race that was approaching halfway when a red flag incident took place down at Brooklands Corner, and unfortunately a couple of cars needed to be recovered. Callie Clifford's was one of them. I've just seen that coming back in to the pit lane. In fact, you can see the truck that's just brought it in on the left-hand side of shot. The other one was Daniela Sutton, and so we sadly lost those two drivers, but we have everyone else present and correct, ready for a restart. Over 8 minutes, we believe, is going to be the distance. And Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal here to talk you through the action. Richard, what did we learn, do you think, in the first 6 minutes or so of racing there?
That we're in for a good restart, I think, is the main thing. I mean, certainly Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen O'Neill going. I'm great. I'm really, really glad that Jacob's here. And, you know, overall championship might be hard work. Is he out of the equation for... It's a tough one. He's got a DQ in there as well somewhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's...
2 as well as DNFs. But I'm glad that he's here and still racing.
Yeah, it's the DQ that's doing it. He's had 2 non-scores outside of that, which he can drop. He can't drop the DQ. That's the problem. So he is on 267 points. Jensen O'Neill going points leader on 340, and that's after drops. So, yeah, the championship might be a tough ask, but he could still get into the top 3 and still win some more races, you know, might catch a few eyes.
Win the champion of Silverstone as well.
And that, of course,
because although that first round wasn't an overall championship round, it is part of the Silverstone trophy. So
yes,
which
indeed.
Is, nice, and we look forward to doing 2 lots of maths that day.
Yes, we do. Yes, that's always my favourite part of a finals weekend. This is the part of the year, I think I say this every year, it's the part of the year that I love, though, because I love it when we get into the nitty-gritty of a championship fight and, you know, we're trying to work out the points. What I don't enjoy is working out the points, but I like the drama that comes with it. So it's always handy if I've got someone more intelligent than me sat next to me with a calculator to do the maths. So we'll try and get...
You mean Scott?
Yeah, I was thinking of Scott as it happens, yes. We'll try and get him involved at the end of the year, maybe. But yes, you're quite right. Silverstone... the champion of Silverstone saw a win at the start of the season for Jensen O'Neill going in race 1 and Jacob Hodgkiss in race 2, but Hodgkiss had a 2nd place finish in race 1. He's still following this, which means that he leads the championship, the champion of Silverstone championship, by 8 points. I think some of that maybe made sense, but it was that long ago. I'd confess I'd forgotten about it actually, because that was back in March, wasn't it? And now we've got the last 2 rounds within a month and a half or so of each other. There is also a championship for each class of car, the Mark 6 and Mark 7. The cars are very evenly matched, but there is still, officially speaking, a separate championship for each. The Mark 7's being led by Finn Leslie from Tommy Harfield by 30 points. In the Mark 6s, Jensen O'Neill, going, you won't be shocked to hear, is over 100 points clear of Callie Clifford. So realistically, it's the champion of Silverstone and the overall championship battles that we are most focused on. And yeah, going to be interesting to see who manages to come out on top. I like things like the champion of Silverstone. That always used to be a thing up in my neck of the woods in probably lots of categories, but I particularly remember Formula Ford racing having a champion of Alton and a champion of Anglesey, and I kind of miss things like that because it does bring people out for one-off events who maybe can't afford to do the full season, didn't want to commit to a full season. End of the year particularly, grid sizes can dwindle sometimes because of that, can't they? Whereas something like that, as you say, Jacob Hodgkiss may not have been on the grid at all this weekend had it not been for that initiative. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Me too. It's a great thing to do when you're oversubscribed as well. You know, you can run into regional championships. And back in the day, we had everybody getting together at the end of the year for the festival, which we're looking forward to, the Garrett Van Cowen Festival.
Are you down for the festival this year?
I will be there.
Good.
I'm actually going to having an evening with Graham Fuller and Alan Bowles in a couple of weeks to talk about some little filming bits that we can
that'd be good.
Try and do. Which is exciting. It would just be nice to spend an evening with those two because great company, you know.
There's some stories to tell.
But yeah, the Garrett Van Cowen Festival this year. I think that was the first year I sat and properly watched it. The Garrett won it 50 years ago, which
was it really?
Which
wow.
is
you don't look old enough.
Quite
Richard.
Scary, isn't it? I feel old enough to. Yeah.
Right then, these
40,
guys...
40, not 50.
I was
just doing the maths.
Being half genuine when I said that.
40 years ago. Sorry, Garrett as well, bless him.
Yes, well, all of this long before the time of the drivers in the Fiesta Junior Championship, that's for sure. But hopefully they'll educate themselves before we get to that season-ending event for the BRSCC. Right then, Fiesta Junior action about to burst back into life here at Silverstone. Jacob Hodgkiss leads us away for an 8-minute restart in this first race of the weekend on the Silverstone National Circuit, and Jacob Hodgkiss looking to try and hold on to the lead, but Jenson O'Neill going has had a better start, and so Jenson immediately jumps through into first position as they round Copse Corner for the first time, but I don't expect Jacob Hodgkiss to settle into the wheel tracks for too long here of the race leader. He will want to try and get through as quickly as he can, although he's not had a good run through the first corner, has he? Drops back towards the fight for third, which is immediately side by side behind him then, and in fact that was a bit of a lunge from Alfie Garford up the inside of Archie Davis, who uses plenty of the runoff area to keep his foot down and try and carry the momentum down the Wellington Straight. But good to see a clean run through the first few corners and a brilliant start there from Jenson O'Neill going.
Archie Davies, one of the drivers that he's been singled out as really clicking with these cars, and suddenly jumped, didn't he, into the top half of the grid, got pole position at Croft, and here he is battling for podium positions now, which is great to see. Alfie Garford P3 at the moment. This is going to free up Jenson O'Neill going and Jacob Hodgkiss to maybe renew battle. Hodgkiss is the chaser right now, but closer. Probably good news for that breather for Finn Leslie as well. He's still in fifth.
Yes, he is, and would probably have liked to have gained a position or two by now, but he is on the tail of that third place squabble. The trouble here, though, is that the top two are getting away, and they are getting away from each other, so there's not, at the moment, much prospect of a battle for the lead, which would delay the top two, and perhaps play into the hands of those behind, as Josh Watts gets very sideways over the exit curb there at Copse Corner. A couple of others running wide in the background too, but Finn Leslie, the red number 26 car, needs to try and get a move on here. He's looking up the inside of Archie Davies, clatters into the side of him. I'm sure we've seen this already, and out of Beckett's they go. He makes the move stick, but again, in rather a robust fashion.
Is that going to get looked at, do you think?
Well, more than likely, yes. Although all is good now because Finn has flashed his hazard lights at Archie in apology, so I'm sure all is forgotten.
Oh, yes, all okay, don't you? Dear chap.
That was funny. So at least had the presence of mind to make some attempt at fixing the situation anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes as a commentator you have to put your brakes on yourself, don't you? I just stopped an inappropriate RJM moment there.
Well done. Thank goodness. Right then, out of Luffield we go, and we've got Finn Leslie then on the tail of the third place man, and as they come across the line, that lead gap has come down, hasn't it? Slightly, I would say, and Finn Leslie sets a fastest lap of the race, so turns out by using somebody else's brakes down at Beckett, you can carry a bit more speed through the corner and set a good lap time. Finn therefore picking up an extra point as well, and will now look to try and maybe not do exactly the same, but find a way past Alfie Garford, perhaps at the same place. Here we go, he's looking to the inside line, he is late on the brakes, there's a chink of an opening, and well,
same again.
Yeah, pretty much the same again. Through he goes into third position, and Finn Leslie is into the podium places.
He is, well,
I think more drivers should try that, honestly. I think that would resolve an awful lot of angst in the paddock, wouldn't it, that?
Father Dugmore. As I said last time, Ted, it won't happen again.
That was very, very almost predictable, wasn't it? Now, I wonder whether Alfie Garford might try and pay him back here if he gets half a chance, because he was thinking about it into Brooklands. There's Josh Watts meanwhile, and he's leaning on Billy Blockley slightly, who, in fairness, was very bravely going around the outside, and it might just work for him. He's got the inside line through Luffield Corner, and that is Billy Blockley into the top six, and Josh Watts there, Richard, getting eased out wide, might lose more places. Yeah,
nice to see Billy running strongly here, and great to see Watts up in the sharp end of the grid as well as they go across the line with 4 minutes remaining. O'Neill going from Hodgkiss, Finn Leslie in third place with that fastest lap. It'll be interesting. All of the Alfie Garford.
Blimey, that was shows how stiffly sprung these cars are. The Mark 6s were famous for that. The Mark 7s, when they came out, looked a bit more softer and spongier maybe, but they've clearly honed the setup on them now to make them quick. Fast car is often not a comfortable one, is it? But oh my word! Out of absolutely nowhere comes Jensen Mason with Josh Watts in tow, and they both were very late on the brakes. I think that was Thomas Merritt, wasn't it? They were battling with, and Tom did a good job to avoid them, really.
Yep, Tom, one of many drivers. They're getting like the Toka package guys now. They're feeding the information through, sending me bits and bobs, always wanting to have a chat, bless them. It's absolutely the right thing to do.
Yep. No, absolutely. Make friends with the commentators, and we'll always have plenty of nice things to say about you. Josh Watts, unfortunately, his race is unravelling a bit. He's just been overtaken by Jack Burgess, was that? I wonder whether Josh has got a problem. He's quite slow through Brooklands. George Foxlow there on the outside of Henry Foote as well. Josh Watts continuing, but that Boston Bowl liveried car fading a little. And that's a shame. It was a promising qualifying run for Josh, wasn't it? And doesn't look like he'll be rewarded with a top 10 or even in this race. Leaders out of Copse Corner, nose to tail now, so Jacob Hodgkiss then has caught Jenson O'Neill going. What can he do about finding a way through? Finn Leslie behind them was quicker again on that lap though, and that's before these two start battling, so you have to say there's a good chance Finn Leslie will get onto turns with these two, and we know already that he will not pull any punches. If he sees a chance to get up there and claim a race victory, he's going to go for it.
He will certainly go for it. I've just been having a look. I was confused with George Foxlow's colour on the timing tower. Didn't realise it was back in 6.
Ah, yes, he is. You're right. He had a Mark 7, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Early on in the year, yeah. Good point. Second highest of the Mark 6s then. Of course, the Mark 6 class led by Jenson O'Neill going, but is he going to be the overall race leader for much longer? Not if Jacob Hodgkiss has anything to do about it. Tries the outside at Brooklands, but couldn't quite make the move stick, then snatches the brake and opens the door for Finn Leslie, who sticks his nose in the gap. That time, I think, was fairly up the inside of Jacob Hodgkiss, who gives him one back anyway. And as they head through Woodcote Corner, Finn Leslie now with a golden opportunity to move into second place and go on to challenge his big championship rival.
Yeah, this could be some defining moments. They've only got 1:52 on the clock, so it's not got long to play out as Leslie in red, left of shot through on the inside. He's certainly been in the rubs in this one. Keep your eyes on track limits, gentlemen.
Well, he didn't want to let Hodgkiss back on there, did he? And I think that was probably smart racing. It just didn't look very smart at that sort of speed, but he managed to sort of box Hodgkiss off the road without ever actually making any contact with him. So he's up into second position now then. Hodgkiss down to third, but that little side-by-side exchange, Richard, has just given Jenson O'Neill going a little bit of a cushion. Oh, Josh Watts unfortunately out of the race. That we sort of saw coming, didn't we? Did suspect that car was maybe running into mechanical issues, but has Finn Leslie got the time and the speed to catch Jenson O'Neill going? I think we're about to start the final lap.
Yeah, we are. He's going to get embroiled in a battle if he's not careful. Alfie Garford coming up in the mix as well. Jacob Hodgkiss, he'll want to hang on to a podium. He'll want to be further up on the podium. But once you get embroiled, it can let the guys ahead go further ahead.
Oh, no! Oh, and that could have broken the rear left suspension, has it? No, I think they've just about got away with it. Alfie Garford and Jacob Hodgkiss leaning on each other there. And Garford very lucky if he's not damaged the left rear corner of that car. But the way it spat sideways, looked as though he had, but holds on to third place.
Provisional result when we get there.
What makes you say that? It might not be over yet either, because there's only 6/10 between the leaders. Finn Leslie on the previous lap was a 10th faster than Jenson O'Neill going. Has he got time to get there? Debatable maybe. Does look like maybe Hodgkiss has some damage though, because he's just made that very easy for Archie Davis to go through. Possible steering damage, maybe a puncture on the 94 car, which doesn't exactly stay within track limits, but I reckon Jenson might just have enough in hand here over Finn Leslie to hang on to the win.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it at the moment. He got it in front off that start. Great restart from him. Jamie going, he did look a little bit concerned down in the pits when they were, we said, Finn Leslie having a go and closing in. We can ask them about this when we get them through. It's going to be a gap on the inside. Finn Leslie's going for it. Jenson O'Neill going. There's a run between the two. Top two for the championship.
Oh, side by side. Get the photo finish camera ready. This could be very close. And Jenson O'Neill going won't have liked that. He's trying to get a side draft here from Finn Leslie on the run to the line. They're side by side to the line. Who is going to get it at the line? The timing screen says by 35 thousandths of a second. O'Neill going held on, but he is furious with Finn Leslie's tactics through the final corner, which may still be looked at regardless of the positions they ended up in. But by 35 thousandths of a second, Jenson O'Neill going managed to hang on by the skin of his teeth. But Finn Leslie, well, he didn't make many friends in that race, but he certainly put on a show and was not going down without a fight. He knew the significance of trying to outscore Jenson O'Neill going if he could, but in the end Jenson stood his ground and managed to hang on to the win. Fantastic stuff there, and Jenson O'Neill going will be relieved, I think, more than anything else, to have held on to the victory. Now, I don't envy Richard John Neal having to get in between those two in a moment in the podium interviews. This could be well worth staying tuned for, but Jenson O'Neill going the winner by 35 thousandths over Finn Leslie in second, Alfie Garford third, and Archie Davis in fourth position. Thomas Merritt was fifth ahead of Billy Blockley sixth, then Jacob Hodgkiss, Jenson Mason, Jack Burgess and Henry Foote completing the top 10. George Foxlow was 11th, Ben Doughty was 12th, ahead of Jack Sant and Hayden Gray. Then Atlanta Breton, Maggie Webster, Aaron Beattie and Josh Watts, as we saw, pulling off to the side of the road, was the only retirement from the restarted race, but of course we lost a couple in the initial run of the race. Callie Clifford, Daniela Sutton and Harry Lindley, unfortunately, all failing to take the restart. So a couple of walking wounded then, making their way back around to the pit lane and Parc Ferme area. And a reminder that we still have 3 more races to bring you today. The Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship are out next. Then it will be the turn of the TCR UK Championship drivers to hit the track. And the Miltech Sports Civic Cup will have their second race of the day at the end of the day. Now, how are we doing for time? We are still, I think, about 15-20 minutes ahead of time at the moment. So the timings, if you're looking along on TSL or on the BRSCC website, they are all very provisional. They can change quite a bit. So the best thing to do if you're waiting to watch a specific race out of those final 3 is just to stay tuned and enjoy whatever other racing we've got to show you over the next hour and a half or so. Right then, time to hear from our podium finishers. Let's head down to Richard John Neal, who we wish the very best of luck.
Always fascinating to see the reactions of the drivers, and Finn and Jensen having a little chat over here. We'll grab up. I'm gonna be very rude and go in first here and have a word with Jensen O'Neill going. Jensen, well done. It's like I see you regularly now. She's well done. That was what did you go and say to Finn?
Just well done. Great race, but the whole race been suffering from lap 3. No power steering and the brake fluid boiled. So I've had.
Is that what the smoke was?
Yeah, barely any brakes and no power steering whatsoever. So yeah, and then a couple hits, but it's racing.
We didn't get a chance to catch up with you. You had a podium position at Croft, and I needed to right that particular wrong. After Croft, the damage that you were poorly with the fumes, weren't you, at Croft?
Yeah, so we had an issue with the engine in that last race, and it was filled my car up with fumes. So I got carbon monoxide poisoning, and let's just say for a whole week, my mum babysitted me. So it's a nice week for me, let's say.
We're glad you're okay with that, but I think you had the wherewithal to get yourself to the medical centre, didn't you, straight at the end of the race, which is why we didn't see you on the podium. You've got to look after your health first.
No, I pulled off because I just felt so unwell. But yeah, it happened, and we've won again. So hopefully we can carry on this weekend, and then main goal is to win the championship. But we'll just see how it goes. Good fight with Finn, and hopefully some more to come.
Potentially championship battle. We saw you racing with Jacob in the early stages, and at the start of the year when we were on the other side of Silverstone, we were saying it's going to be between you two, and now it's between you and Finn. So we've seen all of you three those two dicing with you at various stages, and you're holding your nerve well and enjoying it. And as you say, a little bit of contact is racing, so no problem from your side.
No, I'm not really bothered, but it's racing.
Nice one, Jensen. Well done. We'll see you a little bit later on in the weekend. Let's grab Finn Leslie over for P2. Finn. Here comes Finn, just grabbing a little bit of water. And Finn, let's get you over. Good to see you. Do your overalls up if you want, but we're more interested in the chat. You've got sponsors on there, which is all good. So first lap of the original start. Let's take you back there. What happened? It was a Beckett's. You ran a bit wide?
Yeah, I mean, the car was quite oversteery, so I went into there and it was just different to what it was in qualifying, and it just caught me out, my mistake. And then, yeah, worked my way back through. Nearly got there in the end, but, there's 2 more races tomorrow.
We were having a little chuckle because a couple of the passes, again, you did, I can't remember if it was Beckett's or coming into Brooklands, you were going through, and there was a wee bit of contact as you dived through, a bit of a karting move, and then did you flick the lights to apologise?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to. Obviously, the car wasn't how it should be, but
I guess that's evidence from the first lap, isn't it, that you had that wide one?
Just kept going. I couldn't do anything about it, but yeah.
But to charge back from 5th place, mega race from you, and on the line side by side there with Jensen, and it's you two at the moment for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it stayed the same, maybe 1 point up, so it's not the end of the world, and we go in tomorrow.
How much did you have in your mind that you'd come here and won before? Obviously, you came as a non-championship driver last year, made your debut, impressed everybody greatly that time. So you're quick round here.
Yeah, I know I am. It's just annoying. So we pulled it by a decent margin, and then not to convert it into a win.
We look forward to seeing you for race 2. Thanks for coming over. Very well done. Let's have a word with third place man Alfie Garford takes 3rd place. Alfie, You didn't look too happy actually a minute ago over there. It's always great to see you on the podium. And what are your thoughts?
No, I think at the end of the day it was a good race. We got another podium, so I'm happy with it. It's another day ticked off with a podium, so it can't be a bad day.
What you saying about Finn? You know, he sort of nudged into a couple of people on the corners and then put the little lights on to apologise.
I guess at the end of the day, it's racing. We all do it at some point, and it's with such a close fight. I guess you've got to do something to get past. So you pull all the tricks, and he got past me. So I'll have to try a bit harder next time, won't I?
Podium's a podium, so that's a decent result for you, isn't it? And championship-wise, still enjoying it?
Absolutely, yeah. Brilliant championship, so I can't fault it. Yeah. Good.
Nice one, Alfie. Great to see you. Well done. Third position, Alfie Garford. I don't know if we've got our Mark 6s here, but obviously Jensen won the Mark 6. Let's have a word with George Foxlow, who takes second position in the Mark 6s. I think we've got time. We'll get the egg on. We've got the Audi TTs on. So, okay, so George, good to catch you. I was going to try and grab you this morning, but a Mark 6 podium. First of all, why the switch?
It's a better car. It just is.
It just sits with you better?
Yeah. Well, it's more of a race car. It's got a slip diff and it's just better handling, I suppose. But, yeah, my choice, my preferred option.
Family's got a busy weekend as well because Dad's out in the modified Fords tomorrow?
Yeah, he is. He was testing yesterday with it and he seemed to be going well. Not bad at all, really.
So he's looking forward to that. And have you had your hands on that one at all?
I have. I went round Donington in it, did about 20 minutes and then spun out.
But are you quicker than Dad?
I'm going to say yes, but I think we all know the answer, really.
Good stuff. Well done on the podium. Good to see you. Mark 6 podium. George Foxlow, very well done. Completing the Mark 6 podium is Maggie Webster here. I don't think we've got Maggie. What we do have, though, cars coming back into pit lane after the Fiesta race. We've also got some Audi TTs on circuit, so let's go back to Andy McEwen and have a look at the Audi TT grid.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, the TTs, look at that for timing, already leaving the grid and heading out onto their green flag lap. We've got 29 of them who qualified earlier on. I think one may have qualified out of session as well. So we hopefully have 30 of these identical Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship cars out on track. And they were headed in qualifying by 0.3 of a second. That's an absolute age in Silverstone terms by Bradley Burns, former European tin top star, who has been slowly but surely getting to grips with these TTs this year. He was on pole position ahead of Jason Pelosi, who starts alongside him. Matt Luff, the points leader before the drop scores are calculated, starts from third on the grid alongside Luke Handley. And then it will be Steve Foden, the reigning Mazda MX-5 champion, and Carl Swift, former TCR UK race winner, who starts from sixth. Now, Carl Swift didn't race with us, or didn't finish either of the races, I should say, at Alton Park, but he's using them as dropped scores, so he's actually the championship leader, starting from sixth on the grid. Then Ross McCarr and Will Stacey starting together on row 4. Row 5, Sam Heading and Charles Budd, with Adam Blair and Paul Lucy on row number 6. 7th row for the Masters pole sitter, Sean Smith alongside Nick Brady, with Morgan Root and Daniel Budd, brother of Charlie as he's normally known, a bit further up the order. Then he will have Mark Rice and Sam Meager next in line behind him. Andrew Dyer and Jonathan Williams make up the 10th row of the grid. Row 11, Daniel Chapman and Oliver Devine King. Ruby Smith and Mike Harris on row number 12. And the 13th row, Paul Savage and Patrick Booth, Tim Gray and David Richardson on row 14. And the back row of the grid, Joe Weaver and the driver who qualified out of session, which I believe will be Richard Forber. So, yes, Richard Forber, who's only done a couple of rounds this year, wasn't able to qualify, but has, I believe, now completed a few laps behind the safety car during the lunch break, and so has been able to tag along at the back of the grid. So the Audi TT Cup Championship then about to kick off. We've had one car down the pit lane, that's Charlie Budd, unfortunately. So Charlie, who was due to start 10th on the grid, he's in the pit lane with a problem before the race even gets underway. Richard John Neal back in the pit lane, back out of the pit lane and in the commentary box alongside me. And Richard, I'm sure, as excited as I am about this. What a success story this championship has been this year.
Absolutely superb, isn't it? And we've even got a driver here, Ollie Devine King, first race, and really? he was with us at the BRSCC inaugural Fiesta Scholarship last year.
Oh, wow.
And rather than go Fiestas, he's actually coming to Audi TTs.
Right.
And we wish him well. There's, again, an interview you might see later on in the
in the 2 days coverage, he started 22nd, so we wish him well. I think we've got another newcomer as well, haven't we? But more of that anon.
Indeed so, because the race is starting and Bradley Burns has launched the car from pole position and will be hoping to lead the pack into Copse Corner for the first time, which he does. Jason Pelosi trying to hang on to second, but Matt Luff steaming round the outside line, wants to try and put a car between himself and Carl Swift if he can. Carl, remember, only qualified 6th, the championship leader, with a bit of work to do. They head down towards Baggett and Beckett for the first time then, and Matt Luff, I believe, is up into second position, and one car out wide. That's Steve Foden, opens the door for a few others to come through. A slide for the number 21 of Sean Smith as well, and as he gathers it all together, had to be aware of his surroundings there. A few cars behind had a big run, and miraculously major contact was averted. Down the Wellington Straight they go. I mean, how they're going to sort this all out into Brooklands, I do not know. They're 2 and 3 abreast throughout the majority of the field, and a few of them leaving their braking just a little bit too late.
They do. Mike Harris, the other newcomer, we need his name check. Welcome to the grid, Mike. But Bradley Burns really finding his feet here, isn't he now? It's funny how the narrative of a season can change at one round, and it certainly did seem to for Bradley Burns at Croft, and he looks like he's really enjoying his racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard this from Josh Files, actually, in the Civic Cup as well, who raced at a very similar level to Bradley Burns, if anything, actually slightly higher up the touring car racing tree in Europe. Coming back to racing a national level championship such as this one, or such as Civic Cup, takes the pressure off entirely. They are here just to enjoy their racing. Obviously, they're competitive. They want to win, but they want to win in a slightly less of a pressure cooker type environment. And we're only too happy to have them here. Steve Foden's off the road, up at Beckett's, just couldn't get the car stopped. We saw him almost go off there on the first lap as well, so I wonder if he's running into some braking issues.
Does look that way, doesn't it? Remember, was race winner in the reverse grid race at Snetterton, but far from happy in this one. Still plenty of time to develop. Remember, the Mazda champion making the move. Paul Luty said to me early today.
Oh, no! That is...
Stacey.
Yeah, Will Stacey, isn't it? Who's been elbowed off by, I think, Ross McCarr, was that maybe?
I think he was on his way before that, to be honest.
Okay, so Stacey rejoins, maybe with damage, definitely with damage. Look at that, the car fishtailing around, broken left rear toe link, and that car will be destined for the pit lane now. Will Stacey was up there in the points, wasn't he? He was, I think, about 4th in the championship on drop scores coming into this round, but the former Lotus and Mazda MX-5 front runner, unfortunately destined for the pit lane and to retirement. So Burns leads by nearly a second now over Luff second, Pelosi third, Luke Handley in fourth, Carl Swift, the championship leader, is 5th position at the moment, and right on the tail there of the red number 51 car of Luke Handley as they headed down towards Baggett and Beckett, and behind them Paul Luty here, Richard, having a really good showing.
Yeah, inside Andrew Dyer here, Andrew with track time under his belt already, of course, in the Club Sport Trophy race, so he's enjoying his race at the moment. Sam Meager in the number 5, busy trying to make up positions as well. All good for Bradley Burns at the moment. 8/10 clear at the end of lap 2.
Yes, he is trying to pull away. He's got that bonus point for the fastest lap in his back pocket for now, although others may well be able to challenge that as we move forward. Through Luffield Corner they go then. Carl Swift there with a different livery on that car now. Now, has Carl Swift got a new car since his Alton Park accident? Because it's a different livery on that car, and I wasn't there at Croft to see it, so we think it might be still the same car as he had, just with a new livery put onto it. But anyway, that's why it took me a moment or two to ID him earlier on. But Carl Swift, 5th position at the moment, on the tail of Luke Handley and Jason Pelosi. That could be an interesting battle to watch.
Could well be. There are plenty of those going on all the way down the field, and heartening to get 2 new drivers in the championship. Maybe another one joined us at Clough last time out, with Sam Heading joining in. So this championship people still being attracted to it, despite seeing how competitive and how difficult it is to come in.
Caught a glimpse there of Sam Heading inside the top 10. He was a front runner in MX-5 Super Cup as well for a few rounds earlier this year and back end of last year, I seem to remember. So a quick rear-wheel drive racer, easy for me to say, but really adapting himself nicely to front-wheel drive as well this weekend. Down towards Brooklands Corner they go. Paul Luty then getting the better of Andrew Dyer earlier on, up into 7th position now. Dyer has got Sam Heading behind in the Rob Boston Racing prepared car, and then we've got Adam Blair completing the top 10. Adam Blair in that black and red and white car. There, though, is the race leader Bradley Burns. Matt Luff doing his best to go after him, but not quite able to bridge the gap. Those two, though, Richard, class of the field so far.
Yeah, they are. Could give us a nice race towards the end, depending how it all pans out. So Jason Pelosi coming under pressure from Carl Swift trying to get back in. I see what you mean. I don't think Carl had those colours at Croft.
Oh, okay.
I think it did change before. It might be wrong, but
It was mainly...
It's not what I recall.
No, it was mainly a white livery, wasn't it, before Croft obviously had that role at the start of the Alton Park race, didn't then take part in race 2, so I wonder whether maybe there was damage to the car, but possibly just bringing some new sponsors on board. Anyway, he's battling away with Jason Pelosi, and in fact has gone past Jason Pelosi now, so Carl Swift up into 4th position. That's significant for the championship leader, and needs now to try and do the same to Luke Handley. Closes in, he gets sideways, just about manages to get the car into the apex curb, but Carl Swift wringing the neck of that car. A bit of a front-wheel drive specialist is Carl. Had other success in one-make front-wheel drive competition before he moved over to TCR UK back in that championship's infancy. And now adapting himself very, very nicely to the TTs, where coming into the weekend on drop scores, he was on 294 points. That was, by my rough maths, 7 points clear of Matt Luff. Well, Luff at the moment is in 2nd, Carl Swift is in 4th. They're going to be almost neck and neck, I think, if things stay as they are from now to the flag.
Yeah, it should be a nice competitive race going on here. Burns and Luff still out front. Great racing going on right the way down the order. Sam Heading having a little nibble here at Andrew Dyer. He's on the inside run, should be able to get the move pulled off here, uses a little bit of curb. Dyer though sees him there, gives him plenty of room, move complete.
Yep, just about. Andrew Dyer chops back in behind Sam Heading. Someone's been wide in the background. Who was that? Bouncing back off the grass. We'll try and figure that out in a moment, as here Carl Swift is in danger of actually being overtaken again by Pelosi, who had got ahead of him down the Wellington Straight. Carl Swift, though, dive bombs him into Brooklands and manages to get the place back, carries so much speed into Luffield Corner and only just gets the car rotated. Sean Smith now closing in as well in the number 21 car just behind. So this is now a four-way fight for the bottom step of the podium. Luke Handley, I'm going to take a stab in the dark and say hasn't had a podium yet this season. No, I don't think he has. So Luke Handley didn't race with us actually last time out at Croft, and desperately wants to hang on to this third position if he can. He and Carl, of course, know each other pretty well from some of their other...
Podium at Snare.
They did have a podium at Snare, yes. Scott Woodward was in the process of pointing that out to me as well. So these two know each other well, but right now Carl Swift busy battling Pelosi instead, and now in danger of losing ground.
Yeah, Sean Smith, who's been, I know he's getting a bit tired of the Masters interviews. He wants to have a proper podium interview, does Sean Smith. Save us a bit of time as well if we have a Master on the podium.
Yep, it does indeed. 2 birds, 1 stone. And he's in with a fighting chance here. If he can get past Carl Swift, he's not that far behind Handley, is he, who holds on to that third place still. Swift is not going to give that place up without a fight, though. Late braking into Brooklands. No yellow flags out there, by the way. That car's been off the road since earlier on, hasn't it? The Ross McCarr car, and so the yellow flags have got in a couple of laps ago. So we're halfway through the race then, only 15 minutes. Disappointingly short races, I always think, the Team and Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship events. Bradley Burns leads with a fastest lap by 1.8 seconds. All of the action really happening behind those top 2.
We are, of course, back on 3 race format.
Yes.
For TTs, having had a couple of double headers, Alton Park and Croft. Alton Park one day, so a lot more sensible to run the 2 races there. Croft, we probably could have squeezed another one in. Would have been nice.
It would have been nice, yeah, absolutely. It's fast becoming one of the headline acts, isn't it, of these TCR UK race meetings, one of the championships in the UK that people are really focusing their attention on. And you can see why. The cars look good, they're good to drive, they produce good racing, and they certainly present a bit of a challenge, even for very experienced drivers, including Carl Swift, who is still struggling to find a way back past Jason Pelosi.
Carl Swift, amazing form at the start of the year.
Ooh.
Here we go. Amazing form there.
Very good move. That was confidence under braking, wasn't it? But he's looked confident down into Brooklands so far in this race. And Carl Swift then does squeeze back through into 4th position. So he had this place a handful of laps ago. Pelosi got him back again, just as Carl looked as though he was about to challenge Luke Handley for a podium place. Well, now he's got a chance to go back after Luke Handley. And what is that gap going to be as they come across the line? It is, what, 3/4 of a second or so, Handley to Swift. So we'll see now whether Swift can bridge that gap and maybe get himself back into the top 3.
See whether he can. Bradley Burns 2 seconds clear, looking very confident at the moment, trying to make it 3 wins on the bounce. He'd only been off the podium a couple of times, had a DNF as well to add to his canon. That was at Alton Park in the first race. So Burns setting himself up nicely here for the run-in after this weekend, of course, with the TCR's Truxton to go, Silverstone International as well.
Just got visions of this pack of TTs heading for the chicane at the end of the first lap at Thruxton. Yes, that's giving me cold sweats already thinking about it. It will be very spectacular, that's for sure. Steve Foden there caught a glimpse of down in 17th place in the number 77 car after those couple couple of wayward moments on the opening few laps. There he is. Look, the reigning Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 champion. And he's in behind Chapman here in the 104 car. Steve's had a trying year, I think it's fair to say, isn't it? Hasn't he? It's his first ever year of racing front-wheel drive and coming out of a championship that he dominated last year in the Mazda MX-5s. I think some drivers would possibly take that to heart and, you know, struggle to find the positives. But I think Steve is still really enjoying himself and taking some solace from the fact he is getting quicker round by round.
And the quality of drivers in here, you know, it's you know, again, I'll repeat what Paul Lutti said, it's such a quality field, you know, and Steve Foden is part of the reason why it's a quality field.
Absolutely.
Champion in Mazda's coming into it. There's nowhere to hide in this one.
No, I mean, he's not been slow at any point. He was quick right from the start, but just a little bit unlucky, I think it's fair to say, has Steve Foden been. Now, Carl Swift is going to try and challenge Luke Handley here around the outside at Brooklands. That's a brave move for the championship leader to make, but it might just reward him with third position. He's got the inside line through Luffield Corner. That is another candidate for move of the day, I would say, particularly given the context. If that had gone wrong, if Handley had missed his braking point, if Swift had turned in too early, that's the championship leader potentially off into the gravel. He took the risk and he's moved into third place.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Absolute poetry in motion there. Where we saw the dive earlier on in the Ginetta Junior race from Ethan, that was poetry, that one. Yeah. Not saying the other one wasn't. Oh. That one was committed, that was just perfection. But it can all go wrong again. Yes,
well, the poetry very nearly didn't rhyme there as he came out of Copse because he had a huge tail slide over the exit curb. He's now sideways again into Beckett's corner, and Luke Handley sees an opportunity maybe to come back at him here as they accelerate out of Beckett's down the Wellington straight, but Carl Swift just needs to keep his head here. He's not going to catch the top two, so just needs to focus on keeping Handley at arm's distance and not making any big mistakes. He's onto the brakes into Brooklands, keeps Handley behind him for now. Pelosi with a bit of a lock-up, and then behind them, that looked to me like Sean Smith, and is that Sam Heading? Sam Heading having got past Lutti already onto the tail of this group. He's flying.
Yeah, Sam Heading's really getting to grips with ease, and very relaxed young man is Sam Heading. Yeah. Having the chat with him, it's almost like he does care, but it's almost like he doesn't care, but he does. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, yeah, but that, you know, those kind of drivers can be the most dangerous ones. I don't mean dangerous, I mean the most from a competition perspective, you know what I mean, out on track. They are always icy cool and keep their cool under pressure, and Sam has gone past Sean Smith, so he's into 6th place now. Sam Heading started 9th, so he must have lost a few places at the start. That's fair enough, not used to front wheel drive, and getting these cars off the line can be a challenge, but now he is charging through the orders. Paul Lutti there drifts a bit wide and opens the door for Adam Blair. So Adam Blair now challenging for 8th position as they run wing mirror to wing mirror down the back straight towards the braking zone at Brooklands Corner. You don't really know where to look here, do you? Sean Smith is coming back at Sam Heading. Can't make that move stick into the left-hander. What's going on behind? Do we have Lutti or do we have Adam Blair in behind this group? We'll find out in a moment or two, hopefully. It is Lutti still in front. So Paul Lutti then hangs on to 8th place for the time being as we're about to begin, I believe, the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, I think we are. Do you know what? If you'd have said to me we'd have the likes of Adam Blair racing with Paul Lutti and Sean Smith 18 months ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I'd have thought, what on earth would bring those three together? But it is the Demon Twigs Audi TT Championship. Super stuff. Glad to see Adam Blair back. He lost out won the race with Steve Foden at Stetson, had a non-compliant part on it. It wasn't a regulation, it wasn't one that enhanced his car. It was just the wrong model or whatever. But he took his medicine and he's back with us racing, which is good to see.
Sam Heading there, just fending off resurgent Jason Pelosi, who on a couple of occasions in this race, in fairness, I've noticed when overtaken, immediately tries to fight back, but Sam Heading manages to keep him at bay for now. There, meanwhile, is Bradley Burns. Remember him? He's leading the race by 3.7 seconds and has never really looked likely to lose it, has he? After that first couple of laps, once he broke away from Matt Love, it just never looked like being caught, and Bradley Burns well on course now, you'd have to say, for another race victory, his 3rd of the season and his 3rd on the bounce, and that's an ominous run of form for a driver of Bradley Burns to be hitting mid-season. Ominous for the rest of them anyway. He'll be very happy, of course, that he's now starting to win with some regularity. Not got this one in the bag yet. He is 1 lap from home, but he's 4 seconds clear of Matt Love, who is 5.3 seconds nearly clear of Carl Swift in 3rd place, and here Sam Heading I don't think is going to have much of a challenge against Luke Handley really. They've sort of separated themselves now, this group, as they head towards Beckett's for the final time.
Sets us up nicely, doesn't it, for the other 2 races of the weekend from the Demon Twigs Audi TT Cup. I know there are a lot of people watching this thinking, you know what, might come in next year, could be even bigger. The start of the year we were talking about having to split the drivers into groups. That might be a thing again in the future.
Quite possible. You can see it coming, can't you? This championship growing in popularity all the time. 30 cars entered this weekend, and we know there are plenty more out there ready to come out and play later on in the season. Through Luffield Corner we go for the final time, though. Bradley Burns is going to claim a 3rd victory on the bounce to well and truly put himself on terms with the championship leaders. Bradley Burns the winner. Matt Luff comes home in the end a fairly lonely second, but at least we'll be happy for the points. 3rd place for Carl Swift, though, so Luff only 1 place ahead of Carl in the end, and won't therefore take too many of those 7 points out of him that he was adrift coming into this round. Then it is Luke Handley in 4th position, Sam Heading 5th, Jason Pelosi 6th, Sean Smith, Paul Luty, Adam Blair and Andrew Dyer to complete the top 10, and an area motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. They do have a habit of doing this, let's be honest, in the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, for example, and they've managed to do the same thing again now here in the Audi TT Cup Championship as well. And, well, they still have another race in the Civics to come later on where they could well be taking home some more silverware. So a successful day for Area Motorsports all round, really. And Bradley Burns, well, what a mid-season run he is putting together here. Came into this weekend on 281 points, so he was 13 points behind Carl Swift, but that race victory is going to mean that that gap comes down significantly. Burns the winner then for the 3rd time this season, and the 3rd race in a row, with Matt Luff in 2nd position, Carl Swift in 3rd, Luke Handley 4th, and Sam Heading in 5th position. Jason Pelosi was 6th ahead of Sean Smith, Paul Luty, Adam Blair and Andrew Dyer to complete the top 10. Then it was Sam Meager, Mark Rice, Jonathan Williams and Nick Brady in 14th. 15th in the end for Steve Foden after a couple of moments up at Beckett's in the early stages. Dan Chapman was 16th ahead of Richard Forber, Daniel Budd, Joe Weaver and Oliver Devine King, with Ruby Smith, Paul Savage, Mike Harris, Morgan Root and Tim Gray. Next, David Richardson was 26th, 27th then for Patrick Booth, although actually he was the first of the non-finishers, having had his dramas with Stacey and Ross McCarr tangled up at Brooklands, and were both non-finishers as well. So fastest lap in that race went to Bradley Burns. He also, of course, got the bonus point for pole, so that will be 52 points, the maximum for Bradley. I'll remind myself, actually, if you do get a bonus point for pole position, I'm sure you do. So that will pretty much halve the deficit, I think, that he had to Carl Swift. So that has really tightened things up now at the front of the championship, and we can get all of the thoughts of our top 3 drivers by heading down into the pit lane to join Richard John Neal.
We call this Victory Lane, but we're going to call it Victory Area for Victory Motorsport Area. Bradley Burns will get you over, and he's just going to deal with his racing kit, get that away, and here is Bradley. Well done, Bradley. We'll get you in front of the BRSCC branding. And 3 wins on the bounce. And, you know, I've got to say that looked fairly comfortable. I said to Andy McEwen in the comms box, you really look to me like you're enjoying your racing right now.
Yeah, it was good. I got an okay start and then just looked forward and carried on going. And, yeah, got a good result. Crept away from Matt. But, yeah, now we have a reverse grid for tomorrow, so that should be really good fun. But a lot bit more racing, but a win's a win.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you actually prefer... I mean, you've earned the win because, you know, you qualify well, you get out and you make the distance, but I guess you like to go wheel to wheel.
Yeah, it'd be better tomorrow, definitely. Hopefully, don't know where it's starting, but yeah, tomorrow will be good coming back through the grid. I think it'll be much more fun than that, but it's good. It's good fun that, but yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be better.
And something I've not really addressed before, and I apologise to the team, but Area Motorsport, a lockout here.
Yeah, Area Motorsport, yeah, done a fantastic job as usual. Cars are faultless, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, thanks to the guys back there for sorting the cars out, doing everything, but yeah.
And I mean, championship-wise, you obviously getting those wins at Croft, bringing the form here, comes sort of the right time, doesn't it, for points-wise towards the end of the year?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where I am, but yeah, good points. I don't know about what the lap times were like, but just try to look for consistent laps. So yeah.
You got fastest lap as well, I think.
Ah, perfect, even better. But yeah.
So having said that, anything you would change on the car going into the second race?
No, I'm pretty comfortable with it. We did a few tweaks for this race, and it feels really good. So I think we'll just look at the tyres and go again.
Nice one, Bradley. Well done. Good win. We'll see you tomorrow. Good stuff. And let's get Matt Luff over for P2. Get a little round of applause from the area guys as well. Matt, can we grab you? Well done, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Happy with that? Obviously you wanted to be P1, so probably not overly happy with that, but, you know, good for the team.
Yeah, no, he's good for the team. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, Brad just had the legs on me there. I think I was just saying over there, I think he was doing a better job at managing the temperature. When my car was getting hot, I don't think he was getting as hot. He was doing a good job managing the brakes and the tyres. So as that race went on, the gap just widened. I mean, it's a good points finish for me. I closed a bit on championship leader Carl. I think we're pretty much bang on now. I think we're all three of us being about exactly the same points. So yeah, it's making for an interesting championship anyway.
We've seen some great consistency from you, as you say, on the podium. A 7th podium of the season. You know, you were the guy battling with Carl Swift at the start. Now you're the guy trying to take the battle to Bradley Burns. Now he's on a little bit of a roll.
Yeah, I mean, I drive with my head. I think I'm very risk adverse. I drive for championships, not necessarily a race win to the time. It's nice to get a race win, but I mean, second place, good points, helps us out massively.
Nice one. Well done, Matt. Good to see you. Congratulations for that. Well done. Let's get Carl Swift in. Carl, can we grab your 3rd position? Another podium interview. Interesting race that, and I said in the Ginetta Junior race there was a move that Ethan put on which was great, but your move as well was poetry compared to that, getting up past Luke Handley.
Yeah, the outside around Brooklands. It felt good, to be fair. I didn't know it was going to come off. I just went for it, but yeah, it came off lovely. Probably looked the part in front of the crowd as well, so happy with that. Had a cracking race though from P6. Bit of a not so great qualifying for me, so a good race there with 3 good guys. Enjoyed that.
It was great to watch. And I couldn't remember livery-wise. I'm getting old. Did you have that livery at Croft, or is it a change since Croft?
I did have that livery at Croft, but I didn't have it before Croft. Oh, yeah. It was a white car. It's now silver. Yeah. Decided to go upside down at Alton, so had to reshell it.
I couldn't remember what colour it was at Croft. The short-term memory goes. But yeah, good result, making up positions. Yeah. Rest of the weekend?
Rest of the weekend, I'm not finding it so good here, if I'm honest with you. I'm not strong compared to the other 2 in the team and the 2 that are chasing me in the championship on drop. So it's damage limitation. Do the best I can.
Do you now have that sort of championship scores in your head and think about that as to...
Yeah, every single lap that you pass the start-finish line, it's recalculating it and thinking about it, but hopefully I'll be stronger at the next 2. I don't know why it's just not clicking with me on this track. Never raced this configuration before. I know it's only 1 corner, but it's a tricky corner. Yeah. So it's taking some getting used to that.
Okay, well done. Good to see you on the podium. Yeah. And we'll see you tomorrow. Carl Swift. And I think maybe we got Sean Smith, who won the Masters category as well. I was saying in the race, Sean, you're probably fed up getting master interviews. You want a podium one, but you're nearly there. You were battling with the podium, the group that were chasing for the podium.
Yeah, that was it. There was a bit of a catch-up at the start. Well, I got caught up with a few bits, and then they got away and gapped it. I managed to pull the gap back, but I just ruined my tyres trying to get to them. So by the time I got there, I had nothing left, to be honest. So I was sort of happy where I finished it. Really, I had nothing left, and I was a bit out of breath as well.
More time in the gym, I certainly need it.
Yeah, I need a bit of time. I just need to go to it, not just more time, I think.
Yeah, me too. I was saying on the in the commentary, if you'd have said to me, you know, 18 months ago, we're going to see a championship with Sean Smith, Matt Luff, Carl Swift and Paul Luty in it, I'd have said, where would that come from? But it's brought you all together and it's mega.
Yeah, it's it. It's really good. I mean, these top 3 are so quick anyway. So just getting to them and keeping with them was nice this time. The front 2 there, obviously, they gapped near the end. But everyone's starting to get to know everyone now, so everyone knows how everyone races. And there's a lot of respect out there for the front boys now, I think, so it's quite good.
Sean, well done. Great to see you. Congratulations on the Masters win. We'll let you do the podium. And while the podium goes on, we will look forward to the first race of the weekend for TCR. Back to Andy.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Silverstone National Circuit, where our first of 3 races this weekend in the TCR UK Championship for 2024 are about to get underway after a very competitive qualifying session this morning, as we often seem to get here on this short circuit. We are in, hopefully, for another cracking race. The championship is balanced on a knife edge. We've got the top 2 drivers in the championship sharing the front row. There's been a little bit of bad blood between these two at times this year as well. I've just got a funny feeling that today could be the day that we see a really crucial chapter in the 2024 campaign. Andy McEwen and Jack Oliphant here in the commentary box to talk you through the action. And action, I think, is going to be the buzzword today, Jack. The championship, as I said, couldn't be more finely balanced. And what a script we've had written for us today with Adam Shepherd and Carl Boardley sharing that front row.
It's one of my favourite sort of facts that I've been talking about with Adam Shepherd, is the fact that it's 2 points between himself and Carl Boardley. It's also 0.02 seconds between them in qualifying, which is astonishingly close. I mean, only bettered really by the Civic qualifying, where the pole in second was 0.002, just to show up the TCR drivers. But yeah, Adam's been fantastic. He's confident. He's very confident, in fact, that he's got another 2 tenths in the car. To be honest. Yeah. He didn't quite get the. He came in with about accidentally 30 seconds to go, thinking he'd get some fresh tyres on, and they said, well, it's pretty much done. He also feels like maybe there was just a couple of, maybe a tenth in him out there as well. So yeah, quite a lot. I haven't chatted to Carl Boardley much, but you know what he's like. He's wily. When he gets a race helmet on, it's all about the racecraft, and Carl Baldley's got experience in bucket loads.
Indeed. So there were a few stories through qualifying. Actually, one of them centred around this man, Callum Newsham, third in the championship. He's 11 points off the championship lead now after qualifying, but sat out most of the session because of some sort of turbo boost issue. They had no boost at all, which would slow him down, obviously. So he spent a lot of time in the pit lane. They got it fixed. They got him out there, and he did set a time good enough to qualify in fifth, which is crucial because remember, you score points for qualifying inside the top 6. You get 6 points for pole, 5 for second, 4 for third, and then 3, 2, 1 down to 6th position. And he did score 2 important championship points. Got a glimpse there of Matthew Wilson as well, making a longer-awaited return to the championship in the number 31 Cupra, his first appearance of the season for a man with a couple of seasons of experience in this championship behind him, and a couple of other drivers up and down the grid who we've been sort of anticipating having with us, particularly towards the tail end. We've got the Lincoln Co back, now in the hands of Owen Hillman. Remember, that car won a race in the hands of Victor Anderson back at Brands Hatch. There it is, looking brilliant in the Pro Alloys Racing colours. And also, at long last, Cedric Block making his debut in the championship as well. That's really nice to see.
Yeah, well, they're both on my list of drivers to go and talk to. I'm glad Owen Hillman has managed to get to the grid on time, because I was sat for half an hour waiting for him in his garage, and he never turned up. So, unfortunately, didn't really chat to Owen. But it is great to see the Lincoln Co car back. We know Owen's quick from his Civic Cup expeditions. So, Silverstone is offering up an opportunity where a lot of drivers clearly keen to return, keen to give it a go and see just a little flavour what it's like, maybe thinking about next season.
Well, we've seen this a little bit over the last few years, really, in TCR UK. We get to this part of the season, drivers do like to come in and just have a little go, test the waters maybe, and think about coming and racing with us full-time next year. So hopefully that will be the case for Owen. Right then, cars released out onto the circuit. Now, is this going to be the green flag lap, or is this taking us around to the tyre rotation lap? I can't actually remember. I'm pretty sure I saw them changing tyres that time around, but whether they'd done a lap already, I'm not so sure. But anyway, let's go through the grid, shall we, just in case this is the start of the race coming up. And as we said, Adam Shepherd on pole position, 6 championship points scored, and that means he's now actually 3 points ahead of Carl Baldley, who scored 1 point less for qualifying second. Then Brad Hutchison and Steve Laidlaw. What an effort that was from Steve Laidlaw in the Hyundai, the first non-Cupra, starting from 4th on the grid in the i30N. A similar car then of Callum Newsham behind him, with Darren Lewis starting from 6th, also getting quicker and quicker as the year has gone on. Another brace of Hyundais there. Then it is Sam Laidlaw with Matthew Wilson starting 8th on his return to the championship. Will Powell just inside the top 10 is the first of the Hondas, and Brad Thurston then completes that top 10 ahead of Rick Kerry and Owen Hillman in the Lincoln Co starting from 12th. Then it's Will Beach and Cedric Block, debutant in the championship. Cedric with Luke Sargent at the back of the grid because of a change of car. He's in about his 47th different TCR car that he's driven over the last couple of years or so. And Luke now at the wheel of an Audi, which Jack was telling me earlier on he is raving about, but has to start from the back because of the change of car, but actually qualified inside the top 6 or 7, so should go quickly. Stuart Lyons also back out, confirmed now for the rest of the season, now actually at the wheel of the ex-Bruce Winfield race-winning Hyundai i30, with Jeff Oldham at the back in 17th. So the cars then warming their tyres up, weaving around, heading through Brooklands and Luffield, and yeah, a fantastic group of cars at the front. I should correct myself actually, Steve Laidlaw is no longer in a Hyundai, he is now in a Cupra. It's Sam Laidlaw who's in the Hyundai. Easy mistake to make, I suppose. So it's actually a Cupra 1, 2, 3, 4, but this has traditionally been a good Hyundai track, so I wonder what pace Callum Newsham in particular might have now that they've sorted that turbo issue.
Yeah, Stephen Laidlaw actually, he said he was in the Cupra, and sort of correcting himself there. It's actually Luke Sargent's old Cupra.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Luke Sargent sold it to him because Sargent wasn't going to do the rest of the season. Came to Croft to watch, got FOMO, decided to ring up Stuart Lyons, and it's Lyons' car that he's in the Audi. So it's a bit complicated, really, but it meant that we both get Steve Laidlaw in a very quick Cupra, and we also get Luke Sargent in what sounds like a very quick Audi. So I'm all here for it. You know, it's a bit of a hot potato in terms of TCR seats, but you know what? I'm here for it because we've got the amount of drivers that we have here.
Well, exactly. Luke Sargent, as you said, raving about that Audi, so expecting good things from him. We are getting ready for the start of the race by the looks of it then. It's a 20-minute race, the first of 3 here this weekend from the Silverstone National Circuit. 3 points separating Adam Shepherd from Carl Baldley. They're sharing the front row. I expect fireworks here in the early stages because track position is vital around here, and neither will want to play second fiddle to the other going into Copse Corner. The revs are starting to rise then, 20 minutes on the clock. The first of 3 races here at Silverstone about to burst into life, and Adam Shepherd trying to extend his championship lead from pole position. The green flag has been waved from the back of the grid. The red lights go on the starting gantry. They will go out after a very long hold. A very long hold. The revs really rising now. The lights go out. Away we go, and Carl Bordley gets away well from the inside of row 1. There's a stall. I think that was Laidlaw in the Hyundai. Hopefully the rest of them avoided, but Carl Bordley at the inside of Adam Shepherd, challenging for the lead through Copse for the first time, and immediately the 2 title contenders going door handle, and it's happened immediately. Contact out of Copse Corner, and off goes Shepherd. He's heading towards the grass, stays out of the barrier. I predicted fireworks, Jack. I did not expect it to come so soon.
Yeah, no, that's mad. That he's made contact again, Adam Shepherd, and he's sent someone else off to the left-hand side. Will Powell, who's obviously only just come really back himself into this championship. This is absolutely, I mean, explosive stuff to carry on your fireworks reference. It looks like we're going to go under, no, not safety car conditions. I thought they were weaving because of the safety car, but actually just trying to heat the tyres and make sure none of them actually squeeze out wide. It is going to be Carl Bordley who is in the lead of this race. I'm not sure whether any penalties are going to come that way. That's not for us to decide, is it? But it is all provisional from now on.
Yeah, well, we just didn't see the initial contact, did we? But definitely contact was made. Look at Callum Newsham, though. He could be the beneficiary. He's on the brakes, though. I think there are yellow flags, and Shepherd is around. I think he's got a puncture, right rear puncture, I think, for the championship leader. And this is crucial. Adam Shepherd, remember, is only dropping 10 points. He's had some bad results already this year. He cannot afford another non-finish. This could hand a huge advantage in the championship to Bordley.
I'll tell you what, his Croft shenanigans will be definitely biting him in the backside now, won't it? I mean, it wasn't anything to do with him. He just turned up and the car wasn't working. It doesn't look like he actually has any rubber on that tyre. It's just an alloy now, isn't it? And, well, that's a very, very big disappointment for Shepherd.
If they're quick, though, they can change that tyre, get him back out, and possibly still be on the lead lap. This is really important now. The team need to get that tyre changed as soon as they can. If it's only a tyre, could be suspension as well, of course, but I suspect that was just the contact that he had with Bordley. It's popped the tyre off the rim. If they're quick about it, they might just get him out on time.
You reckon they can do that with lap of Silverstone National Circuit? I know it's a slow one because of the safety car, but that is, they've probably got themselves about 20 seconds to do such a feat. I mean, you know, to be fair,
they're going very slowly.
They go very slowly. There is Adam Shepherd, actually, and the team are pros at this at the moment. They seem to be putting out fires left, right and centre with this car. Everything seems to be going on wrong with it over the past month and a half or so. It looks like they managed to get it up. They're looking like it's not an easy job, to be honest, there, Andy. Probably a little bit of damage to some of the linkages, but they got the what's left of the tyre off. And it looks like we might be giving it a go. I think this is a little bit too tight.
I don't know. It won't take long to tighten it up. He's got to get to the end of the pit lane. As long as he gets to the end of the pit lane before the safety car queue. It is quite a long pit lane. He's about halfway down it, I think, isn't he? That looks like that's where he's based. Yeah. It will be touch and go, but it could be crucial here. He needs to try and get back out on the lead lap so that when there is a restart, he's got a chance to fight for positions. Out of the gravel already is Will Powell, so it will be a short safety car period this. So the next challenge for Shepherd will be to catch back up to the tail of the queue. But I think he might just do this, you know. The safety car is only now at pit entrance. And where is Adam Shepherd? Has he made it out of the pit lane on time? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Wow. So Adam Shepherd back out on track. And how important, Jack, could that prove to be when we're back here at Silverstone in October for the final round of the season?
I feel like I've just lost a fiver to you, to be honest. It's, Andy, I mean, that is astonishingly good. I mean, I shouldn't have doubted it, really, after their brilliance at Croft, that team. Even when they got here at Silverstone, I think they had a fuel pump issue completely separate to everything else that's gone wrong with the car. And then obviously the contact, which we'll have to potentially have a look back. But is he testing that car, or is that car biting him now? That's the question. I think he's violently testing it.
Well, he's got a cold right rear tyre, remember, so leaning into Brooklands there, it would get a bit sideways. He's not had a warm-up lap. He's not put a heat cycle through that tyre at all. So
and he has to catch up.
And he has to catch up, exactly. But he will catch up, and he will have at least a fighting chance of getting some points. Now, cast your mind back to Walton Park. I know you weren't there, but I'm sure you were tuned in, glued to the coverage that day. Do you remember when he ended up getting fired into the barrier going into the first corner, Adam Shepherd? At that point, we thought, obviously, this is a non-finish. He came back and he scored really good points out of that race. In fact, did he not end up winning that race? Yes, he did end up winning that race. So Adam Shepherd, from being the wrong way in the gravel and the barrier at turn 1, ended up winning. he'll have to really push to win this race, but points could still be on the cards.
Yeah, I don't think Will Powell's going to be winning this one, unfortunately, is it? I mean, he was just the unlucky recipient of a bit of a bash and a rejoining and potentially slightly angry red mist of Adam Shepherd. But again, everything is well above our pay grade to decide all that sort of thing. So let's just enjoy what we're about to see, which is Carl Boardley leading this race. Steve Laidlaw up from 4th position. I mean, I can't believe we didn't mention it, but he's in 2nd with Brad Hutchison in 3rd. He's just scoring podiums after podiums after podiums in the last 3 rounds, with Callum Newsham just behind. This is going to get spicy.
Indeed, Callum Newsham, the one that really needs to get a move on. He, remember, was in the process of passing Hutchison when the safety car came out. The safety car is now back in, though. We're away in racing once more with just over 3/4 of the race distance to go, and Carl Boardley needs to try and get his head down now and get out of town before Adam Shepherd gets back on turns with him. But look at this, Laidlaw's going after him. Laidlaw on the tail of Boardley as we head down towards Beckett for the first time at full racing speed. Shepherd sets the fastest lap behind the safety car. That won't stand. But Callum Newsham there nibbling away at the back of Hutchison. At the moment, Boardley doesn't seem to have a huge amount of pace.
No, it's a bit surprising, to be honest. Obviously, maybe he knew that. Maybe that's why he really tried to go for that move off the line. He didn't get a good start. Brad Hutchison up the inside of Callum Newsham. Was that Callum Newsham around the outside, actually, of Brad Hutchison? I mean, that's a brave move. Steve Laidlaw misses the apex by about half a postcode, but it looks like Brad Hutchison's just about held on to that position. Just, though, that's brave by Newsham.
Yeah, Newsham needs to get his elbows out here, though. This is his chance to really reignite his championship campaign. With Shepherd at the back, Boardley could be carrying some steering damage. If it damaged the back right of Shepherd's car, it stands to reason that Boardley's car might have taken a knock as well, and Newsham needs to try and take advantage. Across the line they go then. Boardley leads the way. Laidlaw now is having to start defending in 2nd place, so losing a bit of time as a result. And then Brad Hutchison with Callum Newsham behind. Hutchison with a bit of a run towards Beckett. Is there a lunge coming into the braking zone? He's thinking about it. He goes to the inside line, does more than think about it, commits to it. There's a bit of Morse code tapped onto the back of car number 100, but it's Hutchison who runs out wide. Callum Newsham needed no second invitation, gets to the inside and takes 3rd place.
Yeah, well, fair play. It's Callum Newsham taking advantage there of Brad Hutchison attempting the move, as Steve Laidlaw holding it off. Let's see what Callum Newsham's got up the inside. Andy, you were miming it on my left, and he's only gone and listened to you. Callum Newsham sends it up the inside of Brooklands.
I think Newsham's got the pace to win this race. You know, he is clearly up for the fight. Carl Boardley just not pulling away at the front of the field, and Callum Newsham has broken into 2nd place a lot more quickly than Carl Boardley would have liked. Adam Shepherd, by the way, has set the fastest lap of the race. Now, Shepherd was in 13th position at the end of the previous lap, but remember, bonus point for fastest lap as well. That could prove to be pivotal when we get to the end of the season. I'm going to guess the car with the headlights on might well be Adam Shepherd. Yes, it was, and he comes across the line inside the top 10 and only 8 seconds off the lead.
Wow, I don't know, that's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? He must have caught right back up without us really seeing it. Steve Laidlaw still in the podium positions. It is worth noting that in terms of competition weight to be added, Callum Newsham has 40, whereas Carl Boardley only has 30. So actually Callum Newsham, potentially with the extra competition weight, is still catching him up by the looks of it. You are just double checking my standards there, and I think it's because maybe you're having a look at Adam Shepherd with 0 competition weight.
Exactly, because he had a nightmare at Croft.
Yes.
So that, you know, you win some, you lose some. He lost a lot of points, but lost a lot of weight as well. Coming into this weekend, Laidlaw was sideways in the background. Did he hold on to 3rd place? Maybe not. Hutchison to the outside, but I'm sure that Laidlaw will make that a very wide Cooper coming off the corner. There we go. Gives him the hip and shoulder, leaves him just enough room on the exit in fairness, and Brad Hutchison will stay alongside as they run to the line. But look at the lead gap. Callum Newsham is going after Carl Boardley. This might even be a new fastest lap for Callum Newsham. Yes, it is. He steals the point away from Boardley. Laidlaw and Hutchison side by side for 3rd, though, as they headed towards Cobb's Corner, and we'll have to find out in a moment or two exactly how that one panned out, as there Adam Shepherd is now on the back of Brad Thurston and Owen Hillman for 8th.
I was truly terrified of Brad Hutchison and Steve Laidlaw, but there we go. It is Brad Hutchison ahead of Steve Laidlaw, and they've really held each other up. And look at Darren Lewis coming out of not quite nowhere, but the lead battle is coming to a head as they go down to Brooklands. In Cops, we could see a change of position.
I wonder whether Newsham might try that lunge again. Boardley thought it was coming, so went to the inside to cover, just makes the apex, but Callum Newsham, no doubt about it, fastest man on track right now, and on the tail of Carl Boardley. Now, coming into this race, Newsham was 8 points behind Boardley. They're both set to outscore Adam Shepherd by a fair chunk. This could be for the championship lead if Newsham can go through, or certainly it would close him in on the championship leader by the end of this race. Remember, it's a 5-point difference between finishing 1st and finishing 2nd in this race, and he's got the fastest lap, so this could be a really big moment if and when he decides to go for the move.
Yeah, and it is when, isn't it? Not rather if, because Callum Newsham, we know, likes to try and win races. Carl Boardley only needs to score points, and he'll find that Adam Shepherd all the way down the order is points are there to be gained. Whether it's first, whether it's second, it's still all worthy to get. Well, we'll just cast your line back just a little bit. Stuart Lines has got a 10-second penalty into 13th on the grid at the moment, but the race lead could well change as Boardley gives a little bit of a jink out to the left, trying to just shake Hutchinson off as Hutchinson snatches a break.
Yeah, well, there's absolutely no way that this overtake will be as easy for Newsham as his last two were, that's for sure. Not that they were easy, but he was just so much better on the brakes that he was able to make it look very easy. Boardley, though, we know is a tough man to pass, and Callum Newsham, well aware of that already, of course, comes across the timing line then to complete another lap. We are at half race distance, and the leading two are separated by just 0.3 of a second, and that, I'm afraid, is the number 19 car. That is Jeff Oldham in his shiny new Audi, not quite so shiny anymore. That's parked off at the side of the road coming out of Copse Corner. Yellow flags there, but not at Beckett's, where Callum Newsham might just be shaping up for a move.
Yeah, no, not quite, is it? But he needs to get a decent exit. We know where he wants to make the move. Carl Boardley knows where he wants to make the move as well, and that's could be crucial. I think there's a little bit too much of a gap, but Newsham, we know, gets a decent exit out of the second and third corner. So as they go down, second corner, not third corner, of course. It's only one big one, isn't it? But as they go down towards Brooklands, so big lock up from Boardley. Does make it back for the later apex, but there's a little bit of weakness there, and Newsham probably smelling that, and he's trying to change his line a little bit, go for the qualifying line, straighten that car up, go for that late apex, see what he can do into Copse.
You do feel, though, that if the move is to come, it will be because of a mistake from Boardley rather than a lunge from Newsham, because I think in the braking zones, Boardley is just about confident enough to fend off a challenge from Newsham. We check back in on some of the runners further back to see where Adam Shepherd has got himself to. He's up into 8th place now, ahead of Brad Thurston and Owen Hillman. Here he comes, and that is a big gap for Adam to try and bridge to get to the next group of cars. Yes, he's got nearly 9 minutes to do it. How much more progress do you think he can make?
That's a difficult one, isn't it? What are his lap times saying? That's the big question, really. And his last lap time, Adam Shepherd is a 1 minute, whereas Sargent was a 59.1. Now, maybe Shepherd made an overtake. Maybe there's a few things that contributed to that, but still, it's a big opportunity. There's a safety car. Safety car on circuit. I'm guessing is Jeff Oldham, who's unable to move. And to be fair, if you come out of Copse, you get loose on the exit, you spit back over, that could be a big crash.
Well, I'm pretty sure Adam Shepherd ended up going over that exact bit of grass on the first lap. Granted, assisted by the looks of it, but still, that is the safest thing to do. Who does this benefit?
Oh, Adam Shepherd. Every day of the week. I thought you were just saying it you were going to answer yourself. I'm not that much.
I thought that was an easy enough question even for you, Jack.
Just about got there. Thanks very much, Andy. Adam Shepherd catching right back up to Luke Sargent. I mean, he's got to have the red mist, the anger, the bit between his teeth, whatever you want to call it, whatever he needs to channel. Top 5 is no longer out of the question. A podium is no longer out of the question, and I would love to interview both of them on the podium.
I wouldn't, actually. I'm going to say you're more than welcome to take that one, Jack. Yeah, do you know what? If he could salvage top 5 out of this race, I think he'd be very, very satisfied indeed. He won't be in the moment, but I think when he gets back to his hotel this evening, or maybe he stays at the track, I don't know, but when he has a chance to reflect on this race, if Adam Shepherd can score top 5 points, he'll be pretty satisfied with that. The problem with this, of course, is it's going to take a lap or so to get the race back underway, so he'll have limited time left to do anything.
Very slowly on.
Well, he is going to say there's smoke from the back of the car. I also thought I saw him flicking the windscreen wipers on, which was a little bit odd, but there's definitely smoke from the back of Adam Shepherd's Cupra. Now,
and he's not weaving, is he? So he's clearly distracted by something that's going on inside the cockpit that he's not bothering to keep the tyres warm, unlike everybody else.
Let's have a little look then. Down towards us he comes. He's looking down. You can see him looking down at something inside the cockpit as well. So overheating maybe when he's been on the grass, remember. I did not see them clearing grass out of the radiator. All of the focus was on changing that tyre to get him out on the lead lap. I wonder if it's overheated.
Yeah, but we also didn't really see that much of the car. We only saw the camera focus in on that rear right, didn't we?
Yeah,
so I don't see much grass, but he has gone grass cutting. So realistically, there will be some in there somewhere, and that could well be a problem. He's not looking like he's going to come in. Smoke seems to have dissipated, but oh no, it's not. It's right there, isn't it? It's very evident, actually. That could be a bit of a kick in the teeth for Adam Shepherd, because this is a bit of a saving grace for him.
Well, it may still be, because if this had happened under green flag conditions, would he have survived another 7.5 minutes of whatever this drama is? Behind the safety car, he can manage it, and this recovery is not being dealt with quite as quickly as the Will Powell recovery earlier on, because this car needs a lift. There must be damaged suspension on the Jeff Alden Audi, so it needs a lift onto the back of the flatbed truck. Then they've got to get the flatbed truck off the track. That will take perhaps another lap behind the safety car, but that Cupra is definitely still smoky as it heads through Copse Corner, and at least, if nothing else, this is giving Adam Shepherd some chance to diagnose the problem and figure out exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, that's, as I said, it's a big problem for him, really, isn't it? Because, as I said, it could have been a saving grace. But here we are. Adam Shepherd will have to just try and figure it out as he goes along. Bit of troubleshooting, not really what you need when you're halfway through a TCR race, and especially if you probably head's not quite in the road, in the sort of mode of, okay, it's not exactly a test day, is it? We need to go out there and score some points. But he is still scoring some decent points. He's got Matthew Wilson ahead. I was chatting to Matthew, actually, in an interview earlier on. You'll be able to catch that on the social media channels, on TCR UK, on all Facebook, Twitter, and everything like that. Very nice guy. He's been away doing some endurance racing in his TCR, so he's still been in the car, and he just decided, you know what, I got a podium here last time I raced in the TCR UK at Silverstone. I'm going to come back and try and repeat the antics and see what I've learned from my endurance racing and see if there's any chance of maybe a realistic opportunity to go into next year.
Yeah, well,
oh, he's moving.
Yeah, so he's weaving around now, is Adam Shepherd. Yes, you're absolutely right. Good to have Matthew Wilson back on the grid. He was a good character. Was starting to, I felt, really make big steps forward, actually, at the end of last year. So I was a bit disappointed to not have him on the grid full-time this season, but nice to have him with us, at least for Silverstone, and maybe he'll get the bug again and decide to join us again in 2025. There he is, look, going through Luffield Corner. Possibly the best looking car on the grid, I have to say. A very, very well presented car, that, as was his old one, but I prefer this livery actually, with a yellow, something a bit NASCAR about it, which probably is why it appeals to my inner American. Right, that smoke from the back of Shepherd's car is still there, but this Audi very shortly will not be there on the exit of Copse Corner, so we might be going racing at the end of this lap.
Well, you would think that you only have to move it slightly in, because you're near the pit exit there, aren't you? But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the fantastic marshals know a lot better than we do, Andy, and they are a brilliant bunch, aren't they, the Orange Army? We have to give them the shout out and appreciation every time we come racing, because they're all volunteers around here, of course, and there is no way we'd be able to race without the brilliant help that they provide, and they always seem to do it with a smile on their face, no matter how annoyed the driver who's just crashed their £100,000 car is right next to them. They're always nice and cheery, and I have to say, on occasion, you have mentioned that I maybe have ended up in a tyre barrier once or twice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
missed that.
No, I think you mentioned it at least 40,000 times. But whenever I did, especially at Crofton, I was like so annoyed and so angry. And all of a sudden, you know, there's the Orange Army sat next to you. Do you want a cup of tea? Custard cream for you, love. That might make you smile. And you go, yeah, all right, okay, you've got to put a nice face on. So they do a fantastic job, and obviously they do a brilliant job at clearing up this sort of stuff as well. So we can go racing, hopefully, for the last 2 minutes.
Indeed so. Well, yes, Carbordley weaving around in anticipation. Let's see if the lights go out. They will probably go out halfway down the Wellington Straight, which they do right on cue.
Look at that timing.
And so the safety car, the Jaguar safety car, will head to pit lane. And we have a showdown on our hands here. Has Callum Newsham been able to use this tyre productively to come up with a plan of attack, or has Carl Bordley maybe been able to just cool everything down, cool the tyres, the brakes, and maybe himself down, and put himself in a defensive mode to keep one of his big title rivals at bay? This could be a fascinating sprint to the finish here in the first of 3 races this weekend for TCR UK, and Carl Bordley's gone early. Cool. That was a really smart restart. Years of experience there of rolling starts, of course, from his short oval years. He absolutely nailed the restart, although then runs a bit wide through Luffield Corner, and Callum Newsham will regain a bit of that lost ground. So out of the final turn they go, no overtaking, remember, until they cross the timing line, which is just on the exit of Woodcote Corner. So just about now they're doing that. Shepherd was already up the inside, actually, of Luke Sargent, but must not overtake him before the line. He did not. That's good stuff, and he's on the inside line of the Audi into Copse Corner, and surely will go through.
Yeah, there we go, up the inside, and nicely done by Adam Shepherd to gain himself into 7th. Oh, he's a little bit shaky, and he did spend most of that safety car period not warming his tyres, but only cooling them down. So now he really has to deal with the fact that he's got to warm them up as well as attack forward. I can't wait to see Newsham. He's going to have to send it, isn't he? He might have to take a lap to warm everything up and get back into position, but he is going to have to go for it at some point, because that's just what Callum Newsham does.
Yeah, absolutely. Twice a winner last time out at Croft. He's on 3 wins for the season now and wants and needs a 4th. He's already closed back in on Boardley, I would say. So anything that Carl gained on the restart has been lost again. And I think we're going to get across the line this time with just about time for 2 more laps. So 2 more times around the Silverstone National Circuit for Callum Newsham to try and find a way through. Across the line they will go. They're separated by half a second. So Newsham on that lap was fractionally quicker, a 1/10 of a second faster than Boardley, but crucially getting himself back within striking range. Whilst here for 3rd place, Steve Laidlaw has not given up on his chance of a podium.
Big fan of Steve Laidlaw, to be honest, in this race. He did really well in terms of his podium positions, and he hasn't let the dream die either. As he goes up the inside, it's almost Brad Hutchinson almost sort of dived out of the way of it, but Steve Laidlaw, I think, just showing his nose in there, making sure he knows he's going to be in with a bit of a fight. Is Newsham close enough to have a lunge on Carl Boardley? I don't think so. That would be overly ambitious, to say the least, but he is going to have one more lap, I'd say. Carl Boardley snatches the break on the inside. He made the apex. He's fine. Everything looks more dramatic than it actually is, but you're right. The fight for 1st and the fight for 3rd are almost as dramatic as each other.
As is often the case in TCR UK, you need 3 sets of eyes to follow all of the action. We've got 1 more lap to go, then across the line they will go. Carl Boardley leads Callum Newsham. It was by half a second. It's down to 3/10 of a second though, and Newsham is not going to go down without a fight here. He knows the significance of getting these extra points. Potentially 6 more points he could score than Carl Boardley in this race, and he is right on the reigning champion as they head towards Beckett's for the final time. Boardley will surely have to cover the inside line because Callum Newsham will take any opportunity to get up alongside and challenge for the lead. Inch perfect from both of them over the apex curve though, as they head for the Wellington Straight for the final time.
Yeah, I was waiting, to be honest, for Carl Boardley to potentially lock up, maybe make a mistake. I think Callum Newsham was hoping for it. He's looking at the inside, he's filling the mirrors of Carl Boardley. Is he going to make a late break for it? No, he's far too far back.
Yeah, flashed the lights, tried to distract Carl Boardley. Nothing will distract the reigning champion though, who now just needs to get a good exit from Luffield Corner, and he will be the winner of the first race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Newsham will try and get the late apex, carry the speed to the line. He's going to be close, but ultimately not quite close enough. Carl Boardley comes across the line there to claim another race victory in TCR UK, and perhaps his most important of the season. The win for Boardley, 2nd Newsham, Hutchison hangs on to 3rd, and Steve Laidlaw in 4th, Darren Lewis 5th ahead of Matt Wilson, Adam Shepherd 7th in the end. Wasn't really able to capitalise as much as I thought he might on that late safety car. Just the 1 further place gained after the race restarted, with Luke Sargent, Owen Hillman and Sam Laidlaw to complete the top 10, but by 3/10 of a second. Carl Boardley is your winner here at Silverstone, and well, I'm going to say provisional because we don't know what happened between Carl and Adam coming out of the first corner. We might get some glimpse of that from his interview with Jack Oliphant after the race, but Carl Boardley for now is crowned victorious, and that will be for Carl, remarkably, only his 3rd win of the year. He got his first one at Alton Park a few months ago, did win the middle race, the reversed grid race at Croft, the other 2 won by Callum Newsham, and now manages to get another victory here as Adam Shepherd. Now keep an eye on Adam Shepherd. That Cupra was accelerating quite quickly past the rest of the pack, maybe just to get back to the pit lane to deal with whatever the smokiness is, but maybe to go and have a word with Carl Boardley. So hopefully they're going to avoid any further fisticuffs, having tangled on track at the start of the race. Boardley then provisionally is the race winner. Callum Newsham comes home in 2nd, and Brad Hutchison will be back on the podium again in 3rd place. Steve Laidlaw 4th, Darren Lewis 5th ahead of Matt Wilson, Adam Shepherd, Luke Sargent, Owen Hillman and Sam Laidlaw in 10th. Brad Thurston was 11th, Rick Kerry was 12th, Will Beach 13th. Kerry, by the way, winning in the Gen 1 Cup. That was important to note because by 3/10 of a second he got the better of Will Beach, and they were pretty close together in the Gen 1 Cup Championship standing. Cedric Block gets a class podium on his debut in the championship in the Audi in 14th position, and then in 15th place at the line was Stuart Lyons after that 10-second penalty. The 10-second penalty being for... the timing screen doesn't tell us. It came very early in the race though, so I'm going to imagine it was something like a jump start or being out of position at the start. Will Powell was a lap down after his spin up at Beckett, and Jeff Olden, as we saw, brought out the safety car with whatever his drama was coming out of Copse Corner. So, points-wise, what will that all mean? Well, Boardley provisionally gets 40 points for his race victory, which, compared to Adam Shepherd, well, will definitely move him ahead of Adam Shepherd. Of that, there is no doubt. Callum Newsham ends up scoring 4 points less than Boardley, I think. So Newsham was 8 points behind Boardley. That will now be 12 points. There, meanwhile, is Adam Shepherd's car, and that looks as though a very smoky and hot engine bay has perhaps even caught fire slightly, we're hearing. So a lot of concern amongst Adam Shepherd's team. Adam there being ushered into the garage, and hopefully that's not done too much damage to the engine, because that's a team that doesn't have a huge amount of funding behind them. He's right in the championship battle. He will have lost his championship lead after that race, but still very much in contention if they can get that car sorted for tomorrow's second race, the reversed grid race, of course, being the second race of the weekend. So cars then are being pushed back into their garages. We're hoping the top 3 drivers, though, are ready to have a chat with us. These could be some very interesting interviews, and in charge of them all is Jack Oliphant.
Thank you very much. And I haven't actually got any cars yet. Well, they're about to pull in. But I can tell you that Adam Shepherd's car is not smelling healthy. And there was actually shouts of a bit of a fire, but they seem to have put it out. The driver was out the car and everything like that. Everything's fine. So just a bit of drama right towards the end. We were asking, wondering why it's smoking. Well, I can tell you what, it's very much smoking. We can see Carl Boardley, though, in front of us. And as he slowly gets out of the car, it looks like I think he's going to enjoy a race win more than he's enjoying his football team at the moment, with a Leeds United crest on the top of his head. Brad Hutchison smashing into 3rd place. I think his tyres are probably pretty cooked as well, with Callum Newsham on the right-hand side as well. I think it's going to be very entertaining to chat to all 3 of these drivers. All of them had their own battle. With Carl Boardley is going to be the first person we're going to go and chat to. I'm going to go stick a microphone in his face pretty much straight away. Carl Boardley. As he says, well done. Big congratulations. That's hard work, shall we say. That looked from all over the place. You were getting attacked, weren't you, throughout the entire race. But you managed to keep it together, managed to get it on 1st place. How do you feel?
Yeah, all good. Obviously not very happy with turn 1, but there wasn't really a lot I could do. Adam tried to come back over and basically just hit the front wheel, and it just sent me a bit left, and I obviously clipped the back of him, and that sent him across the track, so damaged my car in the process. So like you say, it was a bit of a struggle to get it home. I didn't think we were going to at one point, but managed to get it here, so yeah, all good.
Well, how was the damage in terms of how the car drove then? Was it a bit of a fight to keep it pointing in the right direction?
Yeah, it was, big time, yeah. We got some bent front suspension and all sorts of things there. I had big vibrations. Steering wheel was down one side, so yeah, it's obviously moved a load of tracking in the front, so I just had armfuls of understeer, really.
How much was that playing on your mind when you had one of the most aggressive drivers coming up behind you in Callum Newsham? He loves a lunge, and we even saw it in that race.
Yeah, I see him there, and obviously he was flashing away. He was quicker than I was, but like I say, I think we was a little bit hindered by the damage. But no, it was a case of he was probably a lot stronger than me through turn 1. But then I think if anything, I could get him down the back straight and then into Brooklyn. So yeah, it's one of those.
Well, it looks like it was a very entertaining race from our point of view, Carl. And let's face it, a lot of championship points swaying your way as well. That must be on the mind.
It's not really. Like I was saying to the boys, we're only just past the halfway point in terms of races. So, no, I mean, we just, we obviously want to be doing well and winning races. That's the main aim. What happens after that, points-wise, we'll take what comes our way.
Fantastic. So, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up with you because we've got the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Thank you very much, Carl. Big congratulations on the TCR win. But we've got another race to get to. So, Andy McEwen, back over to you, and I'll sprint down to join you.
Yes, thank you, Jack. It's a busy end to the day for Jack Oliphant, who tells me he's been busy working getting social media interviews done all day. I think he's been sat back with a cup of tea watching the racing, to be honest, and I can't say I'd blame him, but 2 races back-to-back for him to join me in the commentary box for, because we're about to conclude day 1 here at Silverstone with our second race of the day for the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. They had a race earlier on today, remember, which was the race from Alton that wasn't able to happen on the day. Now, though, we're into the Silverstone event proper, the second of 4 races this weekend, essentially, but this one, the grid based upon the qualifying session earlier on, and it saw Will Redford start from will see him start from pole position. He did a 1 minute 5.189, 2/1000ths of a second quicker. Blink of an eye stuff between himself and Josh Files, who starts second on the grid. The reigning champion and current championship leader Max Edmondson starts third, ahead of Harvey Caton, with Lewis Kent, double former TCR UK champ, starting fifth, and Dave Marshall, who flew from the back of the grid, remember, in that first race earlier on, starting now from sixth. Alistair Camp, in another one of the rapid FN2s, will be starting from seventh alongside Josh Bromley in eighth. Row 5 for Daniel Petters and Jack Riddell, with Spencer Stevenson and Wesley Swain on row 6. 7th row for Alex Kite, who started at the front of the grid earlier on today. Then Jamie Petters starting alongside him in 14th. Row 8 for Gary Townsend and Mark Hughes. And the 9th row, Dennis Strandberg, former Scandinavian touring car driver, but also had a stint in the British Touring Car Championship about 10 years ago, starting 17th on his Civic Cup racing debut, with Anthony Gannon for company. 10th row for Adam Durant and Jordan Brennan. They complete the top 20. Then the 11th row, Harry England and Scott Smith, with Aidan Hassan and William Butt on row number 12. Row 13, Jackson White and Simon Welch, and they will bring up the rear on a 26-car grid. Championship-wise then, after the race earlier on today, Max Edmondson managing to consolidate his position in the championship, I think it's fair to say, with that solid if unspectacular result, but he did at least only lose 2 points to Josh Files, and so the gap between the two of them is still a reasonably significant one. 33 points I have it between the two of them in the reigning champion Max Edmondson's favour, but Josh Files starts this one from the second place on the grid, with Edmondson lining up third, so they'll be together, but who knows what will happen at the end of the 15 minutes. Worth reminding you as well, Will Redford did actually run towards the front in that race earlier on today, but seemed to just run out of a little bit of speed in the middle part of the race. Did manage to hang on to second place, but was coming under big threat from the cars behind. What can he do now, though, from pole position? Well, we're about to find out. The revs are rising. The green flag has been waved at the back of the grid, and the first proper race of the weekend here at Silverstone for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup gets underway now, and a good start is made by, well, both of the front row starters, I think, but Josh Files may be slightly quicker away as they head towards Cops Corner. He's on the inside line. Will Redford tries to close the door but can't, and Josh Files is through. Josh Files into the lead already, and Max Edmondson actually not away that quickly, has Harvey Caton up the inside of him as they head down towards Beckett's for the first time. Files hasn't yet got the job done on Redford, in fairness. They hit the brakes, bit of a snatch of the brake there for Files, who's actually got Edmondson back in behind him now. Edmondson did fight his way back ahead of Harvey Caton and sits in third position. He will have a run though on the pair of cars ahead. Does he choose to push his teammate Files or try to get alongside him? I think he's going to work with Josh for now. Files then goes through into the lead, and Edmondson desperately wants to go with him. He's late on the brakes on the outside line. He will go into second place, and I think we'll probably slot in between Files and Redford heading out of the corner. Yes, he sort of does. Redford coming back at him actually on the outside line, gets hung out to dry, and that invites Harvey Caton to the party now in the fight for third. Dave Marshall, by the way, fifth position, could be a real challenger for the win here, as Gary Townsend, I'm afraid Jack Oliphant has had a spin. That's down at Brooklands, and that will bring out the safety car.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame the safety car will be bought out. Everybody will have to calm down just a touch, but I was actually watching Dave Marshall throughout that whole scrap sort of thing, and really feisty. He's loving life in this Silverstone at the moment in that FN2. The way he's got the car set up, he said it might not be the fastest. We haven't got all the tyres we need in the world, all that sort of driver excuse, which is all fair enough. However, he just seems to be driving it on a sixpence. It's brilliant how he can turn that car.
He's talented. I mean, that's all we can say about Dave Marshall. He is a supremely talented driver who doesn't have the budget to stick new tyres on the car for every race, doesn't even have the budget to do any testing. Very often, the first time he goes on track is in qualifying, and he's been very open and honest with me earlier in the season, saying, look, our qualifying is letting us down. We cannot expect these days to arrive at a race meeting, go out for the first time in qualifying on used tyres and be competitive. And yet still, by the end of the races, he always seems to be up near the pointy end, even if he qualified badly. And you have to wonder, if someone threw a bit of money at Dave Marshall and sent him testing and bought him new tyres, would anyone be able to keep up with him, honestly? Because the job he does with the funds that he has is astonishing.
It is. And I know we sort of sound like we're bigging him up over any other driver on the grid, but he is very, very impressively talented, as we said. And I'm sure there are plenty of other drivers that would probably think exactly the same thing about themselves as the cars go past. The safety car is still out. Is that the safety car? There it is. You were wondering who was actually pulling in there.
Dennis Strandberg was pulling in, unfortunately. That's a shame, isn't it? That was a big story coming into the week. But mechanical gremlins perhaps striking, and the Scandinavian driver will have to spend a bit of time in the pit lane to get that sorted. But yeah, Dave Marshall driving phenomenally well and could well be a threat in this race. How important, though, that Files and Edmondson both got ahead of Redford there early doors, and that Edmondson was able to follow Files through, because what Max can't afford is for Josh to be beating him by a couple of positions every race. Second place is fine for Max at the moment. He's only going to lose 5 points to Files if things finish as they are now. The last thing he needs is Files to win and Max to get sort of dragged back into the pack.
Yeah, if you ask Max about it, it's like he doesn't even notice that the championship's actually going on.
Really?
He's so relaxed about it. Now, obviously, as the lights go off in the safety car, he'll obviously be feeling it a little bit more than some would probably think he would, than what he lets on. But he's a racer, he's a champion, he wants to beat the best. And I know Josh Files also says he's just here for the vibes. He's just here for a good time. You roll your eyes, everyone at home rolls their eyes, I roll my eyes. Yeah, Josh Files is here to win. He doesn't like losing. Racing drivers do not lose.
No, and I refuse to believe anything either of them say, to be honest, because this means a lot to them. It means a lot to Max to take the fight to someone with Josh's experience. It means a lot for someone like Josh to come into a championship like this. He could very easily have come into this championship and been uncompetitive. He hasn't been, but if he doesn't win, there will be people who say, well, why didn't you? He might not feel that way, but the pressure is on nonetheless. Anyway, the race gets underway once again with just under 11 minutes to go, and Josh Files nails the restart, in fairness, gets a length or so over Edmondson, who's already back on him, though, by the time they get to Copse Corner. These cars do give a reasonable slipstream down that main straight, and Edmondson using that to good effect, and he's piling the pressure on already.
He is, actually. And when we were looking, if you remember in the race earlier on, just before lunch, and Files actually made a mistake through turn 1, to no one's surprise, I was wrong in my prediction. He ended up making, as the driver in front of him, he ended up making it a little bit harder, so he had to get back on the brakes halfway through the corner, lost the back end, and he managed to catch it. He did admit it's a pretty damn good catch, and I was like, yeah, fair play, it was pretty good. However, he might well have to do a little bit more defending than he was in that first race, because Edmondson is crawling all over the back, and as Files snatches the break going into Brooklands, there's a little bit of a gap forming between second and third, and that's Will Redford. Can't seem to quite turn that qualifying pace into race pace.
And we sort of suspected that, didn't we? He said after qualifying to you, apparently, that he wasn't sure he'd have the race pace that he had in qualifying, but he is fading away from the top two. Now, what that means is that Max Edmondson's under no pressure. He's free to take whatever line he wants to try and outfox Josh Files without the risk of being attacked by Redford behind. But it also means that he doesn't really need to take a big risk here, Edmondson. He's got no threat from third position. If he just sat behind Josh Files, he's pretty much guaranteed second place. But that's not the way that Max Edmondson operates. He wants to win, whether it's for the points or whether it's for the trophies. He just wants to win races, and he will want to get one over on Josh Files if he has half a chance.
And every race fan out there also wants to see people go for wins. They don't want to see people settle for second. That's not what we turn up for racetracks for, is it? So, yeah, hopefully Max Edmondson turns his inner Callum Newsham on and starts going for a little bit of lunges left, right and centre. But we also have to probably talk about the fight for third, because look at the train that's on the inside of the circuit as Will Redford tries to defend from Harvey Caton, Dave Marshall, Lewis Kemp, Josh Bromley and the rest of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup field.
And Lewis Kent just set the fastest lap as well on the most recent lap. Ignore that graphic, it's not Gary Townsend. He, as far as I know, is out of the race. Kent with the fastest lap, and Kent up the inside of Dave Marshall there for 5th position. So Dave Marshall, just after we were bigging him up, Jack, now in danger of losing some ground. The last thing you want here at Silverstone is to be hung out to dry, and that might be what's about to happen.
Yeah, well, Lewis Kent is a TCR UK champion, isn't he, at the end of the day? It's not a bad thing to be overtaken by him. It is a bad thing if it means you lose 2 places, yes, which is exactly what Dave Marshall might end up doing here, because he's got another driver up the inside, and that's Bromley. Now, Bromley's transponder's apparently not working, so it doesn't look like he's actually on the left-hand side of the screen on the timing tower, but he is there because he's about to try and overtake Dave Marshall, almost losing a place to Alistair Camp. In fact, there you go, he just appeared in 7th place on the left. Josh Bromley's having to be manually inputted at every single lap, so it may well take a second to update, but Josh Bromley definitely is there. And he feels like he's getting a lot quicker in these Civic Cups as well. I've spoken to him quite a lot today. He was bang average at darts, I won't lie, but he seems to be getting better at Civics.
I did notice when I did the darts at Brands Hatch earlier this year, there is no direct correlation between a driver's darts ability and driving ability. It's often the opposite, actually, is true. But anyway, through Luffield Corner we go. Redford under threat from Harvey Caton, who's looking a little bit pacier in this race than he did earlier on today. In fact, both of them are, in fairness, with Lewis Kent understeering a bit wide there in 5th. Then Marshall, Bromley, Camp Petters, and Wesley Swain. Wesley Swain inside the top 10. Phil Kinch, I'm sure, will tell me momentarily whether Wesley's had a top 10 finish or not before. I don't recall him finishing in the top 10, so that's a big step forward in pace for him. And actually, he's 9th now, ahead of... no, he's not. He's 10th because Bromley's transponder still isn't playing ball. A couple of good battles going on further back, but this is the lead group, and it's side-by-side Jack for 3rd.
Yeah, Will Redford and Harvey Caton. Harvey Caton, obviously a race winner at round 8, but it happened this morning. Trying to go around the outside of Will Redford. That's a bit of a brave move. Will Redford trying to force him out off the circuit. There's nothing wrong with that. He's left him just enough room to actually stay away. As I say that, it could have ended horrifically badly. Commentator's curse wouldn't even manage it. But Lewis Kent's probably looking at this and thinking, yeah, you just carry on, I'm going to pick you guys off. He'll know exactly where to put his car as Caton at the inside of Redford once more.
Yeah, he's over the curb, he's got the inside line, he's got the move made. So Harvey Caton, the race winner, finally in the Civic Cup, is up into 3rd, but then runs a bit wide. Redford sees a chance to get his nose back up the inside, and Harvey Caton, I think, is just going to have the momentum on corner exit to fend him off. And then, as you quite rightly said, double former TCR UK champion Lewis Kent right behind him. This, remember, is where Lewis made his debut in this championship just under 12 months ago. So Lewis has at least had a bit of experience in a Civic Cup car here at Silverstone in the past, and would love to reward the Area Motorsport team with a podium finish in this race. Out of Copse Corner goes his Area Motorsport teammate, Alistair Camp, at the back of that queue. There's a screech of tyres, and we don't know who it was, but we'll try and figure that one out if we can. Someone was pointing the wrong way. Hopefully they gathered it together.
Josh Bromley with a late brake around the outside of Dave Marshall. He would have hit that brake over the curb while he's still on the curb. Still managed to get the car slowed down and may well have made this move stick around the outside, which is possibly one of the moves of the day, actually, from Bromley. And he's got a really good run on not only Dave Marshall, but potentially Lewis Kent just ahead. Alistair Camp's dragging. In fact, Lewis Kent has actually got past Will Redford. Yeah. Will Redford's dropped down into 5th position, I believe that is, as Caton goes a little too wide. What can the Area Motorsport teammate of Lewis Kent do around the outside? He's going to leave the door open for Will Redford, the Ben Sharp racing machine, trying to take the fight to Area Motorsport as much as he can. He feels like he's got it on his shoulders at the moment to take the battle and topple them, but it doesn't seem to be working out just yet for him.
Now you could see there, Lewis didn't want to go to the outside of Caton, did he? Because he knew this would open the door for Redford, and it did. So Redford on the inside now into Copse Corner. Lewis Kent will have to slot back in behind him as Marshall and Bromley are still side by side in their ongoing battle for 6th position. Heading down towards Beckett's we go then. So Caton 3rd, 4th Redford, 5th Kent, 6th is either Alistair Camp or Josh Bromley now. Camp has got past Dave Marshall. Bromley over the curb. This time he can't get the car stopped, and Alistair Camp might be about to gain 2 places in 1.
Yeah, well, that's what happens if by Josh Bromley. If you hit the brakes whilst you're on some dirt, you don't seem to manage to stop. To be fair, I was amazed he even got anywhere near close to the corner as Alistair Camp is trying to squeeze on the inside. Dave Marshall actually trying to look up the inside. There's like, again, where do you look? Because the battle for the race lead, Andy, is starting to heat up with Josh Files and Max Edmondson.
I can't make my mind up whether Edmondson is content to sit here and he's just putting the pressure on Files, or whether he's actively looking for a way through. We'll find out, I suppose, in the next few minutes. Out wide goes Lewis Kent there. Josh Bromley then did manage to keep Alistair Camp behind, and now looking to try and gain another place as they head down towards Copse Corner. 4.25 minutes to go. There are the leading two, Files, Edmondson. Right, well, go on, give us your expert view here, Jack. What do you think? Is Edmondson trying to find a way through, or just filling the mirrors of the race leader?
I think you're filling the mirrors. What do we always used to say, Andy? It was a psychological race move where you're sort of just trying to put the driver off ahead rather than actually trying to force any kind of space. As we see going into, I mean, who's lunging who here? I think it's Campy's trying to hold off on the position from Josh Bromley. Bromley again around the outside. He's dedicated, if nothing else, to try and make this move stick. To be fair, he's done it once out of 7. I'm not sure entirely whether it's going to happen again, but I reckon Dave Marshall, if he really wanted to, could lunge both of them. Bromley in the middle of the circuit. Marshall's not going to try that one, thank goodness. But he is going to try and lunge on Alistair Camp. Bromley's gone wide, and it looks like Marshall's gone through.
Oh, what opportunistic driving from Dave Marshall. Bromley got it all wrong. He was just too late on the brakes, and Marshall picked up 2 places in one fell swoop. 3, actually, because he's passed Lewis Kent on this lap as well. And Dave Marshall, right place, right time. Not always been the luckiest driver I've known, Dave Marshall, but he had a fair slice of good fortune there to get through into 4th position. He's having to defend that 4th place already, though, from 5th place, excuse me, from Alistair Camp as they head towards Copse Corner. He's on the inside line. Campy tries the outside, and the former champion will not be allowed through just yet. We've got 3 minutes of this race to go. Bromley, guess where he's going? To the outside into Beckett's. Is it going to work this time, Jack?
Bromley loves it, doesn't he? He's just going around the outside every single time. He didn't hit the brakes on the grass, though, that time, which means he might just about make the corner. Oh, no, he's actually further away than when he did hit the grass. Speaking of hitting the grass, Lewis Kent at the inside of Daniel Petters. Obviously, Daniel back to the series for a part-time sort of gig this year, really, but he's hoping to be back fully for next year, and that's why we love to see the two Pettis brothers, because they probably get stuck in. Is that a massive move by Alistair Camp? Late on the brakes by Dave Marshall. He didn't see it coming. You didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming. Josh Bromley's even so surprised he locked the brakes up.
And Dave Marshall's wondering what all the fuss was about, because he's not let Camp through. He's not going to lose the place, and Camp has to settle back in behind. But that was certainly a good effort from Alistair Camp. I'll give him that. And he got fully alongside Dave Marshall from quite some distance back as they went into the braking zone. Right, leaders go through with 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go. 2 more laps then, I reckon. If Edmondson's going to make a move, Jack, it has to be sometime soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's probably pretty content. If he would have made the move, he probably would have done something a little bit more aggressive by now. Having said that, a last lap lunge is never off the table, is it, with Max? He's a winner, he's a born winner, and he wants to prove that he's the best, but he doesn't need to prove it in this particular race. He can prove it by winning a championship, which is much more impressive than winning one particular race here at Silverstone. So I think he's doing well. Josh Files is controlling the race. Haven't really seen him make many mistakes either, to be fair. It's not like Max isn't just not bothered at all. He's just sort of waiting for Josh to make a mistake. Josh hasn't done so, and there's still some of the quickest cars out there on circuit. I mean, Josh Files does have the fastest lap, and even looking at their last laps, they were operating in the 105.7s. Everybody else is in the 106s pretty much. In fact, yeah, they are the only two drivers in the 105s.
Yeah, they've been the class of the field, haven't they, really, in this race? That's for sure. Marshall sideways going through Luffield Corner. He does like a loose car, but that was maybe a little bit too loose and almost opened the door for Alistair Camp as Lewis Kent and Daniel Petters are rubbing panels again as they head through Woodcote Corner with Kent on the inside heading towards Copse for the final time. Right, Edmondson on the tail of Josh Files. If the move's coming, he is close enough now to think about it. Certainly still pushing. He goes well beyond track limits there coming out of Copse Corner, but didn't really seem to gain anything out of that.
No, and remember in the last race when he took too many track limits, he ended up getting the penalty. No one seems to have got the track limits penalty on this particular occasion, but Edmondson does have to think about that a little bit. He's pushed the envelope one too many times earlier in the day. He doesn't want to get on the wrong side of the clock again.
Haven't seen any warnings for track limits in fairness, and it's the last lap now, so I suppose in a way anything goes. Let's see if he tries anything into Brooklands. Yes, he does! Goes to the inside line, but he's just not quite close enough, and Josh Files got over to the inside line to cover. Max Edmondson had a bit of a go, didn't want to risk contact with his teammate, and I think we'll now probably have to settle for second place. Round Luffield they go then. Josh Files is going to continue what has been a fantastic mid-season streak of performance. He exits Luffield Corner, and Josh Files is going to claim his third victory of the season to close ever so slightly further onto the championship leader Max Edmondson. Files the winner, Edmondson second, and Harvey Caton back on the podium. A fantastic day this has been for the youngster. A win earlier on and a third place finish in race number 2. Will Redford fourth, and Dave Marshall hangs on to fifth position, and hangs on I think is the best descriptive of that. He only just managed to hang on to the car on a few occasions, but a brilliant drive that to fifth position. Ironically, only one place higher actually than he started the race, whereas the race earlier on today came from 17th to finish all the way inside the top 6 or so. But anyway, he'll still be happy enough to be the top FN2 car home. Last few stragglers coming through, but Josh Files very, very pleased with that indeed. Josh claimed, remember, a couple of victories at Snetterton, a circuit where he's always gone well in fairness. He won a race there in TCR UK, or was second actually in a race in TCR UK last year, and managed to get 2 race victories, had a whole host of podium finishes. In fact, hasn't finished off the podium at all this season, apart from the reverse grid race at Brands Hatch. So he's been very consistent, but Max Edmondson has been able to win more races so far. Files, though, perhaps starting to do something about that. A third victory of the season comes here at Silverstone for Josh, with his Area Motorsport teammates Max Edmondson and Harvey Caton in behind. Then it was Will Redford in 4th position, Dave Marshall 5th, the first FN2 car home, with Alistair Camp in 6th. Josh Bromley round the outside. Josh Bromley, as he was for much of that race, comes home in 7th, Lewis Kent in 8th, Daniel Petters 9th, and Spencer Stevenson completes the top 10. Then it was Jack Riddell, Wesley Swain, Alex Kite and Mark Hughes in 14th position, 15th Harry England, 16th Jordan Brennan, 17th Adam Durant with Aidan Hassan, Jamie Petters and Scott Smith completing the top 20. Then it was Simon Welch, Jackson White, Anthony Gannon, Gary Townsend was a lap down after his spin, whilst William Butt, Dennis Strandberg and I think a couple of others failed to finish the race. Van Strandberg I think was the first retirement, wasn't he, at the early stages. So Edmondson loses a few more points to Files, another 6 points actually lost there, because it was a win and a fastest lap for Josh Files. So what did I say that gap was? About 37 points, I think I said. Yes, 37 points, and it will come down ever so slightly, but it's still a good margin that Max Edmondson enjoys As Carl Boardley made the point, though, after the TCR race earlier on, we're only just past halfway through the season, really, when you look at how many races we have left. There's been a couple of double headers for the Civic Cup, last time at Croft and at Alton Park as well, but it's triple headers from here to the end of the season, so they've got 2 more races to do tomorrow, and then 3 races at Thruxton and 3 races on the international circuit here at Silverstone at the end of the year. So there are lots more races, lots more points up for grabs, and if Josh Files continues to win races, continues to outscore Max Edmondson, then he might just have half a chance at stealing the championship away. So drivers head back to the pit lane and eventually to Parc Fermé, where they'll be greeted by Jack Oliphant. We're just waiting for drivers to be present and correct for our final interviews of the day. Whilst we're waiting for them, a reminder of some of the key timings for tomorrow. The first racing action due to start at about at about 25 past 9 or so in the morning, with the Miltech Sports Civic Cup actually kicking off the day with their second reverse grid race of the weekend. The Ginetta Juniors are out after that, followed by the Fiesta Juniors. We'll also have some races from the ST240 Fiestas, the Audi TTs, and we're joined tomorrow by the modified Ford series as well. They'll have 2 15-minute races with another big grid of blue ovals set to take to the track. And of course, don't forget, we've got the 2 TCR UK races tomorrow. The first of those due to start at about 20 past 1 and the second at about 20 past 5. So 2 more races in TCR UK and a few scores to be settled after the race earlier on this afternoon. So a busy weekend here at Silverstone, the first of 2 visits, like I said, for TCR and Civic Cup and their various support race categories here at Silverstone. We're back out on the international circuit. That will be on the 12th and 13th of October at Thruxton on the 21st and 22nd of September, the first ever visit for these championships to the Thruxton Speed Bowl, and then the Silverstone International Circuit providing a fitting venue for the championship decider in front of the famous Silverstone wing, and a circuit that again always produces lots of drama. A slightly different style of track to the national circuit, certainly a bit more technically demanding, a few more tight and twisty sections, but that really opens up more side-by-side racing, more overtaking, and I'm sure we're going to have quite a few interesting storylines to come to a conclusion when we reconvene here in mid-October. So we're still waiting for the drivers to make their way to Parc Fermé. Always the way after a race. Racing drivers, the first thing they want to do when they get out of the car is to talk to each other, then maybe to talk to their family, then they want to have a chat with their teams as well. The last thing they want to do is answer questions in an interview, but we would love to hear from them, and we're going to hear from them, we believe, in a few minutes' time. We're going to take a very quick ad break, but we will be back with post-race reaction here from Silverstone in a few minutes' time.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
Are they an advert break? Right, so the sun is setting here at Silverstone, and I believe I have the last race winner of the day here on Saturday. It's Josh Files. I mean, Josh, you just said to me off camera, you're a little bit warmer after that one. I mean, that Max Edmondson really kept you honest, didn't he? But you were absolutely pinned for the entire race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I got a good start, which helps, and I got Will off the line, so that was good. The safety car was a bit rubbish, but you know, it is one of those things. And then it was just absolutely quali lap after quali lap with Max sitting right on my bumper. I knew he wouldn't do anything stupid because he doesn't need to at this moment, but yeah, he made a bit of a lunge in the last lap there, but yeah, I had it covered. So, but yeah, you just can't break the toe in these. So it's really good. It was a really good race.
I was going to say, there's something that must be so intrinsically rewarding about getting a race victory in a class like this, because the standard is so high. All right, the cars are old, but they're so hard to race, aren't they? To put quali lap into quali lap to quali lap, the consistency is so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it and I'll say it again. They're the hardest car I've driven by far. There's so many like nuances in them that you just can't get your head around. It takes a while, but the brakes are the biggest thing. And to be honest, you know, now
now the sun's going down and the brakes are a bit older because they've done quali in race 1, etc. They're starting to go off a little bit, and so you're sort of like not quite sure if you've got a pedal or not. So it makes it different. It makes it difficult for everyone. It means that every lap's different. You never know what's going to happen next. So yeah, they're definitely fun and hard, but very rewarding.
I was going to say, you two are actually towards the end the only drivers operating in the 105s. I mean, to keep pushing in those lap times when I know a lot of people were fighting behind, is it mentally draining no matter what class, no matter what car you're racing in?
Put it this way, I wouldn't want to do a 20-minute race in one. But yeah, no, I mean, you know, obviously Max is pushing like hell behind me as well, so you can't afford to slip up. So he's pushing me along. I know I'm pushing him along, so hopefully at least it makes for a good duel.
Oh, yeah, made for a hell of a stream, that's for sure. Josh Files, congratulations on the race victory. We're going to bring in second place, which is Max Edmondson, who is just over to my right-hand side having a little bit of a chat. I mean, Max, we said in the commentary you didn't really need to make any kind of massive lunges. You gave it a good go at the end there, though, didn't you?
No, my plan was to obviously sit behind and work together with him 90% of the race, and then on the last lap I would just go for it. But he didn't put a last lap board out, so I just sat there the whole race. And then I came out the last corner, I was like, right, this will probably be last lap. And then there was one more. Yeah. And then that was the last lap.
I was going to say, to be fair, I think you crossed the line with exactly 1 minute and 5 seconds to go on the final lap, so they probably just chucked the checkered flag out for you, which was a bit of a shame. But
yeah, I was expecting a board, and then I would just gone balls to the wall, but I'm happy with P2. The pace was there. It was good, clean, enjoyable racing.
I just said to Josh, actually, that you two were the only people operating in the 105s. I mean, that's, considering qualifying was so close, to have the out-and-out race pace between the two of you must be quite satisfying going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's confident, but obviously this track you can get held up quite easily, and obviously everyone can get a run out of a corner or a toe or a side draft or a slipstream or whatever, but yeah, just need to get our heads down tomorrow and see what happens.
Job done for today then?
I'd say so.
Absolutely fantastic. Max Edmondson, second place for the Civic Cup. Now, I believe Harvey Caton is the next driver I have to have a chat to, and I don't mind, because he was an absolute delight in race 1. After winning earlier in the day, third place, double podium. Has this gone much better for you in racing in the Civic Cup before?
No, not really. I mean, I think this is the first ever round I've had 2 podiums in one round, so yeah, it's a good result again. Good point haul, and glad I could get through to the podium at the end, so yeah, it was a good race.
It's a good point haul all round. Is that something you're actually looking for now, rather than just out and out, you know, race wins or trophies or anything like that, individual race pride? It's actually you're looking for those championship and getting that good practice in.
I mean, I'm quite, I think I'm sick for something in the championship right now, so I'm trying to make my way up and hopefully get on the podium is what I'm aiming for. So this is definitely a good round for that, and hopefully there's more to come, so yeah.
He wants an invite to that awards evening, don't you, Harvey? That's what you want to get to, I can imagine. I mean, slightly bang average at darts, but really, like the Civic Cup is driving a car. You are coming into your own today. I mean, do you feel like this was coming throughout the entire season, or is it almost a switch been flicked?
I mean, it's definitely been a slow coming up through it. Definitely had to learn some things, keeping my head cool when I'm near the front, and just making sure that I manage the car better as well. And with the battling as well, sometimes I've made stupid choices, and you just got to make sure you make the right choices the whole way through the race, because it means all the difference at the end. So yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And if you want to see Harvey and the rest of the Civic Cup drivers do the darts, then by all means go to the social media throughout the coming weeks. Right, Harvey, big congratulations on the third place and the first place, obviously a little earlier on. Right, we have got a couple more people to chat to. Goodyear Diamond Award is Mark Hughes. I feel like I'm chatting to Mark more and more every single weekend. I'm absolutely enjoying it. Mark.
That's a good thing.
Oh, no, yeah, I feel like we're getting closer.
Yeah.
How was it for you then? I mean, obviously, you had a couple of people around you sort of fall off the track, shall we say. I'm not entirely sure what happened to them, but you ended up obviously coming out on top.
Yeah, Mr. Townsend locked his brakes up into turn 3, which obviously brought out the safety car. Locked his back brakes up, and I don't think he could get the car restarted again. So, but yeah, apart from that, track was a bit weird. I wonder why it was really hot. Not quite as much grip I didn't feel, but I had a good run.
So a lot of tyres have been around this track, haven't it? It's been very hot today, so maybe the rubber was just a bit over the top in terms of temperature. Maybe the air was such a difference, I'm not really sure, but it didn't feel as good as earlier.
No, definitely didn't. Didn't quite feel as sharp as earlier. Yeah, definitely. I think it maybe is probably all the heat on the tarmac. It's probably really hot.
Well, I mean, in terms of racing spectacle, it was just as exciting as earlier on. But we'll have a chat to you a little later. Goodyear Diamond Award, obviously, is your aim. It's what you've gotten twice today so far. You confident going into Sunday?
Yeah. We'll take it as another day and see what happens. But yeah, the car's on song. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely brilliant. Congratulations on the race. Right, last driver that we need to speak to is the Paul Winfield Trophy, and it's Josh Bromley. Josh, congratulations. You may have been without a working transponder, but at least you got onto the Paul Winfield Trophy. It's quite hard to keep an eye on you, to be honest, until you started late breaking everybody around the outside of every single corner. I mean, what are you thinking going up there on the grass?
Oh, we had a little go at it, didn't we? It was a really fun race, I must admit. I think me and Alistair spent most of it door to door, and fair play to him. He left me room. I think we touched mirrors once, and that was it. So it was brilliant, brilliant racing.
I was going to say, you, Ali, Dave Marshall, Lewis Kent obviously in there as well. That gaggle is what we spent most of our time losing our voice over. It was absolutely stunning. You'll have to watch it back. But do you feel like you've really graduated up to another class here in Civic Cup because all of a sudden you're fighting them lot really closely?
Yeah, we've had quite a few issues this year, and luck sometimes hasn't gone away, but this weekend, touch wood, it's been really, really good, and we've got the car switched on. I think I've learned a lot as well, so yeah, we're moving in the right direction.
Absolutely right. We'll go and get you your podium. We'll go and get you your trophy in a second. It's about that time that we round out the stream. If you just had if it just wet your whistle for more BRSCC, TCR and Miltech Sports Civic Cup action, then by all means, tune in tomorrow. Wherever you're watching this, if you just turn it back on tomorrow, 9 a.m. roughly, it's going to be more and more door-to-door action for all the races that you've seen today. My name's been Jack Oliphant. We've had Richard John Neal also on the cams and Andy McEwen in the box as per usual. We'll see you at 9 a.m.